he has. In a group environment, I can sit in the back and they're talking about I don't know, Bassett. Yeah, Bassett. Cutter, sinker, breaking ball, changeup. Jaron, what you got? Well, I'm going to look for him here, and I'm going to try to shoot him to left center. I'm going to try to lay off the breaking ball, and, that's going to be my approach today. And then they go, hey, Alex, what you got? Oh, I'm right there with Jaron, So you can get away with murder, right? Like, if you didn't study in a group's environment, it's easy to play the part, right? And now when you get to Fenway, you better have an idea what that guy is doing, and then the coaching staff will walk you through it. They're going to attack you this way because you're not hitting this pitch right now. You've been late on this pitch, or you've been out in front of breaking balls. So I expect this type of attack against you. So let's work from 4 o'clock till 6 on that approach, and then we execute in the game, and so far so good.
Alex, any update on Tanner Houck, Dobbins?
He's pitching right now in AAA.
Okay.
Actually, he was into the 4th inning. It was 4th scoreless innings. It looked like he was throwing the ball well.
Great. And if any of those guys might join the rotation or make it a crowded bullpen anytime soon?
Not yet. I think the bouncing back has been a challenge for him after rehab outing. So hopefully after this one, we'll know tomorrow or the next day how he feels. Hopefully he feels good. And as you know, he's very important for us, and we need him healthy. With Dobbins, we'll see what we do. There's a good chance he'll be with us over the weekend and make a start. And the other one, who else?
Bregman.
Alex. Yeah, Alex.
Bregman, sooner rather than later?
Very sooner rather than later. Yeah.
Very as in this week?
There's a good chance. There's a really good chance. Yeah.
Okay. And before we let you go, I don't want to ask you to look ahead, but we won't talk to you next week. You referenced All-Star break coming. What does the All-Star break look like for the manager?
Yeah, so long story short, during the holidays, we were at the house. We had a party, and my best friends and their wives, they were talking, boom, boom, boom. We're watching a Coldplay concert.
I'll see you there.
And
me too.
And they're like, oh, whatever, that'll be great to go. And I'm like, let me take a look. And I'm like, oh shoot, they're gonna be at Gillette over the All-Star break. So the night continue, and I'm making sure all my friends are here for the week. So we got actually they start getting here Friday. They're leaving Thursday, so we're going to a concert on Wednesday. So it should be fun. Nice. It should be fun.
It's
See you there.
Great.
Yeah, right?
It'll be there. He'll be there.
It's going to be a long week for us, Mm-hmm. I mean, sometimes I regret those parties back home because we make decisions not feeling great. Let's put it that way.
You a big sing-along guy, Alex?
Checks.
Yeah. Say what?
Are you a big sing-along guy? Do you go to the concert and sing along with everyone?
No. I'm more of a like YouTube videos, and then pull out the mics at the house, and everybody joins me. Yeah, that's how we do it. Yeah.
Nice.
All right, Alex, good luck tonight, and then in the Rays series, hopefully we keep the momentum going into the All-Star break.
Enjoy
the
appreciate
concert.
It. Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank
Alex.
you.
Good luck.
Yeah, Alex.
Thanks.
Red Sox manager Alex Cora with us here on WEEI Afternoons.
Your home of the Sox. Now, here's what's trending on WEEI.
All right, here's what's trending now on WEEI and WEEI.com. Brought to you by Prudential Center, located in the heart of Back Bay. Features over 70 shops and eateries. Discovery at the center of it all. The Red Sox won their 5th straight game last night. They beat the Rockies 10-2. The Red Sox go for the sweep this evening. First pitch is at 7:10. Lucas Giolito against Antonio Senzatela on the mound tonight. Some roster moves from earlier today. The team reinstated outfielder Masataka Yoshida from the 60-day injured list. The corresponding moves, the team optioned Nate Eaton down to AAA Worcester, and they also transferred right-handed pitcher Nick Birdie to the 60-day injured list. All that being said, here is the lineup for tonight. Jaron Duran leads off in center field, then it's Roman Anthony in left. Trevor Story's your shortstop with Willie Abreu out right. Carlos Narvaez is your catcher. Masataka Yoshida is your DH this evening with Romy Gonzalez at first, Marcelo Meyer at third, and David Hamilton at second base, and he is batting ninth. You can listen to the game on WEEI FM 93.7 and across the Shaw's and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Shaw's perfecting the art of fresh. Garage. Mass Mutual pregame show with Christian Arcan is tonight at 6:10, and Will Fleming and Will Middlebrooks have the call of the series. The Revolution return to action tonight at Gillette when they host Lionel Messi and Inter Miami CF. Kickoff is at 7:30. Celtics president of basketball operations Brad Stevens revealed the Celtics made offers to both Al Horford and Luke Cornett. Stevens also said that it doesn't appear likely that Horford will be returning to the Celtics next season. In NBA League news, the Thunder are signing Chet Holmgren to a fully guaranteed 5-year maximum rookie extension that could reach up to $250 million. In the NFL, the Buccaneers star left tackle Tristan Wirfs is expected to miss the start of the regular season because of a knee injury. And new within the hour, the Yankees are designated for assignment infielder DJ LeMahieu. He is owed $22 million, and his 6-year contract runs through 2026. Headed to Fenway for the game tonight. Park in Prudential Center's garage for just $25 for night and weekend games. Located in the heart of Back Bay, shop, dine, and discover all Prudential Center has to offer, including the View Boston Observation Deck. Just a short walk over to Fenway from the Pru. I'm Dan Ball. This is trending now on WEEI and WEEI.com. More afternoons live at Fenway Park coming up right after this.
Tonight, Sox and Rockies. The Mass Mutual pregame show with Christian Arcan starts at 6:10. First pitch, 7:10. On the Shaws and Star Market Red Sox Radio Network.
Selecting Marvin replacement windows for your home is easy when you work with Riverhead Building Supply.
Marvin windows and doors offer durability, style, and strength.
Find out how Marvin windows can improve your home.
Visit a Riverhead Building Supply location or rbscorp.com.
The South Coast Health Heart and Vascular Program is nationally recognized year after year for providing world-class care. Our heart and vascular team goes above and beyond to deliver the best clinical care and most compassionate service. You receive the time, attention, and communication you need to feel most comfortable, because at South Coast Health, you are what matters most. We are South Coast Health Heart and Vascular. Visit southcoast.org/heart to learn more.
Sometimes historic events suck. But what shouldn't suck is learning about history. I do that through storytelling. History That Doesn't Suck is a chart-topping history podcast created by me, Professor Greg Jackson. Listen to History That Doesn't Suck on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Have you ever redone chores the right way? Do you clean before your cleaning service arrives? If you answered yes to either of these questions, you're a clean freak. And at Cat's Pride, like you, we're freakishly committed to keeping your home sanitary. That's why we've invented the first and only antibacterial litter that destroys 99.9% of odor-causing bacteria in your cat's litter box. That's the bacteria you can't see but can smell. Yeah, it's clean freaking awesome. Cat's Pride, the only antibacterial cat litter.
Choosing a bottled Starbucks Frappuccino drink that's all flavor and just 100 calories? Easy. Choosing between creamy vanilla, double chocolate, and sea salt caramel flavors? A little harder. Try the delicious new Starbucks Frappuccino light drinks. Look for them wherever you buy groceries. Start with Starbucks coffee.
Your burger is served, and this is our finest Pepsi Zero Sugar. Its sweet profile perfectly balances the savory notes of your burger.
That is one perfect combination. Burgers deserve Pepsi.
You know they call these the dog days of summer. Well, I'm Rob Bradford of Baseball Isn't Boring, and if you're a baseball fan, there's nothing boring about the summer. Not with the home run derby, not with the All-Star game, where the biggest stars shine the brightest, reminding us all why we love this game. But that's just the appetizer, because right after, the second half of the season kicks into high gear, the pennant races heat up, rivalries intensify, and the unexpected becomes the norm. Don't miss a single moment of the excitement. Listen to Baseball Isn't Boring and the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
A scorcher of a day is the perfect time to throw on your helmet or boots, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and tune in for some high-stakes soccer. Because raising your heart rate and your elevation deserves the elevated deliciousness of bold refreshment.
Give me a mountain with lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the dew.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
All right, Takis fans. Wendy's knows you love your Takis Fuego chips. So we thought, why not make a Takis Fuego meal with a Takis Fuego chicken sandwich with spicy chicken topped with crushed Takis Fuego chips and creamy corn spread. Plus, it comes with Fuego fries inspired by Takis and a bag of Takis Fuego chips. If we had any more heat, we might start an actual... I told him this would happen. For an intense new take on Takis chips, gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Includes 1 ounce Takis Fuego chips while supplies last. Takis and Fuego trademarks are used under license.
I'm Emma Greed, and I've spent the last 20 years building, running, and investing in some incredible businesses. The more success I've had, the more people started coming to me with questions. How do you start a business? How do you raise money? How do I bounce back from failure? On my new podcast, Aspire with Emma Greed, I'll be answering these questions and more through weekly conversations with the smartest minds out there. Listen to and follow Aspire with Emma Greed, an Odyssey podcast available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Now, more of WEEI Afternoons.
With Andy Hard, Nick Fitzy-Stevens, and Ted Johnson.
The pitch. Swinging a drive. High and deep. Into left field. Goodbye. Bregman launches. And the Red Sox lead Scooble and the Tigers 2-1.
That was Will Fleming's call of a Alex Bregman home run from earlier this season. Bregman will rejoin the Boston Red Sox later this week, according to the manager, who told us that here on WEEI Afternoons first, before he told it to the rest of the media at 410 in the interview room at Fenway Park, where we are today in the Ford Clubhouse Fenway. We did have firsties here in the Ford Clubhouse Fenway studio, brought to you by your New England Ford dealers and the Ford Summer Sales Event. Hurry in to get great deals now, including on F-Series official truck of the Red Sox. And Bregman is returning, and that's great. That should lengthen the lineup, add more potency to this offense that's averaging 8.6 runs per game over the last 10. Except, unfortunately, we can't have nice things all the time, Fitzy. Every time something good happens, feels like there's a negative spin on the back end. So, Jim Bowden, who Alex Cora famously told us makes stuff up and tweets it, in The Athletic, did a mailbag. And Rich Keefe is sending questions to Jim Bowden's mailbag? That's weird. It seems like you could just have him on the show, Rich. You could ask him on the air. Yeah. Will the Red Sox extend Alex Bregman before the trade deadline? If they go on a winning streak, establishing themselves as buyers at the deadline, what relief pitchers should they target? So that question, nowhere in the question from Rich Keefe. I'm just pretending it's Rich Keefe. Probably not. Nowhere in there did it mention trade. Then the answer from Jim Bowden says the Red Sox would like to extend Bregman before the trade deadline, but it won't be easy with Scott Boras as his agent. And I'm hearing in my conversations throughout the league, if he's not extended, they could end up trading him to Seattle, Detroit, or Milwaukee. But if I'm Boston and your scenario plays out, I would look to add Emmanuel Clase or Ryan Helsley. Hopefully that's Clase. I'm sure that, I nailed that. See, I was going to say Class, but I was like, I know that's Class A. I know my baseball names. Anyway, the issue here is, why in the hell, Fitzy, the Boston Red Sox, 5 games in a row they've won, going for a second series sweep in a row. Now, 3 games over 500, the highest they've been over 500 all year long. Why in the hell would they even think about trading Alex Bregman, and what in the hell would the reaction to such an idiotic move be?
The reaction locally would be worse than I think either of us could possibly imagine right now. Like, it would be chaos in the streets level, protest, people just tearing up tickets. This is the guy that you brought in to take over for Devers, who led you to deal away the team's best/biggest power hitter, and he's become the unofficial team leader. And just because you put yourselves in a position with this unique contract at the beginning of the season with him, you couldn't get him signed, so you decided to punt. I don't buy this at all. This is completely, I almost feel like this is a leaked leverage play because they are dealing with Boris, notoriously difficult to handle, who, by the way, isn't batting 1,000 over the last decade. He's overplayed his hand a couple of times, like Jordan Montgomery, Blake Snell, before the big deal with the Dodgers as well, didn't exactly score them the long-term deals that they wanted. So as far as I'm concerned, I actually think this is a bit of a play by the Sox. Like, oh, okay, well, we can trade you somewhere else that you're, not dying to go to, although Detroit was mentioned because his former manager, A.J. Hinch, is out there. I think 110% the Red Sox find a way to get a deal done. $40 million a season for 4 or 5 years, it's a little outrageous. Who's going to give him $200 million in his 30s?
Well, I think I keep saying that in response to my buddy Adam Jones keeps bringing this up. Who's going to give him more? I think there's zero chance he gets more on an average annual value. The question is, can he get a much bigger lump sum in a guaranteed major league contract? So I keep using the example. You got $82 million left over the next 2 years. Are you willing to take $150 or $60 million over the next 5 years? Could somebody do a deal like that where it's a $30 million per year instead of $40 million per year, but for a longer term? I think that's a possibility. Hell, I might have that conversation if I'm the Boston Red Sox. I might be open to that conversation. But if you think somebody's giving you more years at the same or more money, I think you're absolutely out of your ever-living mind. Yes, Dan Ball.
Just to set a mark for you guys to kind of discuss. So Matt Chapman, noted San Francisco Giant, actual third baseman, signed an extension of 6 years, $151 million at age 31. It's just over $25 million. So you'd have to imagine, because of that money that you are being promised in this 3-year deal, it's going to be a little bit more. But still, that's what the market is. 6 by 150. Marcus Semien got 7 for 175, which is $25 million on the nose. That's the waters that he is playing in at this age.
The problem is, I've been around sports long enough. I know this is a massive deal in football where there were always hesitancies with the franchise tag for years because then they use that number as the starting point for the next number moving upward. And
it's a copycat league.
It's hard for agents and players to swallow, oh, I'm making less per year. Like, is that a pay cut kind of thing? It's hard for them to go backwards in their earnings, even though, big picture, it's a longer-term deal with much more fully guaranteed money on the back end. So, I don't know. I just, Fitzy, this idea that when everything starts going right, so they traded the dink in the clubhouse, right? Rafi Devers. They traded the dink. Now they're going to trade the saint, the perfect leader, the guy you brought in to be a leader, the guy that I saw the other night on Nesson when I think it was Roman Anthony's home run. You got Meyer and Anthony celebrating, and then nuzzling in the middle with his chin on the top pad there was Bregman. We're going to trade that guy. Like, I don't even care if he walks at the end of the year. If you trade that guy, you're not trying to win. I believe if you trade that guy, if I were Alex Cora, I would quit. I would resign on the spot and say, keep your damn money. I don't care about the $21 million. I am going to go to a team that's actually trying to win and not just playing games. Because you can't, there's no salvaging a trading of Bregman. There is no salvaging of that. So that's why.
Cora, Andy, I'm with you 100%. Alex Cora told us from his time working at the MLB Network, I believe, with Jim Bowden, former GM of the Reds, that he likes to chum the waters and make stuff up. Oh, my conversations around the league. Again, this could just be if things really go south, I guess that, the Mariners, were in the market this offseason. He may just be connecting old dots and trying to make new lines. Like, Detroit makes sense because they were in on him during the offseason as well. The Sox are the only one that gave him the high average annual value with the outs in case he was able to play his hand accordingly and get the long-term deal he wanted. But, deals for $6 and $156, $6 and $162, I think were on the table this offseason. But he opted for this kind of like Kirk Cousins-esque 1-year guaranteed deal with a couple of options. Unique as it was, obviously played his hand right. We're talking about a guy that's been out for like a month and a half, and now we're talking about giving him a raise and a longer term deal. That's bananas.
So he's 30-something. He's had multiple quad injuries.
Yep.
And that's a muscle injury. That, like I just said earlier when we were talking about Stephon Diggs, torn ACL. It happens. Some point just happens to football players. It's not really age-related. You could be 17 or you could be 37. It's just because of the torque and the whatever. but multiple muscle injuries?
Yeah, one on each side at this point.
That feels like something that may be an indicator or something that may be a future issue, like at least a consideration that, to me, it's awful ballsy to say, oh, I missed all that time with that injury, but you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to opt out because somebody's going to give me more money over more years for longer at an older rate. Like, it just doesn't. I didn't even think it would have been a good opt-out plan for him if he had basically a great year.
Yeah.
I mean, saving for maybe like an MVP while leading a team to a World Series title, I was like, $40 million a year for you, Alex Bregman, is a pretty good paycheck.
Well, that's the unique thing about the way he approached his free agency is he got the high AAV, but he was very vocal about the fact that his ultimate goal was finding out where he'd play for the rest of his career.
Right. It's Boston.
Yeah.
So take advantage of that. That's the other
perfect spot.
He's talked about it.
So
leverage it.
An update, guys, from Sean McAdam from our guy Gordo on the Play Tessie podcast. Red Sox extension talks with Bregman have been casual to this point as the team is more focused on the draft and trade deadline. But one top Red Sox official told him the Red Sox are not trading Bregman and they're trying to win.
Right. And
so what side is it?
You have to try to win. Like, I don't really believe, even when people do this, reporters, and like everybody does it to some degree, when they write something like conversations throughout the league. So you really didn't talk to anybody who has inside info.
Could that be with?
No, could be anybody. Could be literally thousands of people. We talked about the Red Sox have 300 people in the front office.
Yeah.
There's 30 teams. What's 300 times 30?
A lot.
9,000.
Yeah.
Those are all sources that are in the league. They were, and you're not even using like media relation, whatever. Those are legit baseball level sources. So you can call them, and some guy in Kansas City can say, well, you know, I'm a high level, I'm an assistant GM. And it really, I think there's a chance if the Red Sox
should trade him to us.
Like, if they can't reach a deal, they might trade him. You had the conversation. It's somebody in baseball, and they don't know their ass from their elbow in regards to what the Red Sox are doing with Bregman. Like, that's just the reality. It's a quality source with no informed opinion to offer on this specific topic. And that's why I don't put much credence in this, because I also don't think, and I know people are still skeptical, that this team is willing to give away any of the momentum, optimistic views, passion, following that they've started and struggled to build this year off and on, right? They've had their highs and their lows, but you bring in Crochet with a long-term view. You bring in Bregman with a long-term view. You tried to thread the needle with Campbell and Meyer and Anthony with a long-term view of what you're trying to build, and you would just totally undercut all of that unless you sell yourself on, do you trade him for Kyle Tucker or some like pie in the sky guy that you're
just
then
another guy you're not going to sign.
Well, no, you'd have to extend that person, I think, too. But
I don't want all the Dodgers top. Yeah, I don't want all the Dodgers top prospects so they can get Bregman and win another World Series because Max Muncy went down for a while. Get out of here.
Yeah, that's why.
No. You win now, Andy, especially if you go into the All-Star break. Let's say you sweep Colorado tonight, which you should, because you're facing a righty with an almost 7 ERA. And then you split with Tampa. Right? You went 5 of your last 7, like 10 of your last 12. And then you go into the All-Star break and you come out, and let's say you actually play 600 baseball on the other side with Bregman coming back as well. You buy in and win now, and then you worry about the deal for Bregman later in the season. If you say, well, we weren't really sure if we get a long-term deal, but we got this amazing catching prospect and a first base prospect, Red Sox fans will use their City Connect jerseys to as oil torches to try to burn down the new Fenway Commons, or like the space where they're planning on building the $2 billion office megaplex across the street. Hell no. Win now.
Also not the worst thing in the world. Given they go all in, they make a trade, they try to win, whatever.
They do what Will Fleming says they're going to do.
Yeah. And let's just say they win a wild card. Maybe they win a round, maybe they don't win a round, whatever. Let's just play that scenario out. You unloaded Rafi Devers. It's unlikely you're going to fill that long-term contract slot at the trade deadline. So that's a $30 million slot, right, that you're going into the offseason.
No question, yeah.
If Bregman opts out, you now have a $40 million slot that you go into the offseason with. Giolito is a $20 million slot. So right off the top of your head right there, you have a $20, a $30, and a $40 million slot to spend in free agency potential, to be aggressive on the market. And I don't think that would be the worst case scenario. I think losing Bregman to opt out in offseason after you went all in at the trade deadline, not ideal, but not the worst thing in the world. Giving up on a season at July 31st when you've put yourself in position to actually compete, to actually maybe go where you thought you were going to go because his agent is playing hardball or his agent threatens to opt out, that is horrific. That is up there with worst case scenario.
I can't get behind that though.
I think it's fake.
If you get the gut sense that he is going to test free agency even after the injury, and look, maybe they're keeping their cards close to their vest, and you're just kind of gambling on what he's going to do. Sure. I can't lose him for nothing after trading Rafael Devers. Now, you can?
I absolutely can.
Oh my!
I got him for nothing. I rented him for a year. I paid $40 million.
And look at how quickly he became ingrained in everything that you're trying to do here.
Well, if he's as good a saint as he says he is, we'll work this out because he wants to be here. He wants to be here with these young players. Right. He wants to be here with this manager who advocated very strongly for him coming here, overpowering the general manager who wasn't in love with him. I think if he's as much all in, I want a home long term. If you really want that, then don't be a fraud and make it all about the money and let Scott Boras tell you where to go. Then actually say, yes, Scott, work out a deal. I want to be in Boston for the next 5 years. You figure it out. That's why I pay you. I'm the boss here. I pay you. Figure it. Remember, Nolan Arenado, was he the one that signed the deal and cried and said, I didn't want to leave? And
Freddie Freeman.
Yeah,
with the Dodgers.
Like, every once in a while, sometimes players need to remind the agent, you work for me. I pay you to do a job, and I want you to do it to the best of your ability right up until the point where it maybe infringes upon what I truly care about or what I want. So, yeah, Saint Bregman, if you're the saint we think you are and you like it in Boston and you got your new little young buddies, Meyer and Anthony, and you want to grow up with them and go to the promised land down the road with Alex Cora leading the way, then put your money where your mouth is and stay as a Boston Red Sox.
All right, boys, I got a number that I'm going to give you. Just give me a yay or nay on do you sign this for Alex Bregman. Fitzy, I'll start with you. My number is 7 years, and the total number is $210 million. It's 30 average, where you pay out the $40 million in the first 2 years, and then it's just over 25 for the remaining 5. Fitzy, do you sign that deal for Alex Bregman?
Yes.
Okay. Andy Hart?
Begrudgingly, I would do it.
Begrudgingly?
It's a little longer than I'd like to go.
Okay.
Right. I'd like to be in the 5, maybe 6 range, not the 6, maybe 7 range.
Okay.
That's a little longer. But the way you actually worked it, a little like the Spurs did with Luke Cornett.
That's what I'm thinking.
Deal? Front load that baby, and then if you got to dump ship, well, it's not the worst thing on the back end.
Isn't that interesting how that finance just works?
And you also know, again, we're not just talking about somebody who plays solid defense and is a plus-level right-handed bat who peppers the monster and loves hitting at Fenway. We're just the same way they're Crossing Sports 3-2-1. Just the same way in Foxborough that the Patriots are paying a lot of money in hopes that Steph Diggs raises the play of Drake May and the compete level of the wide receiver room. You've got a borderline hitting instructor, defense coach, assistant manager in Bregman. Andy, Monday night after Roman Anthony's towering dinger to dead center, on the postgame with Dave O'Brien and Lou on Nesson, he talked about how he runs right to him and speaks to him all the time. And he said it's literally like having another manager, a coach always there for you with Bregman. So you're paying for the extra and the intangibles.
Okay, you sold me on it. The one thing, the trade him is off the table for me. Trading him before the trade deadline, I really don't care what happens. He could tell the organization to go F themselves, blah, blah, blah. Other than pulling a Rafi Devers and starting to tell us he won't play in the field or won't do X or won't do Y, which we know he won't do. There's no trading of Bregman. I don't believe you, Jim Bowden. I don't think anyone with any credibility has told you that. I don't think that's going to happen.
That's something we can align on, though.
Up next here on WEEI Afternoons, we come to odds and ends, and we learn a lesson here via a viral video. Don't pick a fight with large former professional athletes. And if you do, come on, man. If you do, have some friends around to get you out of there, drag you out of there, knock you into your senses, because this is a video you have to see and hear. We'll talk about it next in Odds and Ends here on WEEI Afternoons.
WEEI, New England Sports Original.
The South Coast Health Heart and Vascular Program is nationally recognized year after year for providing world-class care. Our heart and vascular team goes above and beyond to deliver the best clinical care and most compassionate service. You receive the time, attention, and communication you need to feel most comfortable, because at South Coast Health, you are what matters most. We are South Coast Health Heart and Vascular, Visit southcoast.org/heart to learn more.
You want to grow your business. I mean, who doesn't? Constant Contact's marketing platform makes marketing way easier and way more effective. Even if you know nothing about marketing, you can easily create email, text, social, events, and digital campaigns in just a few clicks. It's why over 500,000 business owners trust Constant Contact for their digital marketing needs. Constant Contact, helping the small stand tall. Get a free 30-day trial when you go to ConstantContact.com. ConstantContact.com.
I'm Jordan Robinson, host of the new podcast, The Women's Hoop Show. Each episode, I'll be joined by a rotating group of women's basketball experts to talk WNBA, college hoops, the new Unrivaled League, and the shifting landscape of the sport. The game is growing, and so are we. Listen to and follow The Women's Hoop Show and Odyssey podcast, available now for free on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
You know they call these the dog days of summer. Well, I'm Rob Bradford of Baseball Isn't Boring, and if you're a baseball fan, there's nothing boring about the summer. Not with the home run derby, not with the All-Star game, where the biggest stars shine the brightest, reminding us all why we love this game. But that's just the appetizer, because right after, the second half of the season kicks into high gear, the pennant races heat up, rivalries intensify, and the unexpected becomes the norm. Don't miss a single moment of the excitement. Listen to Baseball Isn't Boring and the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
A scorcher of a day is the perfect time to throw on your helmet or boots, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and tune in for some high-stakes soccer. Because raising your heart rate and your elevation deserves the elevated deliciousness of bold refreshment.
Give me a mountain with lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the Dew.
Your burger is served, and this is our finest Pepsi Zero Sugar. Its sweet profile perfectly balances the savory notes of your burger.
That is one perfect combination. Burgers deserve Pepsi.
Choosing a bottled Starbucks Frappuccino drink that's all flavor and just 100 calories? Easy. Choosing between creamy vanilla, double chocolate, and sea salt caramel flavors? A little harder. Try the delicious new Starbucks Frappuccino light drinks. Look for them wherever you buy groceries. Start with Starbucks coffee.
The South Coast Health Heart and Vascular Program is nationally recognized year after year for providing world-class care. Our heart and vascular team goes above and beyond to deliver the best clinical care and most compassionate service. You receive the time, attention, and communication you need to feel most comfortable, because at South Coast Health, you are what matters most. We are South Coast Health Heart and Vascular. Visit southcoast.org/heart to learn more.
Is that knee, hip, or shoulder pain just not getting any better? And now they're even talking surgery. Before you go down that road, hit pause for a second. Hey, it's Wiggy, and I'm here to tell you about QC Kinetics, leaders in regenerative medicine using treatments like advanced cellular therapy and platelet-rich plasma, all designed to actually help your body heal itself. Their cellular treatments contain growth factors and healing properties to maximize your own body's ability to heal itself. No surgery, no downtime, just real results that let you move easier and live better. And the best part, you can get a free second opinion. A licensed medical provider will go over your x-rays or MRI and see if you're a good fit for these breakthrough treatments. Call QC Kinetics today at 617-904-9557. That's 617-904-9557. 617-904-9557.
On my podcast, Aspire with Em Agreed, we share the keys to succeed in business and in life. Listen to and follow Aspire with Em Agreed, an Odyssey podcast, wherever you get your podcasts.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on home insurance by checking Allstate first.
Hold it.
Like you know to check the assembly instructions first.
Hold it.
Before building the bookcase.
And done. Whew. You can let go.
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Not available in every state. Potential savings vary. Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
It's time. Time for the pro to get everything for the job delivered. Large orders of lumber, doors, windows, paint, plumbing, anything the job needs, all from one partner. Get it today with same-day delivery. Get it tomorrow with next day delivery on 50,000 plus products. Or get it on your timeline with scheduled delivery on everything from framing to flooring. It's time to get your whole job, all your jobs delivered. Ask about all our new delivery options at the Pro Desk. The Home Depot Pro, it's about time.
Now, more of WEEI Afternoons.
With Heart.
Call today, 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. That's CARS with a K. So, as is so often the case, when something mildly entertaining, funny, violent, whatever happens, it makes its way to the internet because, well, there's social media, there's phones, and there's people that are more than willing to get their phones out immediately. That was the case this week on a video that I started seeing virtually everywhere. I know Barstool had it and all the other aggregators. And this was from a golf course where you start out by seeing a man. I'm going to describe it, and then we'll play the audio. You start out with seeing a man who's clearly angry. He's tatted up. He's on the golf course. He's looking sort of down from a tee box or down a hill at somebody else. And clearly you're like, oh, this dude wants to fight. Well, this dude wants to fight. And what you don't see off camera, as they say in the business, Fitzy, is a larger man who's better at fighting, essentially. And when this drunk, I'm going to assume drunk. I guess I shouldn't assume. But
he's hammered.
Okay, feel safe that this guy's hammered. Okay.
I think adult beverages or booze-a-hol might have played a factor.
Okay. So he's drunk when he's like making noises and getting ready to charge somebody, which you always think the loud guy, you're always like, is he loud because he knows how to fight and he's going to whoop my ass? Or is he loud because, you know, he's doing the roar of the lion, he doesn't really want to fight, he wants you to back down? Usually. Anyway.
More bark than bite,
Yeah. Well, guess what? The guy off camera is more bite than bark because he doesn't bark until he basically starts whooping this guy. First throws him in a pond, which is about as demoralizing as you can get on a golf course. And
or
then,
anywhere in life.
Then I give the guy credit, gets out of the pond, comes back for more, then gets pummeled like you wouldn't believe multiple times. The one thing I'll say, dude can take a punch, goes down, gets right back up, doesn't know better. I don't know if it's beer muscles, beer chin, beer strength. But so listen to this, and then we will discuss what would we do if we were in this situation.
Enough! You're not a tough guy. Hurry up! No, I'm not filming this. I'm not stopping. No, you guys need to get off the golf course. Pack up, go now. Get in your car and go.
I don't know what you're doing. You're not scaring anybody. You're just making yourself.
Hey, man, come on, man. Hey.
Off to a good start, buddy.
I got it all on record.
It's around the goal.
I got it all on record.
Around the goal. Bang! Leave him alone. Hey, leave him alone, man. Bang! Bang! Come on, man. Bang! No, I'm not trying to get in there. Like, enough! Are you still cheering on? Enough! Get out! Hey. Enough!
So what you heard was him first being thrown in the river, and then somebody goes, that's not a good start. But he gets up, and then it turns into a hockey fight, and for good reason. He is grabbed by a much larger man who goes by the name of Dan Ball.
Nick Tarnasky is the guy's name.
Bang!
9th round draft pick of the Tampa Bay Lightning in 2003.
Come on, man.
He in the AHL, he played 486 games, 881 penalty minutes, and then in the NHL, 245 games, 297 minutes. And if you heard the accents on the guys, that's because this was happening in Alberta, Canada.
Yes, I'm not surprised. And Fitzy, what's his name again?
Nick Tarnasky.
Nick treats this like a hockey fight. He grabs the guy by the shirt.
That was great form.
And then he's naturally trained to do that. That's
he's a trained professional. And the bang is him throwing punches to this guy and knocking him on his can. The guy keeps getting back up. The one question I had, though, Fitzy, was...
What was the impetus for the fight?
Well,
they were taking too long. So the kids were drunk. The two kids before Nick Tarnasky, they were clearly on the hole before them. And they were drunk and just goofing around and I guess taking forever. And I'm not a golfer. I don't know. I go to Dan for this, but apparently it's respectful and you need to be mindful of the people behind you. I guess. I don't know.
Pace of play is a huge issue on golf courses.
Let them play through. Absolutely. But my other question, though, where was this kid's friends? Like, I would like to think my foursome if I pick a fight, first of all, will prevent me from actually going through with it. And then when it becomes quite clear that I'm getting my ass whooped again and again, somebody grab me and get me the hell out.
Well, you heard his friend.
Come on, man.
No. Don't just stand there and say, come on, man. He's taking punches like you wouldn't believe. It looks like a boxing match.
Come on, man.
Listen to those punches, dude. Those are absolute hammers that are being dropped on his chops.
And grab your boy. I'm not saying you enter the fight, because once I saw that, I wouldn't enter the fight either. But I'd grab my boy and drag him the hell out of punch range.
He eventually did, but it took him a couple minutes and a couple more bangs before he did
And the worst thing about this guy is he could keep getting up. He would have been better off just laying on the ground playing dead and hoping that this guy goes away and plays through and goes about his golf day. Because this was... I don't know that I've ever seen this in person. An actual, the grab of the shirt and just like it's a hockey fight. Like usually somebody throws a punch, they just knock the guy down, they go about their business, whatever.
Or miss.
Right, or miss, whatever. But I've never seen the grab of the shirt so I can hold you up and pound your ass with my bang.
He was 6'2", 230 in his playing days, by the way, so God knows 6'2", whatever right now.
Hey, can I just say quickly, Lyndon Byers used to tell me how back in the day he had something that he was able to like tie his shirt down so that you weren't able to pull it over his head.
Oh, yeah.
The fight strap.
Yeah, the strap, the fight strap. Quick update from Lansdowne. Mike Lowell walking by during Alex Cora interview, no longer the coolest part of the day. 2 bulldogs are on a walk down Lansdowne, and that's a much cooler sight. I'm a big bulldog fan. Red Sox are going to sweep tonight. It's proven. Fact.
Wow.
When Bulldogs walk down Lansdowne, Red Sox win. That's a fact, Christian Arcan. You can book that. That can be your lock of the night. Christian, what do we got tonight on the abbreviated Christian Arcan show?
I may be jaded, and it may just be I'm online too much, but I watched that video and thought it was fake. I thought it was staged. I thought that guy was just so over the top. First of all, he's smaller than you, Andy, and he's up there like taunting this giant. That was ridiculous. And then the guy throws him in a lake, and he's jumped back up out of the water. He's yelling bang with all the punches. Like, it was very theatrical. I don't know. It's still a small part of me still thinks it may have been staged, like this guy's trying to promote a podcast or something. If this guy comes out with a podcast next week, then I will feel very vindicated.
Yo, new season of the Bang Bang Pod drops next week.
By the way, I would listen to the Bang Bang Pod. And also, there was one other fight that I remember where a guy grabbed a shirt like that. You remember the Suns and 4 guy? He was like a Suns fan, and he beat up that Nuggets fan.
Yes, I do remember
He
that.
grabbed him by the shirt and just wailed on the guy, and his friend was right next to him, and then he leaves him in a bloody mess and goes, Suns and 4, right in his face. He got him with the shirt grab. That was another good example of that, I thought.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Hopefully, if my friends ever see me getting ragdolled by a big man punching me, yelling bang every time, please get me the hell out of there. Thank you, Stiz. At least somebody will drag me out of there.
I would do the Hannibal Buress. I'd be like, hey, stop! Like, after like 5 or 6 more hits get in, I would eventually get him to stop.
Just leave him alone. Leave him alone.
Did you happen to listen to our what I thought was very interesting interview with Alex Cora?
Listened to it 2 times. Looking forward to listening to it thrice in pregame as well. And yes, I thought it was very interesting. I still can't get over how mysterious everything update about Alex Bregman has to be. You can never just get a straight answer. It's always, I think it'll be good. I think he's going to be back. It's sooner than he was last time he got injured, whatever that means. And by the way, we're about to pass that too. I think if it goes another week. Hopefully it doesn't. They said at the end of the week here, he reiterated that. I'm excited for Yoshida tonight. I think that the Duran thing is going to be no Rafaela in the lineup tonight's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. He's the hottest hitter in baseball right now, and you have to sit him just because there's too many guys.
And that was my biggest takeaway, is that he said Roman Anthony will play every day, and yet, as you mentioned, Rafaela, who's as hot as anybody in baseball, sits his butt on the bench, right? And a guy like Duran is going to sit his butt on the bench. Like, the made man in the Red Sox lineup now, at least in the outfield, is Roman Anthony.
Yeah.
It's kind of cool. Kind of surprising a month into it. This is the month anniversary of his big league career, but he is now a made man with the Boston Red Sox. Stick around for the Christian Arcan Show and the Mass Mutual pregame show. Red Sox and Rockies. Sox going for another sweep. Giolito, we feel good now on the mound, going for the sweep here as they try to continue this momentum that Ted Johnson will poo-poo tomorrow, starting at 3 o'clock. We'll be back at 2 to 6, WEEI Afternoons. Nice job, Fitzy, Ted Johnson, Dan Ball. Nice job, Alex Cora. Appreciate you joining us today. We'll talk to you tomorrow. See ya.
I think he sucks at it because it's all disingenuous, BS.
Come on, man.
Scoreboards with Hart, Fitzy, and Johnson on WEEI.
Moms, dads, are you the parent of a student athlete? Do you want to know how to get the most out of youth sports? If so, listen to the Next Pitch podcast to give you the tools to raise an aspiring athlete. It's not simple, but we talk straight and give you the best insight there is when it comes to youth sports. We'll cover everything from nutrition and training to mental toughness and teamwork. It's a podcast you can listen to together with your kids so everyone can benefit. Follow Next Pitch on the Odyssey app or wherever you listen to podcasts.
You know they call these the dog days of summer. Well, I'm Rob Bradford of Baseball Isn't Boring, and if you're a baseball fan, there's nothing boring about the summer. Not with the home run derby, not with the All-Star game, where the biggest stars shine the brightest, reminding us all why we love this game. But that's just the appetizer, because right after, the second half of the season kicks into high gear, the pennant races heat up, rivalries intensify, and the unexpected becomes the norm. Don't miss a single moment of the excitement. Listen to Baseball Isn't Boring in the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Your burger is served, and this is our finest Pepsi Zero Sugar. Its sweet profile perfectly balances the savory notes of your burger.
That is one perfect combination. Burgers deserve Pepsi.
Morning decisions. A creamy mocha frappuccino drink? A sweet vanilla? Maybe a smooth caramel? Or that white chocolate mocha? Whichever you choose, delicious coffee awaits. Start your day with bottled Starbucks Frappuccino drinks. Pick up a bottle near you wherever you buy your groceries.
A scorcher of a day is the perfect time to throw on your helmet or boots, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and tune in for some high-stakes soccer. Because raising your heart rate and your elevation deserves the elevated deliciousness of bold refreshment.
Give me a mountain with lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the dew.
Hey, it's Jones from my friends at Northeast Men's Health. Summer's here and it's all about fun, hitting the gym, firing up the grill, and spending days in the sun. But if you're dragging through it, tired, foggy, or off your game, low testosterone could be the reason. And getting treated is the first step to feeling your best. Northeast Men's Health are experts in treating low testosterone and other men's sexual health conditions, and if you're like many men who are low T, you'll feel better in just a few weeks. So, if you want higher energy levels, better gains at the gym, and improved sleep with no more brain fog, call Northeast Men's Health today. They've successfully treated thousands of men in the greater Boston area, and they can help you too. Northeast Men's Health has an expert staff, so what are you waiting for? Call them today, 617-793-5000, or visit northeastmenshealth.com, 617-793-5000, or online, northeastmenshealth.com. With 5 locations across the Northeast serving you. Again, northeastmenshealth.com.
The march to spring training and opening day is upon us. Rob Bradford from Baseball Isn't Boring here, and we'll have you covered every single day with podcasts that aim to educate, entertain, and inform you as a baseball fan. Follow Baseball Isn't Boring in the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
David is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Nice to meet you. My name is David. I've been a pharmacist for 44 years, and I'm from Flowery Branch, Georgia. When I first started taking Prevagen, I noticed stuff just seemed to come together and fit like a jigsaw puzzle. When I have customers come in, I recommend Prevagen. Number one, because it's safe and effective, does not require a prescription, and I've been taking it quite a while myself, and I know it works. I wouldn't recommend something like Prevagen if I didn't think it was worth it because it works so good for me. And I love it when the customers come back in and tell me, David, that really works so good. It makes my day.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
Broadcasting from the WEEI studios. Powered by Verizon. 93.7 WEEI FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston. An Odyssey sports station. Time now for the Christian Arcan Show. It's all Arcan. On WEEI.
Good evening, welcome in. It is a very brief, yet again, Christian Arcan Show here, WEEI. We are Boston Sports Original. Nice to have you with us here tonight as we give you a quick run-up to Red Sox pregame. Have some thoughts on the Red Sox, have some thoughts on what Alex Cora said to the fellas at WEEI Afternoons, which you may have already heard. They played it. First interview was at 2:30. It was rerun then again at 5:30?
5.
And we will have it for you again in Red Sox pregame. Very interesting stuff here as we are now. I mean, this is it. We are butting up against the All-Star break. And next time you hear from Alex Cora, this team may look different. This team may be in a different place. These next 5 games here have the entire season kind of hanging in the balance. It all comes down to this. With 5 games left to go before this break. And then a very, very tough start to the second half. With Chicago, Philadelphia, and the Dodgers, 3 of the best teams in all of baseball, really, but certainly in the National League. The Red Sox now have to continue to do their job. And they did it last night. It was a bit of a clencher there. 6 innings, you're getting no hit for a couple of them. Kyle Freeland looked like it was 2018 all over again. Then all of a sudden they just keep on with the bats. They keep on with the starting pitching. Brian Bayo, tremendous last night. And I don't care that was against the Colorado Rockies. Garrett Crochet has pitched against the White Sox this year and didn't have a complete game. That's the first complete game any Red Sox pitcher's had. That means something. That is important. And I know that they're looking at starting pitching here at this trade deadline, and they should absolutely still continue to pursue it. But Bayo's emergence here, since really last year's All-Star break, the emergence of Brian Bayo has been something that Red Sox fans should be celebrating. And it's been a year where it's been tough to really celebrate a lot of things. Like obviously Crochet, you celebrate that. You want to celebrate Alex Bregman, but then he goes down with an injury. Rafael Devers had that tough start. You celebrate his resurgence. He gets traded away. Jaron Duran hasn't exactly had a type of season that you celebrate. Trevor Story, sure. Lately he has. Rafaela, lately, absolutely. And Brian Bayo is one of those stories as well. But as far as this entire season goes, I was reading on ESPN today the 2025 midseason grades, David Schoenfield. Red Sox got a C-. And I was reading that, and I was like, oh, a little harsh. They've been playing better lately. And then I'm like, well, wait a minute. No, this is right. This is what they've been. This is what this team is. And if they obviously are in the process of trying to turn that around, but your record is what, you are what your record says you are, is what I'm trying to say. And it has been very drama-filled, very sort of soap opera-ish with this team. But the great thing about baseball and the great thing about the fact that the season's so long is that you have a very, very real opportunity here to have everyone forget all about all that crap. All that Rafael Devers crap. All that who's going to play where stuff. All of that can just be an ugly memory that we talk about next year or as Anthony and Meyer, and we'll see what happens with Campbell, what his deal is. If you believe some of the rumors that are floating around right now, including the Joe Ryan rumors, I would have to think that a name like Campbell may be one that they're asking for. Probably more than that. But if that's a caliber of pitcher that's on the market here at this trade deadline, then I think the Red Sox could be in very, very good shape. I do. Because they have the chips to go out and get a guy like that. And they've already shown with the Crochet trade that they're not afraid to do it, and they're not afraid to do it for high-end starting pitching. Speaking of high-end starting pitching, it's Giolito going again tonight. Crochet, Bayo, and Giolito lately have looked like a real legitimate top 3 of a, I don't want to say championship rotation, but certainly of a playoff rotation. And if they can continue that, and I think Giolito can, against this terrible Rockies team, which thank God, by the way, thank God that the Rockies are in town, and thank God that the Red Sox have finally figured out how to beat these bad teams. And not just beat them, but beat the hell out of them. It was starting to get uncomfortable. Watching them struggle against the White Sox, get beat by the White Sox, losing to the Orioles, having trouble putting teams like that away. This isn't a pure indication that they're ready to go out there and make a run, but it's a step in that direction, and that's all you can ask for right now. That's all for the Christian Arcand Show. Stick around. Red Sox baseball is next. Game 3, Red Sox and the Rockies, right after this here on WEEI.
Sox, and Rockies. The Mass Mutual pregame show with Christian Arcan starts at 6:10. First pitch, 7:10. On the Shaw's and Star Market Red Sox Radio Network.
College holds a mythic place in American culture. On the new Campus Files podcast, we uncover the scandals you won't hear on the campus tours. Find Campus Files on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
You know they call these the dog days of summer. Well, I'm Rob Bradford of Baseball Isn't Boring, and if you're a baseball fan, there's nothing boring about the summer. Not with the home run derby, not with the All-Star game, where the biggest stars shine the brightest, reminding us all why we love this game. But that's just the appetizer, because right after, the second half of the season kicks into high gear, the pennant races heat up, rivalries intensify, and the unexpected becomes the norm. Don't miss a single moment of the excitement. Listen to Baseball Isn't Boring and the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Morning decisions. A creamy mocha frappuccino drink? A sweet vanilla? Maybe a smooth caramel? Or that white chocolate mocha? Whichever you choose, delicious coffee awaits. Start your day with bottled Starbucks Frappuccino drinks. Pick up a bottle near you wherever you buy your groceries.
This Odyssey Sports broadcast is brought to you by Geico. Switch and save. Get more with Geico. Mutual pregame show. Mass Mutual Insurance, Planning, Investments. Now, here's Christian Arcan.
Good evening, Red Sox fans, and welcome into the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. I'm Christian Arcan. With only 5 games left to go before the All-Star break, the Red Sox are playing their best baseball of the season, and not a moment too soon. With the Rockies in town, Sox are looking to continue their hot hitting against hard luck lefty Kyle Freeland, and starter Brian Bayo was looking to extend his streak of quality starts. And fans at Fenway last night were treated to both of those things. Wasn't a great start last night. Freeland kept the Sox hitters off balance to the tune of no hits through the first 3 innings. Romy Gonzalez broke up the no-hitter with a leadoff single in the 4th. Could not plate a run, though. On the other end, Bayo struck out 7 of the first 9 batters he faced and did not allow a hit until the 4th either. In fact, the pitching was so strong in this one that it wasn't until the 6th inning that the Red Sox bats finally broke through. With 2 out and 2 on, it was Trevor Story who finally sent Freeland packing.
Pitch. Trevor loops one down the right field line toward the chalk. It is dunking, and it is a hit. Coming home to score is Romy. Anthony is going to be held. It's a bloop hit for Trevor Story, and that is how the Red Sox break the scoreless tie.
The red-hot Ceddanne Rafaela would follow that up with an RBI double. Jarren Duran an RBI single, and when the dust settled, it was 4-0 Red Sox. Then in the 7th inning, it was Marcelo Meyer reaching on a 1-out single. He was then tripled home by Romy Gonzalez, making it 5-0. Roman Anthony singled home Romy to make it 6-0, and then Story came up to bat again and delivered the death blow.
Wave is going. The pitch is drilled high into left field. Is it high enough? It is way back and gone! Into the second row of the monster seats. 3-run homer for Story, and the Red Sox lead it 9-0.
Well, you said ship it up to Boston. That was headed more to Cambridge, Will.
Also, a tremendous catch made by a fan last night on that home run. A fan who looked like a young Bobby Kielty out there, making a great grab up there in the monster seats. That's your play of last night's game, by the way. It's brought to you by Nissan. Stay tuned after the game for the Nissan postgame show. You deserve a car that thrills you, and Nissan's got an exciting full line that will put goosebumps on your goosebumps. Experience the thrill for yourself. Shop your local Nissan store and nissanusa.com today. Nice day at the dish for Trevor Story against his former team. 2 for 4 with 4 runs batted in. A multi-hit game for Romy Gonzalez and also Jarren Duran, who hit a 465-foot-long homer 2 batters later after Story, and it sounded like this.
And emphatically, here's a high drive toward the Red Sox bullpen. That thing is crushed. It is way gone. 10 rows over the bullpen. Mammoth shot, and it's 10-0 Red Sox.
Oh my, 56 from Jarren Duran. You see the biceps, you see the shoulders, but look at the bat speed. This ball is absolutely hammered. My goodness gracious. That's Big Poppy territory.
456 feet is the longest home run hit at Fenway so far this year. Bayo would allow 2 runs in the 9th on a Hunter Goodman 2-run homer, but no matter, Bayo goes the distance, the first Red Sox pitcher to toss a complete game all year, and the 20th player in all of baseball to do it once. Framber Valdez has done it twice. Bayo's final line, 9 innings, 5 hits, 2 runs, both earned with a walk and 10 strikeouts. He got the job done throwing just 107 pitches and gave the bullpen a much-needed breather. With the win, the Red Sox improved to 48-45 on the year, picking up a game on the Mariners, whom they trail by just 1 for that final wild card spot. They got blown out by the Yankees last night. Red Sox have now won 8 of their last 10 and 5 in a row, which means they can match their longest win streak of the year with a win tonight to bring it to 6. And that brings us to tonight's pitching matchup, which is brought to you by Town Fair Tire. For the best prices on tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody. For the Red Sox, Lucas Giolito getting the ball. He is 5-1 with a 3.66 ERA in 13 starts this year. In his last 5 starts, he has been amazing. 4-0 with an ERA of .83 for the big righty. He last pitched on the 4th of July, went 7 2/3 against the Nats, allowed just 1 run en route to an 11-2 Red Sox win. He does have kind of rough numbers against the Rockies, not a big sample size. In 2 starts, he's 0-1 with an ERA of 6.30 in his career. For the Rockies, it will be Antonio Senzatela, who comes into this one with a pretty rough record of 3-12 and an even rougher ERA of 6.57. Not only that, he has the highest opponent batting average of any starter in the majors. Opposing batters are hitting .353 against him this year. He leads the league in losses with 12. No one else has more than 10. He did, however, pitch pretty well in his last time out, also on July 4th, allowed 3 runs over 5 2/3. It was, however, a 3-2 loss to the White Sox in a truly depressing July 4th Independence Day matchup. I think you can say White Sox and Rockies, that's a tough ticket right there. More bad news for Senzatela. It looks like he will have the dubious honor of having to face Masataka Yoshida today. Yoshi's first game of the 2025 campaign. As anticipated, he was reinstated from the 60-day IL. Nate Eaton was optioned to Worcester to make room, and Nick Birdie was placed onto the 60-day IL. First pitch tonight is coming your way at 7:10, and it's brought to you by Jeffrey Glassman Injury Lawyers, Boston's go-to injury attorney for over 30 years. If you've been hurt in a car or work accident, you got to get Glassman. Call all 7s at 617-777-7777. It's time now for the Baseball Isn't Boring 2-Minute Grill with Rob Bradford, presented by McFarland Energy, the region's most dependable provider of home heating oil, including BioHeat, as well as expert HVAC services at McFarlandEnergy.com. Here with Bradfo is the rookie phenom himself, Roman Anthony.
There's no human being I'd rather be doing the 2-minute grill with than Roman Anthony. So you're playing left field for the first time at Fenway Park. You worked out there. I saw you expertly feeling the balls off the wall. And I know that Kyle Hudson was sort of instructing you in the intricacies of it, which I find kind of interesting. Mm-hmm. What are some of the things that you took away from even just working out yesterday?
Yeah, I think it's such a unique wall and such a unique dimensions out there that just knowing how to limit runners and hold runners on and be aggressive and try to keep those guys at first, I think is the biggest thing out there. And just positioning stuff and the way that you handle the balls off the wall, I think is super important. And the great ones like Jarren, who I've talked to a little bit, he does such a great job of kind of making the runners dive into second and really limiting them from even getting to second at times. So I think that's just the biggest thing.
Not that my opinion matters, but I told you, I said one of the underrated things is that the ball, you have to make a decision quicker than almost anywhere. Mm-hmm. Do you play it off the wall? Do you come in? Whatever. Could you get a sense for that? Because that's one thing that's hard to simulate, right?
Yeah, I think that's why things like BP and going out there early and getting a feel for it is so important because, like you just mentioned, it's super unique and it's like anything. I think, when you go on the road and you have these fields that you haven't played at and all these different fences and different dimensions, you want to get familiar with them as soon as you can. So that way, when the game rolls around, you kind of slow it down and are able to know what it's going to do if it hits this or the different angles it's going to take. I think that's the most important thing.
Johnny Gomes said he invented a play off the wall where you, instead of letting it drop, he actually tries to catch it because the thinking is that if you miss it, it's going to be a double anyway. Mm-hmm. put that in your back of your mind, and if you do it, I'll give you $5. So,
Thanks.
I mean, could you see where like this is?
Yeah. I think that's again, like, you know, most of the time probably it's unless you get a great read, it's probably going to be a double. So I think, and again, going back to JD, I think he does such a great job of, you know, that bare hand play that he does, and timing up his body to already be in motion to second base by the time he gets the ball. So yeah, just talking to guys like that and talking to Huddy and getting reps during BP has been huge. So I'm excited.
I was going to say, you just answered my question. Are you excited? New things are exciting, right?
Yeah, exactly. I'm excited to play there tonight for sure.
Rob Bradford with Roman Anthony there in the 2-minute grill. You can also watch Red Sox pregame on Twitch. Just follow WEEI. It's brought to you by Subaru of New England. Make this summer a Subaru summer in a brand new Subaru with symmetrical all-wheel drive. Find your authorized dealers at SubaruofNewEngland.com. Coming up in about 15 minutes, the fellas from WEEI Afternoons, that's Ted Johnson, Andy Hart, and Nick Fitzy-Stevens, sit down with Alex Cora. It's brought to you by your New England Ford dealers and the Ford Summer Sales Event. Hurry in to get great deals now, including on F-Series, official truck of the Red Sox. But coming up next, we'll go live to Fenway Park and talk with the voice of the Red Sox, Will Fleming. That's coming up next here on the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow.
We all belong outside. We're drawn to nature, whether it's the recorded sounds of the ocean we doze off to, or the succulents that adorn our homes. Nature makes all of our lives, well, better. Despite all this, we often go about our busy lives removed from it. But the outdoors is closer than we realize. With All Trails, you can discover trails nearby and explore confidently with offline maps and on-trail navigation. Download the free app today.
At Designer Shoe Warehouse, we believe that shoes are an important part of, well, everything.
From first steps to first dates, from all-nighters to all-time personal bests.
From building pillow forts to building a life.
For all the big and small moments that make up your whole world, DSW is there. And we've got just the shoes. Find a shoe for every you from brands you love at brag-worthy prices at your DSW store or DSW.com.
So you have a podcast and you really want to make money with it? Then you need the Odyssey Creator Lab. Check this out. We'll host your podcast for free. You just do your show. We'll use the power of Odyssey's massive expert sales team to place ads in your show and make you money. Does it get any easier than that? Nope. You stay in control of your show, and we help you bring in the money. Sounds like a dream partnership. Apply now at creators.odyssey.com and start earning more from your content today. You're listening to the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Welcome back to the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. I'm Christian Arcan. It is the Red Sox and the Rockies. Sox looking to complete a 3-game sweep, win their 6th in a row. Lucas Giolito on the mound trying to make that happen. And joining us tonight from Fenway Park is the voice of the Red Sox and the most hated man in San Francisco. That would be, of course, Will Fleming, who's joining us here. Will, how are we doing tonight?
You know, I'm good. People out there a little sensitive. But you know what? We've moved on, I hope. And all is great, man. The Red Sox are rolling. We're focused on this team, this night, this homestand. It has been a little bit crazy, I have to tell you, but all is great, man. How about you?
Yes, and the Giants having a rough day all around today. They're mad at you. They're mad at the world. They're getting smoked in this game here right now. So, yeah, we'll leave that to the side. I'm doing great. I'm very excited for the debut in 2025 of Masataka Yoshida tonight. Let's talk a little bit about what to expect from him. It's been sort of a weird situation with him. He was hitting the ball very well in the spring. He couldn't throw. Then he was put on IL, and now he's back. And what should we expect from Yoshida tonight?
I mean, the truth of the matter is, Christian, almost all the time he's been up here and healthy, he's hit. And he put on a total show in spring training where it was hard to imagine that they weren't better off with him somewhere in the lineup. And, of course, that is yet another trickle-down effect of bringing in Bregman and then, only using Devers as the designated hitter. It just clogged up the order in the lineup. There just wasn't a spot for him. And I will say that it's been a little amusing to me to see how quickly his arm has healed and how quickly now it's not the plague to have him out in the outfield. So he's going to be a big part of things, I really think, going forward. And what's cool about him and even Bregman, who's going to come back in the next couple of days, is that you don't need much from him. They
come in and they don't need to be the savior. They don't need to be a lot. But, I mean, you just look at Yoshida's numbers in his entire career. He's a good hitter, period. And I think the true sign always is when he pulls the ball in the air. Because when he does that, he can be an upper echelon hitter. Oftentimes when he's not feeling right, whether healthy or not, it's a lot of soft ground balls on the right side. So I think that's something to watch early. We got to give him a little grace period.
Sure.
I mean, it's the big leagues. I always think these guys who join a season for the first time midstream, you have to be cautious and just say, all right, get him ready, get his feet under him, and see what he can do. But I fully expect that at some point here soon, he's going to be a really effective hitter.
Now, Will, you'll remember in the spring, there was an entire alternate timeline here, which would have been, conceivably, Masataka Yoshida, your DH, Rafi Devers, your third baseman, Alex Bregman, your second baseman, and going ahead into the season that way. That was, it was rumored to be a direction that they were going in. If we could go back into the DeLorean, right, with Doc Brown and Marty and go back to the spring and start it off like that, how do you think this season would have gone differently? Like, could we have avoided some of this drama maybe that happened this year?
Who knows? I mean, I don't have a flux capacitor, so it's very hard for me to answer that question.
Well, is it a fair second guess, I guess, is the
I guess
is the question.
so. I mean, I would say yes in one way, and that would be that maybe if you tried to bend over triple backwards to appease Devers and not hurt his ego and not, take third base away from him, which some people have advocated for, and I think it's a fine argument to make. If you did that, he's your highest paid player, he's your superstar, he's endured a lot of losing years, go out of your way to make him happy. I guess it's possible that in that world, maybe you win some more games in the first couple months of the season. You probably would have. The pushback that I would give is that Alex Bregman is basically the best third baseman in the American League, and Rafi Devers is basically the worst in the American League. So I don't understand how, on a lot of levels, you would ever even consider that. And maybe they could have and should have communicated it to him. And I don't know that it's all on the Red Sox. I mean, his agent, I think, did a horrible job of telling him what was coming down the pike. Everyone in the universe knew that Bregman and Arenado were on the Red Sox radar. Now, again, to be fair, I can't believe we're talking about this as the Red Sox look for their second straight sweep. But they said Bregman might well be willing to play second base. But he's a better third baseman than Devers ever has been, and so I think it was right for the team to have Alex be the everyday third baseman. We saw his brilliance with the glove, so maybe so, but the good news is we don't have to think about that ever again.
True, we do not. And back to present day 1985 Hill Valley here. Brian Bayo, are we seeing a pitcher reaching his prime right now? Is that a fair statement with him?
Sure looks like it. I mean, I want to see it a couple more times against teams that aren't the Rockies, but this has been a while now where he's just been on an incredible run. And we watch this game pitch for pitch like we do every night, Christian, and last night was the best command of his stuff that I think he's ever had, ever. And that includes the sinker and the changeup and this new cutter that he's got. And so that stuff that he had last night plays against everybody. That is not just the Colorado Rockies. Those were perfect strikes right out of the gate. Great leverage against all the hitters. So I thought that was such a great step forward for him. And if we see it 2-3 more times, then the answer to your question is a definitive yes, that he is really coming into his own.
Speaking of guys coming into their own, one of them's not in the lineup tonight, and that's Ceddanne Rafaela, despite this incredible heater that he's on. You've touched on this during the broadcast and certainly with me in postgame last night and in previous games here, Will, but you only have 3 spots in the outfield, and you got 4 outfielders who are just on fire right now. Any thought maybe to putting Rafaela at second base tonight or just some way to keep his bat in that lineup?
I don't think so, only because everybody can use a day. I mean, he's so hot, but he's running all over the place in the outfield. It's good to give guys breaks. It really is. And you got a huge divisional series coming up against Tampa Bay. You got, by a lot of accounts, the worst pitcher in the game on the mound tonight. He's a right-hander, so why not give lefties in the outfield some chances and David Hamilton at second base some chances, because who knows how long he's here. I think it's interesting to think about Meyer and Hamilton in there today. Is this either of their, penultimate game right now before Alex Bregman comes back? That's a decision for another day. But I'm totally good with Cedon taking the night off. And by the way, we both know that, number one, if it's a close game late, right, and he'll be in there to play defense. There's no question about that. But moreover, if for some weird reason, and by the way, I think the Red Sox are going to score like 12 runs in the first 3 innings. I really do. Okay. But even if that doesn't happen, if we have a kind of a repeat of last night and you're through the looking glass and it's 0-0 in the 5th inning and there's a big spot and somebody like, say, Hamilton is up and Cedon is available and there's a lefty on the mound, he's coming in. He will hit in a big spot. That's how hot he's been. But I love the idea of just giving him a break. This is just an awful Rockies team. The Red Sox offense is swinging it so well. They should be in a position to just give him a day. And that over the course of 162, that's a really good idea.
On the subject of this bad Rockies team, and just because they're in town is why, and we sort of touched on this a little bit last night as well, Will, you're talking about a team that's on pace now to break the all-time record the White Sox set just last year. What is it about this era of Major League Baseball that's producing these terrible teams? Why is this happening right now?
Because there's zero punishment for not spending money. That's part one. And these owners are not putting money onto the field at all. And so they don't have any veterans. I mean, McMahon's probably going to be gone at the trade deadline. It's all young, controllable talent who've not played well, really. That's part one. There's no structure to punish people or moreover force them to put dollars on the field and in their roster. The other part is that the modern GM, although for the Rockies and, the Pirates to some extent, and certainly the Marlins, this argument rings sort of hollow because the idea of we're just going to tear it down and build through the draft and develop these young players and get them up at controllable prices. Okay, but you've had 10 years to do that, and you're still really, really bad. So Look, Ken Rosenthal had a piece the other day about how the front office teardown is coming. Well, I mean, how late is that? I mean, this Rockies team has just been brutal. It's hard to pitch there. We understand that. The Coors Field is a massive, massive problem for them to build a sustainable winner. But at some point, you got to overcome all that stuff. There are a lot of bad ballparks to pitch in, and those teams don't, find themselves in the basement of baseball for 10 years running. It's not good for the sport, and it's got to change.
That is the voice of Will Fleming, the voice of the Red Sox. Him and Will Middlebrooks on the call tonight. Will, thanks so much.
Thanks, Christian. Take care.
All right. Good stuff as always from Will Fleming there. We'll have him on the call along with Brooksy coming up in just a bit. But coming up next, the guys from WEEI Afternoon sit down with Alex Cora. That would be Ted Johnson, Andy Hart, and Nick Fitzy-Stevens. It's presented by your New England Ford dealers, and it's next here on the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow.
Have you ever redone chores the right way? Do you clean before your cleaning service arrives? If you answered yes to either of these questions, you're a clean freak. And at Cat's Pride, like you, we're freakishly committed to keeping your home sanitary. That's why we've invented the first and only antibacterial litter that destroys 99.9% of odor-causing bacteria in your cat's litter box. That's the bacteria you can't see but can smell. Yeah, it's clean freaking awesome. Cat's Pride, the only antibacterial cat litter.
Some people follow the rules, but where's the fun in that? I'm Soraya, and this is Rule Breakers, the podcast where we celebrate the rebels, the risk takers, and the ones who make their own way. Every week, I sit down with the boldest voices in sports, entertainment, and beyond to talk about breaking barriers, defying expectations, and rewriting the rules. No limits, no apologies, just real talk. Follow and listen to Rule Breakers with Soraya, an Odyssey podcast available now for free on the Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
Morning decisions. A creamy mocha frappuccino drink? A sweet vanilla? Maybe a smooth caramel? Or that white chocolate mocha? Whichever you choose, delicious coffee awaits. Start your day with bottled Starbucks Frappuccino drinks. Pick up a bottle near you wherever you buy your groceries.
A scorcher of a day is the perfect time to throw on your helmet or boots, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and tune in for some high-stakes soccer. Because raising your heart rate and your elevation deserves the elevated deliciousness of bold refreshment.
Give me a mountain with lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true.
the do.
Your burger is served, and this is our finest Pepsi Zero Sugar. Its sweet profile perfectly balances the savory notes of your burger.
That is one perfect combination. Burgers deserve Pepsi.
The South Coast Health Heart and Vascular Program is nationally recognized year after year for providing world-class care. Our heart and vascular team goes above and beyond to deliver the best clinical care and most compassionate service. You receive the time, attention, and communication you need to feel most comfortable, because at South Coast Health, you are what matters most. We are South Coast Health Heart and Vascular. Visit southcoast.org/heart to learn more.
You know they call these the dog days of summer. Well, I'm Rob Bradford of Baseball Isn't Boring, and if you're a baseball fan, there's nothing boring about the summer. Not with the home run derby, not with the All-Star game, where the biggest stars shine the brightest, reminding us all why we love this game. But that's just the appetizer, because right after, the second half of the season kicks into high gear, the pennant races heat up, rivalries intensify, and the unexpected becomes the norm. Don't miss a single moment of the excitement. Listen to Baseball Isn't Boring and the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Discover the beauty and durability of Versatex Carefree exterior trim from Riverhead Building Supply. Versatex PVC trim board is low maintenance and stands up to the weather. Learn more at rbscorp.com.
Comcast Business helps turn today's small businesses into engines of modern business. It's how restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How retailers become seamlessly restocking, cyber-securing, must-visit shops. And how healthcare offices become the data managing caregivers that we all depend on. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and Wi-Fi backup, Comcast Business is powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities.
Now through July 21st, new customers can get started with 150 megabit internet for $59.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year agreement. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card for your business. Call and switch to Comcast Business today. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and automatic payments with bank account. Early termination fee applies. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra.
Shopify Point of Sale is retail made right, so you can give in-store shoppers what they really want.
Like buy online, pick up in store?
Yep.
Can I display in-store stock online?
Definitely.
From every location?
From 1,000 locations.
Email capture, easy returns?
Of course.
Can it make me right all the time?
No. Shopify Point of Sale, retail made right. Visit shopify.com/in-store to learn more.
College football summer is no time to slouch because we are taking you to school on the Cover 3 podcast, part of the CBS Sports Podcast Network. It's time for our annual summer school series as we take time to break down some of your favorite teams with experts and insiders who know these depth charts from top to bottom. But summer school is just extra credit as we go through positional drafts, player rankings, and more. Follow and listen to the Cover 3 podcast on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is Alex Cora. You are listening to the home of the Red Sox, WEEI.
Welcome back to the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. I'm Christian Arcand, and before every game, we interview Red Sox manager Alex Cora. Alex Cora on WEEI is brought to you by your New England Ford dealers in the Ford Summer Sales Event. Hurry in to get great deals now, including on F-Series, official truck of the Red Sox. Here with Alex Cora are the guys from WEEI Afternoons, Ted Johnson, Andy Hart, and Nick Fitzy-Stevens.
We were joking earlier that at times this season, your job has seemed hard. You know, when a starting pitcher's getting pulled in the first inning, or you're losing one-run games, making mistakes.
Lineup changes.
Lately, well, there's still lineup changes, but lately it's like
there's lineup changes.
But when your starting pitcher goes 6 innings and you're averaging like 8.5, 9 runs a game, your job tends to settle in a little bit, huh?
Yeah. It's a lot easier, and at the end of the day, that's what you want. I joke around with them before the game. Just keep me out of the game. I don't want to make any decisions. Just pitch, play good defense. Hit, let's get that seven run lead, and then we can smile in the dugout and think about tomorrow. But it hasn't been that way the whole season. Alex, I brought up the lineup changes because you have 74 lineup changes in 93 games. So I don't know if that's typical, if that's normal, but it just seemed like a lot. So that's why I brought that. But let's talk about Brian Bayo.
clearly the kid's kind of locked in right now. 6 quality starts in the last 2 games, incredible, complete game. What have you seen from him that is impressing you right now about that kid?
Command has been on point the last 5. That's something that we didn't have early in the season. That was the reason he wasn't being efficient. He was going 5 innings with 100 pitches, 4 2/3, 100 pitches. He will get ahead and not put guys away, and that's been different the last 2. The one in Cincinnati when he came in, against Cincinnati when he came in the 4th, after the suspended game, and took us to the 8th. And then yesterday, I think the first 14 pitches of the game were strikes, quality strikes. And the sinker was good, the changeup was better, the cutter has, become a weapon for him. And he's a strong individual. He is. He works hard in between starts to try to go as deep as possible. And yesterday he had a lot in the tank late in the game.
You reference Roman playing left field, and you know how things grow in Boston. As soon as video of him taking balls off the wall hits social media, it's like, well, what about Jarren Duran? Are they trading Jarren Duran? Jarren Duran's been moved around the lineup. What is Jarren Duran's role with this team right now?
He's an everyday player that we're going to ask him to play in different positions, and we're going to hit him in different spots in the lineup. We'll do the same thing with Willie, do the same thing with Sedan. Most likely Roman will play every day. Obviously he'll need days off. And we'll ask the same thing to Yoshida. Like tonight, we're going to give Sedan the day off. We're going to play 4 against Tampa, and it was a long weekend in Washington and the first 2 here, so give him a blow today. JD's going to play center. Willie's going to play right. Romy's going to play first. Hammy's going to play second. Marcelo third. Trevor at short, and Narvaez is going to be behind the plate. So we'll keep moving guys, and I think it's not a problem, to be honest with you. It's actually a luxury. At one point, one of the lefties is not going to start against a right-handed starter, which is tough to ride that lineup without those guys. But at the same time, we're going to have weapons off the bench, late in the games. We bring ref, let's say there's a situation, there's a lefty on the mound. We send ref up there to pinch hit for somebody. They bring the righty, and we got Willie or Jarren or Massa to pinch hit in that spot. So, now we got to start managing now.
You touch on some things that make your job easier or luxuries. You're starting to put a handful of guys in the bullpen that can reach triple digits. Obviously, Chapman, the all-star, but Hicks now arrives. He can hit there. Does that make your job easier? Just feels like some teams, I remember the Rays 10 years ago, felt like every guy they brought out of the pen threw 100. And is there a shift in philosophy there organizationally to put a premium on velocity in the bullpen?
We've been talking about velocity in the organization for a while here, the last 2 years, and that's something that late in games, you don't want the opposition to put the ball in play. That's the reality of it. And if they put it in play, you want it to be weak contact. And when you're throwing hard like Chappie, Alcala, Jordan, that's what's going to happen. And, we feel very comfortable with the group that we have. There's a few guys in the minor leagues that are throwing hard and getting people out that I truly believe that if something happens, they're going to be here and help us out. You saw it with Fitz as a starter.
Yep.
You've seen it with Dobbins as a starter. So velocity is king in this game. You throw hard, you got a pretty good chance to get people out, and we're trying to accomplish that.
A couple days ago, you talked about maybe just the difference, in the approach to hitting, or more specifically, just not striking out as much.
Yeah.
And, you kind of use maybe the lineup's different, clearly, now that Rafi's not in the lineup. But it also sounds like you've taken a different approach, in more individualized kind of teachings before the games. What do you credit for maybe the change in hitting style, philosophy?
No, I think personnel is different. That's the reality of it. The other thing, on the flight from Anaheim to Boston, we had a lot of time to think about how we're gonna fix this mess, offensively. And we went through a stretch there that it was really good pitching. Seattle, they have a great staff. San Fran, same thing. In Anaheim, we ran into Kikuchi and Anderson. They're done an amazing job. And then Berríos here. But the one-on-one meetings, just first things first, makes the player accountable. Because when you walked into the stadium, to Fenway, you got to have an idea who's going to pitch and the stuff that he has. In a group environment, I can sit in the back, and they're talking about I don't know, Bassett. Yeah, Bassett. Cutter, sinker, breaking ball, changeup. Jaron, what you got? Well, I'm going to look for him here, and I'm going to try to shoot him to left center. I'm going to try to lay off the breaking ball, and, that's going to be my approach today. And then they go, hey, Alex, what you got? Oh, I'm right there with Jaron, So you can get away with murder, right? Like, if you didn't study in a group environment, it's easy to play the part, right? And now, when you get to Fenway, you better have an idea what that guy is doing, and then the coaching staff will walk you through it. They're going to attack you this way because you're not hitting this pitch right now. You've been late on this pitch, or you've been out in front of breaking balls. So I expect this type of attack against you. So let's work from 4 o'clock till 6 on that approach, and then we execute in the game, and so far so good.
Alex, any update on Tanner Houck, Dobbins?
He's pitching right now in AAA. Actually, he was into the 4th inning. It was 4 scoreless innings. It looked like he was throwing the ball well.
Great. And if any of those guys might join the rotation or make it a crowded bullpen anytime soon?
Not yet. I think the bouncing back has been a challenge for him after rehab outing. So hopefully after this one, we'll know tomorrow or the next day how he feels. Hopefully he feels good. And as you know, he's very important for us, and we need him healthy. With Dobbins, we'll see what we do. There's a good chance he'll be with us over the weekend and make a start. And the other one, who else?
Bregman.
Alex. Yeah, Alex.
Bregman. Sooner rather than later?
Very sooner rather than later. Yeah.
Very as in this week?
There's a good chance. There's a really good chance. Yeah.
Okay. And before we let you go, I don't want to ask you to look ahead, but we won't talk to you next week. You referenced All-Star break coming. What does the All-Star break look like for the manager?
Yeah, so long story short, during the holidays, we were at the house. We had a party, and my best friends and their wives, they were talking, boom, boom, boom. We're watching a Coldplay concert.
I'll see you there.
And
me too.
And they're like, oh, whatever, that'll be great to go. And I'm like, let me take a look. And I'm like, oh shoot, they're gonna be at Gillette over the All-Star break. So the night continue, and I'm making sure all my friends are here for the week. So we got actually they start getting here Friday. They're leaving Thursday, so we're going to a concert on Wednesday. So it should be fun. Nice. It should be fun.
It's going to be great.
Yeah, right?
It'll be there. Fitzy will be there.
It's going to be a long week for us, I mean, sometimes I regret those parties back home because we make decisions not feeling great. Let's put it that way.
You a big sing-along guy, Alex?
Checks. Yeah. Say what?
Are you a big sing-along guy? Do you go to the concert and sing along with everyone?
No. I'm more of a like YouTube videos, and then pull out the mics at the house, and everybody joins me. Yeah, that's how we do it. Yeah.
Nice. All right, Alex. Good luck tonight, and then in the Rays series. Hopefully, we keep the momentum going into the All-Star break. Enjoy the concert.
Thank you. Thank you.
That was Alex Cora with the fellas from WEEI Afternoons. You can watch WEEI Red Sox pregame on Twitch. Just follow WEEI and make this summer a Subaru summer in a brand new Subaru with symmetrical all-wheel drive. Find your authorized dealers at SubaruofNewEngland.com. Still to come here on the Mass Mutual pregame show, we got the scoreboard, we got the lock of the game, we got starting lineups, and we have the Chevy Dealers question of the night. That's all coming up next here on the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow.
Sometimes historic events suck. But what shouldn't suck is learning about history. I do that through storytelling. History That Doesn't Suck is a chart-topping history podcast created by me, Professor Greg Jackson. Listen to History That Doesn't Suck on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Your burger is served, and this is our finest Pepsi Zero Sugar. Its sweet profile perfectly balances the savory notes of your burger.
That is one perfect combination. Burgers deserve Pepsi.
Just one bite of the deliciously comforting flavor of easy cooking Eckrich smoked sausage is enough to take you all the way home. Its naturally hardwood smoked taste sends you away to those summer days with Dad at the grill. Take a bite and see for yourself. Eckrich.
You know they call these the dog days of summer. Well, I'm Rob Bradford of Baseball Isn't Boring, and if you're a baseball fan, there's nothing boring about the summer. Not with the home run derby, not with the All-Star game, where the biggest stars shine the brightest, reminding us all why we love this game. But that's just the appetizer, because right after, the second half of the season kicks into high gear, the pennant races heat up, rivalries intensify, and the unexpected becomes the norm. Don't miss a single moment of the excitement. Listen to Baseball Isn't Boring in the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Choosing a bottled Starbucks Frappuccino drink that's all flavor and just 100 calories? Easy. Choosing between creamy vanilla, double chocolate, and sea salt caramel flavors? A little harder. Try the delicious new Starbucks Frappuccino light drinks. Look for them wherever you buy groceries. Start with Starbucks coffee.
A scorcher of a day is the perfect time to throw on your helmet or boots, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and tune in for some high-stakes soccer. Because raising your heart rate and your elevation deserves the elevated deliciousness of bold refreshment.
Give me a mountain with lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the dew.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Moms, dads, are you the parent of a student athlete? Do you want to know how to get the most out of youth sports? If so, listen to the Next Pitch podcast to give you the tools to raise an aspiring athlete. It's not simple, but we talk straight and give you the best insight there is when it comes to youth sports. We'll cover everything from nutrition and training to mental toughness and teamwork. It's a podcast you can listen to together with your kids so everyone can benefit. Follow Next Pitch on the Odyssey app or wherever you listen to podcasts.
You want to grow your business. I mean, who doesn't? Constant Contact's marketing platform makes marketing way easier and way more effective, even if you know nothing about marketing. You can easily create email, text, social, events, and digital campaigns in just a few clicks. It's why over 500,000 business owners trust Constant Contact for their digital marketing needs. Constant Contact, helping the small stand tall. Get 25% off all plans for the first 3 months when you go to ConstantContact.com and use code LISTEN25 at checkout. ConstantContact.com with code LISTEN25.
Town Fair Tire sells all the name brand tires, and we sell them all at the guaranteed lowest price. Plus, because Town Fair Tire also gives you more free services than all the other tire dealers, nobody beats
Town Fair Tire.
Red Sox Review after the game on 93.7 WEEI.
Welcome back to the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. Christian Arcand here. Red Sox looking to complete a 3-game sweep of the Colorado Rockies, and it's time now for the Herb Chambers starting lineups. At Herb Chambers, we don't sell cars, we help people buy them for the Red Sox. Leading off in center field tonight is Jarren Duran, who is currently in the midst of a 9-game hit streak. He'll be followed by Roman Anthony in left field, his first game in left field at Fenway Park. Trevor Story will bat third, him of the 4 RBI night last night. Wilyer Abreu will bat cleanup in right field, followed by Carlos Narvaez doing the catching. Batting 6th tonight and DHing is the 2025 debut of Masataka Yoshida, who last played back on September 27th of last year against the Tampa Bay Rays. He'll be followed by Romy Gonzalez at first. Marcelo Meyer will bat 8th and play third. David Hamilton is your number 9 hitter and second baseman behind the starter, Lucas Giolito. For the Rockies, leading off in right field is Tyler Freeman, whose on-base streak is now at 22 games. That's the best in the majors right now. Hunter Goodman will do the catching and bat second. He homered last night to break out of his slump. Ryan McMahon, who last night played his 1,000th career game for the Rockies, is going to be batting third and playing third base. He'll be followed by Michael Tolia, the cleanup hitter. Brenton Doyle in center field. Orlando Arcia is your shortstop and number 6 hitter, followed by Yanquiel Fernandez in right. Kyle Farmer at second base, and Austin Nola will do the catching and bat 9th for Antonio Senzatela, the starter for the Rockies. It's time now for the Subaru scoreboard update, brought to you by Subaru of New England. Make this summer a Subaru summer in a brand new Subaru with symmetrical all-wheel drive. Find your authorized dealer at SubaruofNewEngland.com. Some finals to tell you about. First of all, the Phillies all over Rafi Devers' Giants, 13-0. Bryce Harper and Kyle Schwarber with home runs for the Phils in that one. Justin Verlander still seeking his first win of the year. The Chicago White Sox and Adrian Hauser, who's sneaking having a great year after getting picked up by the White Sox. He was cut by the Rangers. They beat the Blue Jays and snapped their 10-game win streak. 2-1 your final score in Chicago. And the Brewers handed the Dodgers their 6th straight loss. It took 10 innings. Jackson Chourio with a walk-off RBI single to beat the Dodgers 3-2, your final from Milwaukee. One game in progress to tell you about. That would be the Rays enjoying a 6-3 lead over the Tigers. That game in the top of the 6th inning. Some other games of note that you should know about, like the Seattle Mariners, who are going to be visiting the New York Yankees, who beat them last night. One more Mariners loss and Red Sox win, and all of a sudden there will be a tie for that last wild card spot. So once again, it's going to feel weird, but you got to root for the Yankees tonight. We got the Reds hosting the Marlins at 7:10. Minnesota and Chicago getting underway at 7:40 from the Twin Cities. The Pirates will visit Kansas City at 7:40. The Cardinals hosting the Nats at 7:45. It'll be an 8:10 start time in Houston between the Astros and the Guardians. 9:38 your start time in Anaheim, Rangers and Angels. A 9:40 start time for the Padres and the D-backs in San Diego. And 10:05 will be the first pitch between the A's and the Braves in Sacramento. Now it's time for the lock of the game, presented by Interlock Metal Roofing. Visit them online at newenglandmetalroofing.com and never re-roof again. Giolito's on the mound for the Red Sox. Offense is hot. Rockies have the worst pitcher in baseball on the mound right now, so I'm going Red Sox on the run line, -1.5. Not the juiciest bet I've ever made at -157 on most of your sports books, but it's certainly one that I like. And now it's time for your New England Chevy Dealers question of the day. Every game we have the New England Chevy Dealers question of the day. Together we drive. Listen in for that during the broadcast today. And your question today: who has been the biggest catalyst of the Red Sox offensive surge? Your choices are Romy Gonzalez, Trevor Story, Ceddanne Rafaela, or Roman Anthony. Go on to Twitter right now, follow @SoxBooth, and vote in the poll today. I just voted for Ceddanne Rafaela, and he's currently leading. I'm Christian Arcan. This has been the Mass Mutual pregame show. Talk to Mass Mutual today. Feel comfortable about tomorrow. Don't go anywhere. First pitch is coming your way next, right here on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
You've been listening to the Mass Mutual pregame show. Mass Mutual, insurance, planning, investments. The Red Sox are coming up next on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
On my podcast, Aspire with Emma Greed, we share the keys to succeed in business and in life. Listen to and follow Aspire with Emma Greed, an Odyssey podcast, wherever you get your podcasts.
Morning decisions. A creamy mocha frappuccino drink? A sweet vanilla? Maybe a smooth caramel? Or that white chocolate mocha? Whichever you choose, delicious coffee awaits. Start your day with bottled Starbucks Frappuccino drinks. Pick up a bottle near you wherever you buy your groceries.
A scorcher of a day is the perfect time to throw on your helmet or boots, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and tune in for some high-stakes soccer. Because raising your heart rate and your elevation deserves the elevated deliciousness of bold refreshment.
Give me a mountain with lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the dew.
Your burger is served, and this is our finest Pepsi Zero Sugar. Its sweet profile perfectly balances the savory notes of your burger.
That is one perfect combination. Burgers deserve Pepsi.
You know they call these the dog days of summer. Well, I'm Rob Bradford of Baseball Isn't Boring, and if you're a baseball fan, there's nothing boring about the summer. Not with the home run derby, not with the All-Star game, where the biggest stars shine the brightest, reminding us all why we love this game. But that's just the appetizer, because right after, the second half of the season kicks into high gear, the pennant races heat up, rivalries intensify, and the unexpected becomes the norm. Don't miss a single moment of the excitement. Listen to Baseball Isn't Boring and the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Gain Super Flings are here to take your laundry to the next level.
Talking about Gain Super Flings. Super-sized laundry packs. These things are huge. Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings.
Gain Super Flings laundry packs have 4 times the Oxy cleaning power and 3 times the Febreze freshness versus Gain Original Liquid.
Super fresh, super clean. Gain Super Flings.
Gain Super Flings for next level laundry.
Hey there, I'm Kendra Adachi, and my show, The Lazy Genius Podcast, helps you be a genius about the things that matter and lazy about the things that don't, and you get to decide what matters. I'm not here to tell you what to do. I'm here to give you a new way to see. Episodes of the Lazy Genius Podcast are full of compassionate time management tips and permission slips to do what makes sense for you. New episodes drop every Monday. Follow and listen to the Lazy Genius Podcast on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
You're listening to the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. This is Red Sox Baseball.
Can you believe it?
On the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
And the left field, adios. Sale winds, he fires. Swing and a miss, strike three, it's over. And the Red Sox win. Chevron is back, fellas. The Red Sox win.
The Red Sox on WEEI are brought to you by Shaws and Star Market, the official supermarket of the Red Sox Radio Network. Subaru of New England. Find your authorized Subaru retailer at SubaruofNewEngland.com.
And Hideo Nomo has pitched a no-hitter.
Mass Mutual, insurance, planning, investments. Nissan. At Nissan, we make cars that thrill. Experience the thrill for yourself today. Shop NissanUSA.com.
And that ball is gone into the front row of the monster seats.
Drains by James. Eastern Mass's choice for drain cleaning and pipelining. Arbella, here for good.
Fires. Swing and a miss, strike three, it's over.
Buy cars for kids. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today. Ford Trucks, official truck of the Boston Red Sox.
Strike three, a no-hitter. 23-year-old Trey Buchholz has no-hit the Baltimore Orioles.
Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Sponsored by Town Fair Tire. For the best prices on tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Duran will score.
Dig Safe. Click digsafe.com or call 811 before you dig. Cape Cod Lumber. Find the lumber for your next project. cclco.com.
Way back. Grand slam.
Citgo. Club Citgo can save you money every day. When you start with Citgo, you're good to go. 110 Grill. Gluten-free dining done right. CNS Wholesale Grocers.
It's gone. Into the bullpen.
Brought to you by FindMassMoney.gov. The Department of Veteran Affairs. Hackman Wealth Partners. Boston's premier retirement planning specialist. Herb Chambers. At Herb Chambers, we don't sell cars, we help people buy them. Interlock Metal Roofing. Visit NewEnglandMetalRoofing.com. Never re-roof again.
Swing and a miss. He got him. Battle won by House.
McFarland Energy, the region's most dependable provider of home heating oil delivery, as well as expert HVAC services at McFarlandEnergy.com. Northern Bank, your partner for growth.
Here's the throw. Roberts dives, and he is safe.
And by Verizon Wireless, the network Boston relies on. New England Chevy dealers. Together, let's drive.
Goodbye, Christian Campbell.
Now, with all the play-by-play action, here's Will Fleming and Will Middlebrooks.
On a spectacular night at Fenway Park, the Red Sox looking to sweep the Colorado Rockies and win a 6th straight game. Time now for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? Thank you very much.
Ryan Peter Murphy from Hamden, Connecticut, the town that produced the great Joe Castiglione on a glorious night, one that Joe absolutely lived for as the Red Sox look for a 2nd consecutive sweep against the Colorado Rockies. Lucas Giolito's been on an incredible roll for the Red Sox, about the best pitcher in the American League his last 5 starts. And on the other side, the Colorado Rockies, 21-71, and the guy who's been about the worst pitcher in Major League Baseball, that is Antonio Senzatela. He is on the mound for the Rockies, and the Red Sox offense, which has just been on an incredible tear, is ready to take advantage here tonight. It's Puerto Rican Heritage Night, and a very cool moment before the game. Alex Cora and Mike Lowell came out to catch the ceremonial first pitches from Alex's 2 twin boys, Zander Isander. Very neat. They both threw home and got big hugs from Dad and Mikey Lowell. Really kind of a neat family moment with Camila, their older sister, in the fold to take video of it all. So the Red Sox and the Colorado Rockies tonight. Masataka Yoshida returns for the Red Sox. It's an off night for Cedon Rafaela, Anthony Meyer, Hamilton, and all the left-handed bats are in there. Lefties hit almost 370 against this Rockies starter, so it's a good chance to stay hot as an offense. That national anthem brought to you by BuildSubmarines.com, where you'll find stable, sustaining, skilled trades careers helping bring the next generation of U.S. Navy submarines to life. We build giants because it takes one to build one. And by the way, I'm Will Fleming, along with Will Middlebrooks, on a much cooler but beautiful night here at Fenway Park as the Sox look to just keep the train rolling down the tracks. Injury report is a really encouraging one for Boston here tonight. Brought to you by Ketchus Law Group, champions for the injured. More than $3 billion recovered for New Englanders. So Yoshida returns today. He's in the lineup as the designated hitter, batting 6th. Tanner Houck made a very positive start today at AAA Worcester. They'll see how he bounces back tomorrow. And Alex Cora said it out loud that Alex Bregman is exceedingly likely to rejoin this club this weekend, he said. So I think any day now, Bregman will be back at third base in a fixture in the Red Sox lineup. So they're rolling, they're getting healthier, and trying to take advantage of a really downtrodden Colorado club. Speed Report is brought to you by Verizon. Get to your local Verizon store today to check out the latest deals. Well, with Hamilton in there, the Red Sox may well take advantage, although against a pitcher like Senzatela, I think the running game will probably be a little bit held in check. When you're at the plate or anywhere on base, you're kind of in scoring position against a guy like this. Meantime, velocity for Lucas Giolito has been way up. He's dominated with his fastball. He made a release point change. He's just been fabulous for the Red Sox. And he looks to carry that forward here today. Ramon Vasquez, why not? Trying to do it yet again. He's inspired by Puerto Rican Heritage Night, trying to win their 6th straight and 8th of 9 games. Earlier today, the Toronto Blue Jays fell to the White Sox. Rays are tied with the Tigers at 3 in the 6th inning. And later tonight, more injuries for the Yankees. And they're going to send a kid out for his major league debut against the Seattle Mariners a little bit later on. So the Red Sox riding high. As Ramon Vasquez brings the lineup card out, it is brought to you by Morgan & Morgan, the largest injury firm in America. For the Colorado Rockies, Tyler Freeman has been on base in 22 straight games. He leads it off against Giolito, and tonight he'll be the designated hitter. Jordan Beck is in left field batting second. Ryan McMahon, who knows how much longer he'll be here in Colorado, he bats third. Michael Tolia hit the ball hard in his career against the Red Sox. He cleans up, and he's at first base. Brenton Doyle in center field bats fifth. The shortstop, Orlando Arcia, bats sixth for the Rocks. Then Yanquiel Fernandez in right. Kyle Farmer, the second baseman, batting eighth. And Austin Nola, he catches, and he bats ninth. Lucas Giolito, just been fabulous. Shaky start to this season, but boy, has he turned it around. 5-1 overall with a 3.66 ERA, but his last 5 starts have been absolutely brilliant. For the Red Sox, who come in season best, 3 games over 500, Jarren Duran will lead it off again against the righty Senzatela. Duran is on a heater, 9-game hitting streak. And Alex Cora said definitively, Jarren is an everyday player. He's dancing around in the dugout, smiling ear to ear. And he is ready to rock again tonight in the leadoff spot. And he plays center field with the night off for Cedon. Roman Anthony bats second. He's in left field. Trevor Story comes way up in the lineup. He's the shortstop, and he bats third as Giolito leads the Red Sox out onto the diamond in the home white unis. After Story, Wilyer Abreu is going to clean up today for Alex Cora. He's in right field. Carlos Narvaez had the night off last night, maybe some fresh legs. He bats fifth, and he's behind the plate. Masataka Yoshida returns. He's the DH batting sixth. And then just about the Red Sox hottest hitter, Romy Gonzalez, is at first base batting seventh. Marcelo Myers not seen a lot of the field of late. He's not started in 4 straight games, but he gets the nod tonight. He's at third base. He bats eighth. And then David Hamilton is in the 9 hole, and he will be at second base. Red Sox leaning on starting pitching and explosive offense. Feels like every night these days. The starter going 6 innings or longer. Offense scoring 10 runs every night. And Will Middlebrooks, that's a really potent formula and the reason they're on this roll.
Yeah, I think everything's going to start with starting pitching, right? Obviously, the offense has been the story over the last 3 series. The way they've been swinging the bat, the way they've been getting 10 hits every game and scoring 8-9 runs a game. That's obviously a big part of this. But even without that, they're still winning a lot of games just because of the starting pitching and them working deep into games. The bullpen starting to get a little more rest than they had in that first half of the season. But Giolito has been phenomenal. The mechanical fixes, the tweaks they've made to not only his arm angle, but if you slow a lot of video down, that front elbow, his tilt of his body, him not able to repeat that delivery, he's throwing more strikes because of that. The fastball has been very good.
And he is just about done with his warm-up tosses right now on the mound at Fenway Park. Behind him, Romy is at first base, Hamilton at second. Trevor Story, the shortstop, with Marcelo so smooth at third. Abreu in right, Jarren in center, and Roman Anthony in left field. With Narvaez behind the dish. Baldwin Group defensive alignment. Insurance, employee benefits, and wealth management. If you can dream it, we can protect it. The Baldwin Group, protecting the possible. Ball goes around the horn. Marcelo flips to Giolito. calmly strides up the back slope of the mound, kicks some dirt out of his cleats. Pearl white home unis for the Red Sox here tonight on a picture-perfect, sort of cooler night. Cloud cover overhead. Lights are on right away. Giolito, big, tall right-hander. Into the wind, he throws. And the first pitch of the ball game is a strike. 94-mile-an-hour fastball. And it's 0-1.
That was the theme of the night last night. First pitch strikes. Brian Bayo got ahead of nearly every hitter, it seemed like.
Yeah, he really did set the tone. 0-1 is a breaking ball, slider. And missed outside. 7:11 p.m. I didn't hear the exact temperature at the time of the first pitch. I'll guess 73 degrees. Brought to you by Hatfield. Better care, better pork.
It's actually 69.
Ooh. 1-1. Look out. Foul ball on the first base side. It feels chillier. I mean, the breeze is kind of blowing. Looking at the flags, a little bit right to left. It's kind of a foggy haze overhead.
This is more like it. I mean, it's been so hot and humid. I'm in my happy place now.
I'm about to put a light jacket on. 1-2 pitch is a ground ball up the middle. Hamilton to his right, to a knee. He gloves and throws to first in time. And there's one away. Giolito in his last 5 starts, 4-0 with a .83 ERA. 3 earned runs in 33 innings. He's just been unbelievable, and it has been the fastball that has keyed everything.
Yeah, you know, I know we like to pick on this coaching staff when things don't go well, but that pitching group and Andrew Bailey finding that fix for him has been massive.
And for Bayo, too. Here's a swing and a miss by Jordan Beck at a good slider. He did not have that pitch early in the season. It was really fastball changeup only for Lucas, but that has come back with all the renewed mechanics. They play the right-handed hitting Beck on the infield to pull. The pitch is drilled deep into left field. Back on it, Roman Anthony. First start for him in left. Very nicely done. The carom off the monster. He throws to second to limit Beck to a single. That's impressive. He was out yesterday working with Kyle Hudson, was Roman. We just hear it over and over again. They're so impressed with his ability to pick things up fast.
Yeah, being able to adjust and learn things, obviously important. You know, Beck just jumping all over that fastball. First pitch slider, then he got a fastball right down the middle.
There'll be some bumps on the road for Roman out in left. There's no doubt about that as Ryan McMahon takes a pitch on the inside corner, 0-1. You talk to so many left fielders who've done it out there, and the real temptation is to get too close to the wall on balls you really don't have a chance to make plays on, and then things get really weird. 0-1. Pitch is a fastball high and away, 1-1.
Yeah, it's going to take time, right? And once you get comfortable and you can read balls off the bat without having to look at the wall, you know the trajectory and the speed of the ball will tell you what, and they can start deking runners when you start learning how to do that.
He's looking around, sort of surveying the landscape. 1-1, big swing and a miss at a slider. I imagine he will check the card in his back pocket more than usual. Anthony out in left. And now, in a 2-strike count, he takes 3 steps to his left. That is how detailed these cards are. Pretty crazy. 1 on, 1 out. Massa is all smiles in the Red Sox dugout. He'll bat 6th for the Sox tonight. The 1-2 swing and a miss. He got him with a slider. And they're 2 away on Giolito's first punch out.
I find that interesting, too, with watching Roman and saying, okay, he took 3 steps over into the gap, and then with 2 strikes, them going to off speed. And at some point as a hitter, I'm looking around the field and I'm watching some of these fielders move early, and that can give away pitches at times, can the infielders, not normally the outfielders.
Here's Michael Tolia, left-handed hitter. Just underway at Fenway Park, no score. Runner goes, the pitch is outside Narvaez. His throw is in time. Great pick by Story. And the Rockies may want to look at this. It's a pretty good slide on the center field side by Beck. They're looking to the video room, and they will not look. Great tag by Story and a great release from Narvaez. Inning over, no score for the Red Sox. Duran, Anthony, and Story after this. The Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
I'm Emma Greed, and I've spent the last 20 years building, running, and investing in some incredible businesses. The more success I've had, the more people started coming to me with questions. How do you start a business? How do you raise money? How do I bounce back from failure? On my new podcast, Aspire with Emma Greed, I'll be answering these questions and more through weekly conversations with the smartest minds out there. Listen to and follow Aspire with Emma Greed, an Odyssey podcast available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
You know they call these the dog days of summer. Well, I'm Rob Bradford of Baseball Isn't Boring, and if you're a baseball fan, there's nothing boring about the summer. Not with the home run derby, not with the All-Star game, where the biggest stars shine the brightest, reminding us all why we love this game. But that's just the appetizer, because right after, the second half of the season kicks into high gear, the pennant races heat up, rivalries intensify, and the unexpected becomes the norm. Don't miss a single moment of the excitement. Listen to Baseball Isn't Boring in the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Choosing a bottled Starbucks Frappuccino drink that's all flavor and just 100 calories? Easy. Choosing between creamy vanilla, double chocolate, and sea salt caramel flavors? A little harder. Try the delicious new Starbucks Frappuccino light drinks. Look for them wherever you buy groceries. Start with Starbucks coffee.
Your burger is served, and this is our finest Pepsi Zero Sugar. Its sweet profile perfectly balances the savory notes of your burger.
That is one perfect combination. Burgers deserve Pepsi.
Your smart speaker to play, 93.7 WEEI. Now, back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
Jared Duran to lead it off in the bottom of the first. Scoreless game. Antonio Senzatela on the mound for the Rockies. He throws, and Jared takes a strike on the outside corner. The numbers overall for Senzatela are awful. He's about the worst pitcher in the sport. Comes in 3-12 with a 6.57 ERA. 0-1 inside. His fastball gets absolutely hammered. So does his slider. So does his off speed. And in the first inning, opponents against this guy hit 423. It's outrageous.
Yeah, 18 runs in the first inning. That's second most in baseball.
1-1 to Duran is high. And of course, the Red Sox have been the kings of the first two innings of late. So I feel like damage is coming early in this one. Senzatela, Venezuelan, 30 years old, on the first base side. The 2-1 to Duran. He is outside. Really good patience. And it's 3-1. Duran is on a heater. 9-game streak, 11 for 33. And last night he blasted off 456. 3-1 pitch is a ground ball up the middle over the second base bag and throw off the foot of the shortstop. And Jaren's thinking too. Like a bat out of hell, he's around second. He's going to head for third. Head first slide, and it almost got past the third baseman. That's a double and an error in the outfield, and Jaren immediately causing chaos.
Isn't it amazing what speed does to a defense? First, it rushed the shortstop Arcia up the middle as he didn't field it clean because he knew he had to get rid of it quick. And then the ball gets into the outfield. Fernandez can't field it clean because he's trying to get the ball in to make a play at second base. He rushes it. That is what speed can do to a defense.
And that is a great play by McMahon to save a run. That throw was totally yanked. And here now, Roman Anthony. That fired the dugout up. The pitch to Roman is a strike right there. Fastball, 0-1.
There's just nothing better as an offense if you can score early. You just set the tone. You put the pressure on them.
0-1 to Roman, and he takes a breaking ball down and in for Duran. That is his 24th double. He's on one of those runs. 1-1 to Roman. He is hit by the pitch. It ran in on him with a 95-mile-an-hour fastball. I think it sounded like it kind of hit that big arm guard.
Yeah, it did.
So far, true to the report, Senzatela in trouble immediately. Yeah, right on the outside of his right arm.
That'll work. That's why you wear it. And to your point, Senzatela, he's either missing badly or throwing a cookie over the middle of the plate. Great combination for this offense.
Story, who launched a 3-run homer last night. Big chance here. First and third, nobody out. Pitch, Trevor fouls it off. He was ready to go, but a slider on the outside corner. It's 0-1. He would be the first pitcher since two Detroit Tigers in 2003 to lose 13 games before the All-Star break. Senzatela. I mean, the numbers are just incredibly bad. Up and down. 0-1. He is outside.
Well, pitching in Colorado is not going to help his case. But here we are, and when you're not playing on the moon and still not doing well.
He has a 6.32 ERA away from home, too.
All right, I retract that statement.
1-1 to Story. Pitch. He is way outside. I mean, we told you about the numbers in the first inning. ERA is through the roof in the opening frame, but it really doesn't get better almost at any point for this guy. 2-1. First and third, nobody out in the first. Senzatela throws. Trevor takes a strike. That was a very well located fastball at the bottom of the zone. And it's 2-2. First time through the order, opponents hit .390 against this guy. Second time, .344. Third time, .383. It is a race to the bat rack. But you do want to cash it in early. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Story 252 with 15 homers and 57 driven in. Pitch. Trevor swings and misses. Fastball. Top of the zone. That's a big first out for Senzatela and the Rockies.
At 97, those last couple sinkers. He averages about 94.5, 95. He's ramping it up right now because he's feeling the pressure.
And here now is Williard. He's not played as much of late, but in his last 8 games, 4 homers and 14 driven in. At the corners, they lead. The pitch is a strike right on the outside corner of the plate, and it's 0-1.
Yeah, the outfield playing time is going to be interesting to watch. How they cycle these guys in, especially when Bregman's back. How they figure out second base and first base.
Duran a big lead at third. Roman a small one at first. The 0-1 is dropped by the catcher. That was a slider low, and it's 1-1. Of course, Duran down that third base line will put a lot of pressure on every catcher. He has really not struck anybody out this season, Senzatela, which makes that pitch to Story all the more impressive. 1-1 to Williard. Pitch is a rip shot caught by the first baseman. He throws to second for 1. Relay to first is in time. A double play. Nice play over there by Tolia. He was able to make that because he'd been holding Anthony. That was a bullet, but the Red Sox do not score in the opening inning. No score after 1 on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Going on vacation? We're here for it. With kids who turn a backseat into a courtroom drama over whose tablet is louder, whose charger is faster, and why watching the same cartoon for the 100th time is a human right? Yep, we totally have vehicles to handle that. Because whether it's a road trip or a business trip, where your flight's delayed, your phone's at 2%, and your dinner, whatever's open, yeah, here for that too. Enterprise, we're here for it.
Shopify Point of Sale is retail made right, so you can give in-store shoppers what they really want.
Like buy online, pick up in store?
Yep.
Can I display in-store stock online?
Definitely.
From every location?
From 1,000 locations.
Email capture, easy returns?
Of course.
Can it make me right all the time?
No. Shopify Point of Sale, retail made right. Visit shopify.com/in-store to learn more.
I'm Emma Greed, and I'm the host of the Aspire podcast, a show where I talk to the world's most brilliant minds about building the life of your dreams. Listen to and follow Aspire with Emma Greed, an Odyssey podcast, available now wherever you get your podcasts.
A scorcher of a day is the perfect time to throw on your helmet or boots, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and tune in for some high-stakes soccer. Because raising your heart rate and your elevation deserves the elevated deliciousness of bold refreshment.
Give me a mountain with lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the dew.
Hey, it's Lucas Giolito. This is the home of the Sox, WEEI.
Lucas Giolito was rolling in the first inning. Thought he might have a lead in the second, but a big-time double play on a hard-hit ball. It's the Rockies out of a jam in the opening inning. So now no score, and here's Michael Tolia, who was at the plate in the first when Carlos Narvaez caught Jordan Beck trying to steal. Cloud cover overhead. First pitch is a bunt attempt from Tolia. Would have been a hit, but it just sliced foul outside the line. Marcelo's got to hurry up. It went off the lip of the grass and then caromed back towards fair territory. High lip over there, and it's strike one.
Yeah, I used to come out every time I was at a new stadium. I would come out before batting practice and roll balls down the line. I would roll them to see if they would go against the lip and see, because every park's different. Sometimes right down the line they'll stay on it. Other times it'll go foul and come back. And I would always go test that at new stadiums.
It's a good idea. 0-1 to Tolia. Giolito throws. Yeah, that's the first changeup he's thrown. It's a good one. It's 0-2. It is amazing how different infield surfaces are. You'll see coaches do that all the time. Sort of like lawn bowling down the line. Some of them are like little mountains where they go into the fair territory and away into foul. 0-2 is outside, a curveball, and it's 1-2.
It's almost crowned like a football field a little bit.
And the other thing is that, like, the Red Sox don't have a lot of chalk on their first base line. It's almost spray paint down the line, even though it is that real talcum. The 1-2 pitch is a little low. Change up and a good one, and it's 2-2. Other teams have like the old school, like lawnmower push fertilizer machine where it's a big clump of chalk down the line, and that too can push a ball into fair territory. 2-2 is inside, or at least keep it fair. It's like bumpers at a bowling alley, which Doug Lane needs when he goes. 3-2 to Michael Tolia. Something tells me Doug's actually probably a pretty good bowler. I don't know about Joe Braverman. The 3-2 is swung on and missed. Good changeup. Oof. He broke that pitch out to the lefty, and his second strikeout begins the second inning.
Well, he threw a perfect changeup in the 1-2 count, and Tolia just spit on it. And you're going, even Giolito kind of had a smirk, like, how did you take that? And then 3-2 tried him again on it. No chance. He was out front.
Could not lay off. And now the right-handed hitting Brenton Doyle. The Arbella Insurance Foundation dedicated to striking out cancer. First pitch to Doyle. He is high with a fastball. Every strikeout from a Sox pitcher during this year, $50. To the Jimmy Fund. Arbella's here for the Jimmy Fund and here for good. 1-0. Pitch. Changeup. That was a wide miss, and it's 2-0. Tampa Bay has really pulled ahead in Detroit 7-3 in the top of the 8th inning. On the Subaru of New England scoreboard. Make it a Subaru summer with symmetrical all-wheel drive. The 2-0. Strike on the outside corner. Good 95-mile-an-hour fastball, and it's 2-1. Yankees shocked the world today. DJ LeMahieu designated for assignment. He'd been a real stalwart in the big leagues, including a long run with these Rockies. The 2-1 is a strike. He won a batting title with them. But it had been a slog for him this year and last. So he got released. Yankees still owe him $22 million. They lead the Mariners 3-0 in the very first inning. For the New England kid making his major league debut tonight for them. The 2-2 is a high drive and a right field long run back for Abreu, but he's got room about 15 feet in front of the warning track right by the 380 marker. He makes the play, and they're 2 down.
How do you say the kid's name? Who's pitching for the Yankees?
It's one you got to be very careful with.
Schlitter? S-C-H Schlitter? Schlitter?
It is Schlittler.
There you go. Got to be real careful with that one.
Better you than I.
Went to Northeastern, right?
He did. Here's Orlando Arcia. 2 down. Pitch is a chopper right down the Schlittler. His Story gloves and throws to first in time. And the inning is over. No score. Giolito rolling along as the Sox come to bat. In the second, they'll have Narvaez, Massa, and Romy on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Hi, everybody. It's Brian Green from the Commercial Break Podcast. It's likely you've heard of the show if you're directly related to me or you follow our MySpace page. But I'm not here to talk to those 3 listeners. I'm here to appeal to people who haven't heard the show. Along with my co-host, Kristen Joy Hoadley, we're taking a deeper look at the topics that are affecting our youth today. Like, who are the people who are dating ghosts? Where did all these pickup artists come from? And why doesn't my preacher have a nicer private jet? We understand that these are the issues you really want to get to the bottom of. The Commercial Break is now available on the Odyssey app or wherever you find your podcasts.
Morning decisions. A creamy mocha frappuccino drink? A sweet vanilla? Maybe a smooth caramel? Or that white chocolate mocha? Whichever you choose, delicious coffee awaits. Start your day with bottled Starbucks Frappuccino drinks. Pick up a bottle near you wherever you buy your groceries.
A scorcher of a day is the perfect time to throw on your helmet or boots, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and tune in for some high-stakes soccer. Because raising your heart rate and your elevation deserves the elevated deliciousness of bold refreshment.
Give me a mountain with lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the dew.
You know they call these the dog days of summer. Well, I'm Rob Bradford of Baseball's and Boring, and if you're a baseball fan, there's nothing boring about the summer. Not with the home run derby, not with the All-Star game, where the biggest stars shine the brightest, reminding us all why we love this game. But that's just the appetizer, because right after, the second half of the season kicks into high gear, the pennant races heat up, rivalries intensify, and the unexpected becomes the norm. Don't miss a single moment of the excitement. Listen to Baseball's and Boring and the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
The Greg Hill Show, weekdays, 5:30 to 10.
Now back to the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Carlos Narvaez to lead it off for the Red Sox in the bottom of the second. Sox had a big chance in the first, trying to duplicate that in inning number 2. A couple of Venezuelans, Narvaez and Senzatela. Carlos had the night off last night, comes in 276, 7 homers, and he takes a strike. Fastball at the bottom of the zone, and it is 0-1. Here's a high drive into deep left center field, carrying way back at the monster, and way gone. Third row of the monster seats. Narvaez launches, and it is 1-0 Red Sox.
Didn't take long to wake this place up, did it really? My goodness, his offense just keeps rolling. 0-1 slider, spinning in there, yelling, "Hit me." He didn't miss it. That's to the deep part over the monster, too. That is smoked.
El Capitan says adios. I love the tradition now for the Red Sox is Duran is always waiting on the top step with the Wally mask. Here's Masataka Yoshida, who takes his first pitch of the season, a fastball away for ball 1, and they all hand their helmets to Alex Cora.
434 on that homer, by the way.
They've hit some huge homers this week. The 1-0. Tamasa misses outside.
Shout out the strength and conditioning coach. Come on.
They have, I mean, think about it. Romy 454, Duran 456. And then that absolute bomb by Narvaez. 2-0 to Massa. Pitch is a looping line drive into center field. That's a base hit. It's what he does. Perfect running form down that first base line, pants high, and Yoshida is aboard with his first hit of the season.
Yeah, he'll have at least 3 hits today. You just know it. He's rested up. He is due. Fastball top of the zone, and this is what he does well. He can hit velocity, and he is such a good bat-to-ball skill player, high contact rate.
Well, and when he hits the ball in the air, especially the pull side, he can be so good. Speaking of, here's Romy. Just on an unreal heater, this right-handed hitter. He takes a ball, fastball, just outside. Gonzalez, career best 8-game hitting streak in which he's 16 for 34 with 5 doubles, 2 homers, and 10 driven in.
It's not that easy.
No. He makes it look that way. 1-0. Romy takes another ball, slider, and it's 2-0. He's the 7th batter, brought to you by Jeffrey Glassman Injury Attorneys, Boston's go-to injury lawyers for over 30 years. I don't think Massa be taken off from first base. He leads.
He's digging in over there. I don't know.
They throw over. That's hilarious to me.
Like, he looks fast.
Everything he does to me is very entertaining. Just all the mannerisms. He's a delightful guy. It's been really hard to see him be so hurt. Shoulders and hands and wrists. Had a leg injury last year, too. He thought about it. The 2-0 is line foul on the first base side. It is such kind of a Japanese mindset. We've seen it with all these guys over the years where they just try to do everything to the book perfectly, and he does that. The leads are perfect. The running form is ideal. 2-1 to Romy is outside, 3-1. That was a spinning slider that Narvaez absolutely torched.
Yeah, he clicked that one. He did it about as good as you can.
1-0 Sox. 3-1 with Massa aboard the pitch. Is a high drive toward the triangle in right center field. This thing is carrying right by the garage door, and it is caught in center by Doyle. That thing just kept on going. That went about 410 feet, but it is a loud and long first out.
Well, it was a great swing. It was just terrible aim. Four-seam fastball elevated, kind of middle in, and Romy, he's such a good job of staying inside the baseball. He thought that had a chance to at least get off the wall, and it was caught right in front of the good old bleacher bar out there.
Well, with the stuff he's been doing lately, you have to wait with the carry that he's put on balls. Here's Marcelo. The pitch is outside. Fastball at 96. I mean, Romy hit that 108 off the bat and went 409. Shot into the right center field gap. Massa still at first, 1-0. Marcelo, a chopper, back to the mound, Senzatela gloves, throws to second for one. Relay to first is not in time. Marcelo beats it down the line. A soft comebacker. So that's a big play. 2 down with Myers safe at first. And it'll bring up David Hamilton. Big news, Coca-Cola is now buy 2, get 2 free at Shaw's and Star Market. That's right, buy 2, get 2 free. 12-pack cases of Coca-Cola and Diet Coke. 12-ounce cans. Lowest priced item is free. Here's David Hamilton.
Oh, Romy, 20 out of 30 parks. That's a homer.
Yeah, it was crushed.
Expected batting average of 970.
Fenway giveth and taketh away.
Sure does.
We'll remind him of that when he hits a little first-row monster moonball home run later this summer. The 1-0 to David Hamilton is a fastball that misses outside, 2-0.
Or better yet, hits one out in Yankee Stadium in that first row.
That'd be good, too.
Right in right field.
In fact, that's the perfect way to do it.
I think so.
Although the way he's going right now, he would hit one 15 rows deep at Yankee Stadium. 2-0. The pitch. Hamilton drives one into center field. Doyle backs up just in front of the warning track. And the inning is over. The Red Sox get a Narvaez homer, almost one from Romy. They have pummeled this guy, but only have 1 run to show for it. After 2, 1-0 Red Sox in the Shaw's and Star Market, WEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Hey, what's up, Flies? This is David Spade.
Dana Carvey.
Look, I know we never actually left, but I'll just say it. We are back with another season of Fly on the Wall.
Every episode, including ones with guests, will now be on video. Every Thursday, you'll hear us and see us chatting with big-name celebrities.
And every Monday, you're stuck with just me and Dana. We react to news, what's trending, viral clips.
Follow and listen to Fly on the Wall everywhere you get your podcasts.
Your burger is served, and this is our finest Pepsi Zero Sugar. Its sweet profile perfectly balances the savory notes of your burger.
That is one perfect combination. Burgers deserve Pepsi.
A scorcher of a day is the perfect time to throw on your helmet or boots, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and tune in for some high-stakes soccer. Because raising your heart rate and your elevation deserves the elevated deliciousness of bold refreshment.
Give me a mountain with lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the do.
Shopify Point of Sale is retail made right, so you can give in-store shoppers what they really want.
Like buy online, pick up in store?
Yep.
Can I display in-store stock online?
Definitely.
From every location?
From 1,000 locations.
Email capture, easy returns?
Of course.
Can it make me right all the time?
No. Shopify Point of Sale, retail made right. Visit shopify.com/in-store to learn more.
We're right back to the Sox on the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Yanquiel Fernandez is going to lead it off against Lucas Giolito in the top of the third. Sox lead 1-0. Giolito rolling along again as a first pitch strike on the outside corner fastball. It's amazing how much Massa's teammates love him. I mean, he's right now sitting next to Refsnyder and Bregman, grinning with Rafaela right there. Refsnyder today in batting practice wore the awesome Masataka Yoshida weightlifting t-shirt that all the guys had a couple years ago. 0-1. Pitch is swung on and missed. Good fastball, and it's 0-2.
They got to dig out the dumbbells for him. Dust them off.
They do, although I want the Wally head on him. Are you kidding me? Can you wait for that smile?
I need that on a T-shirt.
We might get one tonight. 0-2 to Fernandez, and it's on the ground to first. Romy, very calmly to his left. He snares it, steps in the first base bag, and there's one away. By the way, I just want to revisit, Will, that right now Romy Gonzalez is quite literally about the best hitter in the game. I mean, everything he's doing is loud, and he makes it look easy.
Yeah, it helps when you face 4 left-handed starters, so he gets consistent playing time. But now he's earning starts against righties as well. Look, this guy's just a good ball player. He can float around, he can play different positions, and boy, is he swinging that thing.
White Sox could never use him. Here's Kyle Farmer, right-handed hitter. He takes a strike on the outside corner.
Yeah, he would get him a few more wins.
They beat the Blue Jays today. That was a good thing.
Somebody had to.
Snapped a 10-game winning streak. Blue Jays will end the first half, as it's called, in Oclamento. The 0-1 pitch is a foul on the first base side. Amazing what Toronto's done. Addison Barger has become one of the underrated players in the game. Vladdy's been hot. Their pitching has been great.
If guys like Ernie Clement, they're just getting 1 through 9 production.
1-0 Sox in the third. The pitch is fouled back. It's amazing. We played them so often early in the season. And so the Red Sox only have 3 games remaining with the Blue Jays. They come in August.
A banana ball just came off the top of the net. A yellow baseball from when Savannah Bananas were here. I swear. Look.
That is cool. Here's the 0-2, and it's a breaking ball curve in the dirt. And it's 1-2. I would never like to see it in Major League Baseball, but it is so great that in those Bananas games, if a fan catches a foul ball, it's an out.
It keeps everyone engaged, and everything they do keeps people engaged. But it's so good for kids to help them fall in love with the game of baseball.
I got a question for you in a second. 1-2. Here's the pitch, and it is in the dirt. What about the ball that Story hit into the monster seats that was caught on the fly by the fan in the yellow jersey? Would that have been an out?
No, that's fair ball. Fair ball. That's a homer. They had some homers hit while they were here as well. I mean, a lot of those guys played pro ball at some point. So it's actually some pretty good baseball, too.
2-2 is a hopper to short. Trevor's got it. Step to his left. Throws to first. And quickly 2 away. And Giolito's roll continues. Yankees leading 3-0. The rivalry report featuring the Yanks, brought to you by River Spring Living, 32-acre campus by the Hudson. Full range of living options for older adults. As I've told you so many times, it is a special, special place, River Spring is. Here's Austin Nola, right-handed hitter. Fastball misses outside. Each year, each offseason, we go to River Spring and have a lunch and a event with Yankee broadcasters. 1-0 is a swing and a miss fastball. We got to get you up for one of those in the coming years.
We'll see. I only hang out with you guys when I have to.
It's like January. Would I rather be in Boynton Beach or Riverdale? 1-1 pitch is a little bit low. Change up.
Not by much. You know what I do want to start doing is fantasy camp with Loomer down in, you just go hang out. It's a bunch of ball players, a lot of guys that wanted to be ball players, and you just sit around and talk ball and hang out. It's just like the ultimate boys club.
2-1 pitch is a liner foul on the first base side. 2 down, top 3, 1-0 Red Sox. Yeah, I mean, Lou's gotten into that rhythm with Brian Daubach and Trot Nixon and Billy Miller.
Yeah, what a group.
How good are those guys? All of them.
Those group chats are always fun to see pop up on his phone.
Not suitable for work. 2-2.
Then again, neither of ours.
That's a great point. The pitch from Giolito is swung on and missed, a slider. And the inning is over. He is just phenomenal lately, Giolito. 1-0 Red Sox after 2.5 innings. Top of the order, Duran, Roman, and Trevor Story after this in the Shaw's and Star Market, WEEI, Red Sox Radio Network.
Your burger is served, and this is our finest Pepsi Zero Sugar. Its sweet profile perfectly balances the savory notes of your burger.
That is one perfect combination. Burgers deserve Pepsi.
You know they call these the dog days of summer. Well, I'm Rob Bradford of Baseball Isn't Boring, and if you're a baseball fan, there's nothing boring about the summer. Not with the home run derby, not with the All-Star game, where the biggest stars shine the brightest, reminding us all why we love this game. But that's just the appetizer, because right after, the second half of the season kicks into high gear, the pennant races heat up, rivalries intensify, and the unexpected becomes the norm. Don't miss a single moment of the excitement. Listen to Baseball Isn't Boring and the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
History That Doesn't Suck is a legit, seriously researched, hard-hitting history podcast told through entertaining stories. Listen to History That Doesn't Suck on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Choosing a bottled Starbucks Frappuccino drink that's all flavor and just 100 calories? Easy. Choosing between creamy vanilla, double chocolate, and sea salt caramel flavors? A little harder. Try the delicious new Starbucks Frappuccino light drinks. Look for them wherever you buy groceries. Start with Starbucks coffee.
A scorcher of a day is the perfect time to throw on your helmet or boots, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and tune in for some high-stakes soccer. Because raising your heart rate and your elevation deserves the elevated deliciousness of bold refreshment.
Give me a mountain with lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the dew.
Jones and Keefe.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
Now back to the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Here is Jarren Duran, who had a wild at-bat his first time. He hit one up the middle, was kicked by the shortstop, bungled by the right fielder. He ended up at third with a double and an error. Here he takes a fastball outside for ball one. He looks great again, does Duran, and a good take on a fastball high for ball two. Don't you think we've seen this from him before? He can go on a real run here for 5-6 days.
Yeah, and he hasn't been pulling off pitches quite as much. You're seeing him up the middle. You're even seeing him go the other way some.
2-0 is another ball. Good take with a fastball, 3-0.
Yeah, and when he was struggling, he was chasing out of the zone. He was chasing fastballs up. He was chasing below and off speed because his timing was off, and that's why he was rolling over, because you start cheating to pitches when your timing's off.
3-0 is outside ball four, so a leadoff 4-pitch walk to Duran. And I really think with how hard this guy's been hit all year, and indeed tonight, the running game should take it easy tonight. I mean, maybe Duran and Hamilton are the exceptions there.
Right.
But I would think that it's not that urgent with a hot offense the way that it is. Here's Roman Anthony. He drives one into right field, but it will hang up right at Fernandez. Duran read that well. Roman hit that one right on the screws.
There's been 5 balls hit over 100 miles an hour already. So, to your point, a lot of hard contact. 3 or 4 of them already just caught, especially in center.
And here now, Trevor Story, who struck out his first time. Get you the New England Chevy dealers question of the day. Together we drive. It's a pertinent one as Trevor hits a double play ball to third to second for one. Relay to first is in time. 3 double plays in 3 innings turned by the Rockies. Get you that question when we come back. 1-0 Red Sox lead after 3 in the Shaw's and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
So you have a podcast and you really want to make money with it? Then you need the Odyssey Creator Lab. Check this out. We'll host your podcast for free. You just do your show. We'll use the power of Odyssey's massive expert sales team to place ads in your show and make you money. Does it get any easier than that? Nope. You stay in control of your show, and we help you bring in the money. Sounds like a dream partnership. Apply now at creators.odyssey.com and start earning more from your content today.
Arbella Insurance has been doing business in the New England community for over 35 years. They're your friends, your neighbors, and fellow Boston fans. They do the wave at the ballpark together and get stuck in the same Sturrow Drive traffic. At Arbella, being your neighbor helps them provide you with the coverage you need. to drive, live, or run a business in this part of the country we call home. Arbella, here for Boston fans, here for good.
Big news for saving on summer refreshments. Coca-Cola is now buy two, get two free at Shaw's and Star Market. Hey, it's Lou. Today through Thursday, buy two, get two free on 12-pack cases of both Coca-Cola and Diet Coke 12-ounce cans. Lowest priced item is free. If you show it on time, order ahead for free curbside pickup or get delivery. Come save on Coca-Cola and have an awesome summer. Shaw's and Star Market, the official supermarket of the Red Sox Radio Network.
When you're looking for a different way to get away, Foxwoods is like no other. Experience an endless entertainment mix, unparalleled dining, including Gordon Ramsay Hell's Kitchen, and tap into a unique energy of excitement and possibility. Book early to save more.
This is how we resort.
Foxwoods.
Want to listen to WEEI on the go? Just download the Odyssey app. Now, back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
Back at Fenway for the top of the fourth. The Red Sox a little bit frustrated tonight with how hard they've hit it, just to lead 1-0. But Giolito cruising right along, 1-0. He's only allowed one hit. He has fanned 2 Rockies as Tyler Freeman, right-handed hitter, the leadoff man once again, fouls it off on the third base side. I take that back. 3 punch-outs for Gio tonight. Twitter poll brought to you by your New England Chevy dealers has to do with who's most responsible for the offensive surge as Freeman bloops one into shallow center field. That's down for a hit in front of Duran. Not an easy question to answer at all. The 4 choices: Romy, Trevor Story, Cedon, or Roman. I guess the question becomes, how are we defining their surge? Like, in what kind of a timeline?
Yeah. I mean, I would probably go with the guy with 34 RBIs over the last month and a half, which would be Trevor.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, all of them have been a part of it.
You could easily make the case for Cedon, I think.
Yes, you can.
Here's Jordan Beck. Fastball up and away. We will be drizzling ketchup after this game tonight.
I should have thought about that.
And it's wide open. I mean, it is.
Yeah, who has the big game tonight, right?
Or maybe that doesn't matter. The 1-0 pitch is a little bit low. When you blow a team out 3 games in a row and guys are doing it all over the place, it can be hard to isolate one dude.
Yeah. Yeah.
Picking the MVP. 2-0 to Jordan Beck. Leadoff man aboard here in the top of the 4th pitch. Swing and a miss. Great changeup. Like, to me, that is a true coin flip, Story or Rafaelo.
Yeah.
Trevor's driven in so many runs. Cedon, it feels like every night it's 2-3 hits. They've both been great. 2-1. Trevor now over into the hole at shortstop as Giolito sets at the belt. He throws. And a swing and a miss. That's a great fastball. Top of the zone, perfectly located. And it's 2-2.
Yeah, the first 3 innings, he was using his fastball much more down in the zone and setting up the slider. Now he's going more to the 4-seam up and using the changeup more off of that below the zone. So he's switching it up back and forth, which can make it really tough on these hitters.
2-2 to Beck. He singled his first time. The pitch. High fly into center field. Not hit well. Duran started in, now back. It's kind of a tough twilight sky, but Duran does find the ball. Makes the play, and there's 1 down. I want to ask you about something you said in the open tonight about when you slow down video and you watch Giolito, about his sort of shoulder angle and where his left elbow is. What's going on there?
Yeah, so when a pitcher's arm goes back, the front elbow tends to go towards, or the glove goes towards the hitter. It's almost like a chicken wing almost. And his was much higher than it is now, which was causing him to almost lean back. So the body then has to come really hard forward. It's a lot of movement.
1 out, 1 on, throw to first.
And it's more his arm swing goes back and the arm is much lower and his shoulders are much more level. So his head's not moving, his body's not moving as much, and he's able to be more consistent and repeat his delivery.
And he kind of stays right on top of that axis, right?
It's all about the axis.
1 on, 1 out. Here's a foul on the third base side. I only know that from my way too long golf swing. But if you're way off that stuff and you're leaning back and then trying to recover it, it's just so much harder. Whatever he's doing, video, mechanics, mindset, playing video games to simulate the opponent, it's all working. 0-1 the pitch. Swing and a miss, fastball, and it's 0-2.
I always wonder, because he likes to play it the night before his start, does he call Alex Cora and say, hey, can you text me the lineup so I can plug in certain guys?
He said he tries to just give it his best guess, but that would be a really smart idea.
Got to ask him.
I'm sure he faced McMahon. That was a lock that he'd be in there. 0-2. Pitch is way high. He talks so much about how even in high school when he went to Harvard Westlake, very smart kid, comes from a great family. He never was a guy who wanted to sit and read books and study that way. He wanted to participate and learn it all kind of in the classroom by interacting with teachers, as the 1-2 is a little bit low. Slider, he says he's an active learner. And that makes sense. He just wants to do it himself in that video game form.
Yeah.
He is a really great guy to talk to. 2-2. Pitch. Foul. Third base side. And it, just like Trevor's story in a lot of ways, it must feel so great for him. It's been about that amount of time. I mean, injury and just not production, where this guy for several years was one of the great pitchers in the American League, and now how wonderful it must feel for him to rediscover that. 2-2. Way over to pull on the dirt. The pitch is down and in. Slider, and it's 3-2.
What had to have felt good, too, to watch video when things aren't going well and you see something and you actually can come up with an answer, and then the next day you go throw and you will have a bullpen and you get your arm angle where it used to be, and then you go, oh, the ball's coming out that exactly how it used to. That pitch is doing what it used to. Okay, now we go.
I would think Freeman's going to take off your 3-2. He does. The pitch is popped up foul on the third base side. He's got 12 steals, does Freeman. That third inning, by the way, ended too quickly. It was brought to you by Citgo. A club you'll want to join. Club Citgo. Download the app now and instantly save 23 cents a gallon on your first fill-up. Three balls, two strikes. Runner goes again. The pitch is ripped into center field. Duran's going to make the play, and Freeman will have to retreat to first. A little bit off the end of the bat, and they're two away. We take 10 seconds for station ID on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
From the WEEI studios, 93.7 WEEI FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Here now, Michael Tolia. Carlos Narvaez is out to the mound here to have a chat with Giolito. And I sort of think it has to do more with the guy at first base, Freeman, than the hitter in this spot. Because Rockies have just been battered in this series. I would be sort of expecting Freeman to go again here at first. Maybe trying to alter the cadence a little bit, keep him close.
Maybe a little pick over.
Went on 2 out, 1-0 Red Sox in the fourth. Long hold, the runner not going. The pitch is low. That's sometimes, Will, is just as effective holding it an extra beat or two.
Totally, right? Because you're trying to get your timing on the guy. You start leaning, and then if he holds just past that, you get uncomfortable and you don't go.
It's a very early wave at Fenway. The 1-0 pitch is close, but a ball. Narvaez is not that happy with the strike zone of the home plate umpire Lance Barrett, although that did look a little low. Hey, how about Mike Lowell sitting next to Craig Breslow in the GM suite? 2-0. Pitch. High drive, real trouble toward the monster in left center field. It's going to catch some green. Duran plays the carom beautifully with a bare hand. The relay throw to Story comes home, and it is in time. They got him. Wonderful from Duran and Story to cut down the tying run at the plate. Trevor caught that in a really awkward position behind the bag, and to get enough on that throw was awesome.
You said it. Duran barehands it off the wall, gets it in. Trevor actually moving towards second base. The throw wasn't on line, but he has an off-balance throw, hits Narvaez in the chest. Perfect relay.
Can't do it any better than that. Red Sox stay ahead. Bottom of the fourth coming up. 1-0 Boston on the Shaws and Star Market. WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Sometimes historic events suck. But what shouldn't suck is learning about history. I do that through storytelling. History That Doesn't Suck is a chart-topping history podcast created by me, Professor Greg Jackson. Listen to History That Doesn't Suck on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
A scorcher of a day is the perfect time to throw on your helmet or boots, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and tune in for some high-stakes soccer. Because raising your heart rate and your elevation deserves the elevated deliciousness of bold refreshment.
Give me a mountain with lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the dew.
You know they call these the dog days of summer. Well, I'm Rob Bradford of Baseball Isn't Boring, and if you're a baseball fan, there's nothing boring about the summer. Not with the home run derby, not with the All-Star game, where the biggest stars shine the brightest, reminding us all why we love this game. But that's just the appetizer, because right after, the second half of the season kicks into high gear, the pennant races heat up, rivalries intensify, and the unexpected becomes the norm. Don't miss a single moment of the excitement. Listen to Baseball Isn't Boring in the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Your burger is served, and this is our finest Pepsi Zero Sugar. Its sweet profile perfectly balances the savory notes of your burger.
That is one perfect combination. Burgers deserve Pepsi.
Take Boston sports with you wherever you go. Download the Odyssey app. Now, back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
Wilyer Abreu fouls the first pitch of the bottom of the fourth off on the first base side. Ballpark still buzzing after that great play from Duran and Story to keep the Sox ahead. 0-1 to Williard is just inside. This feels like such a great matchup for him. It really does. Looks balanced and comfortable at the plate. Does Abreu. 1-1. Here's the pitch and a breaking ball looped into center field. Brenton Doyle started in, now backpedals, and with a little leap he makes the play right in front of the track, and there's one away. Fourth inning bell, brought to you by Boston's premier retirement planning specialists and the team at Hackman Wealth Partners with 4 offices around Boston. So here's the man who produced the game's only run to this point, Carlos Narvaez. What'd you say it was? 434?
434.
Ooh. You hit some into that part of the monster seats. Here's Carlos looking at a fastball outside for ball 1.
One that I could remember hitting it in that part of the monster. Steve Cishek, the sidearm guy.
Oh, yeah.
It's my rookie year.
Steve Cishek sifting seashells on the seashores. Narvaez lines one down the right field side to the corner. How about line to line for Narvi? He's into second base with a stand-up 1-out double.
Tell you what, this guy can hit. He can swing the bat. You hang a slider, he'll hit you out of the park, or he can throw you 97 on the black away, and he just shoots it down the line for a double. Easy peasy, just kind of jogs his way into second base.
Here's Massa again. You've been talking about this, Will. It's a new approach. Middle of the field the opposite way. They've still had pull side power, but it's a totally different looking lineup.
It's so true, right? It's like contact first, and then that line drive mentality actually turns into way more homers than you would think.
Here's Massa. Pitch to him is a strike right on the outside corner, 0-1. I mean, Massa, his whole career has hit. He did it in Japan and in the big leagues. 248 games. He's hit 285. And running at second is Narvaez. They throw it to third. What in the world? He's tagged out. They call it a balk, did they?
Yeah.
Yes, they did. So Narvaez is safe at third.
I think he broke his knee. He bent his knee before he stepped off.
So Carlos was reading that perfectly, not thinking that the pitcher was paying any attention to him. Of course, not reviewable. Watching the replay for the first time, he steps up the mound.
Did you see his
little
front leg?
flinch. Little flinch.
That's called the balk move. A lot of pitchers will do that when they pick to first, is that front knee will buckle a little first and then they step off, but it happens so fast you don't see it. That one was a little slower because he flinched.
You know what? Lance Barrett saw it right away. That was great.
That was a great call. He got it right. Bad base running, though. in a
Why?
close
Against
game.
this guy?
Yeah, like, you're in scoring position. It's only 1-0 here in the fourth. You need runs. Can't run into an out.
Now the infield in for Massa. Pitch is high with a fastball. You know, it's harder and harder these days, I think, for umpires to get that right, because nowadays, especially out of the stretch, these pitchers are allowed to kind of walk the ladder up into that set position.
Right.
But he had stopped. And then he flinched. 1-1 to Massa. Singled his first time. The pitch is outside. Breaking ball. And Massa very rarely leaves the batter's box. His feet are in cement, staring out at the mound. 2-1. Pitch is a chopper on the right side, off the glove of the first baseman, into the outfield. Massa is 2 for 2, his first RBI of the season, and it's 2-0 Red Sox.
And Massa now 2 for 2 with an RBI. Ties Connor Long on the year for RBIs. This is what he does, right? He puts the ball in play, he realizes the situation, infield's in, hard ground balls still play when infielders don't have range when they're in on the grass, and that one sneaks its way through.
It's what he does. He puts the ball in play. Garrett Crochet's got his own celebration in the Red Sox dugout. Everybody else does the spoon eating, and he does a lot of different things. That time it looked like he was almost milking a cow.
Yeah, I've seen that one.
Here's Romy Gonzalez. The pitch is a strike on the outside corner.
We'll go with cow. Yeah. Hope it's a cow.
Some of these celebrations are a little bit after dark.
Sun's not even down, Garrett.
They're having fun. The 0-1 to Romy, fouled on the first base side. Ooh. It is something. Look, it happens. You've been on these clubs. When you hit, when you win, everybody's in a good mood. But it's fun to watch this group. You know, the big trade in the background, and now they just all are in it together.
Winning's fun. It's contagious.
0-2 to Romy. Pitch is a swing and a miss fastball up at the top of the zone, and he's gone. Subaru New England scoreboard. Get yourself a new Subaru this summer with symmetrical all-wheel drive. Yankees 4-2 lead over the Mariners in the fourth. Rays did beat the Tigers 7-3. It's amazing. A lot of teams have started to play much better in the American League. The wild card race has really gotten tighter. Here's Marcelo. The pitch to him is a hard line drive up the middle into center field. That's a base hit. Massa rounding second. He will hold there. That's the right call with 2 outs. But again, putting the pennies into the pockets as he rounds the bases.
I'll tell you what, his running form is almost as perfect as his teeth.
It's so much fun to have him back. And again, this is where the arm hurt. They wanted him to be able to play the outfield this year. But it was so hard to sort of wrap your head around the fact that the offense would not be better with his bat available. He raked in spring training, and he's 2 for 2 here tonight. Here now, David Hamilton, who crushed a ball that was caught in center his first time. Pitch is strike. Borderline curveball, bottom of the zone, and it's 0-1.
Well, you have players in Marcelo Meyer and David Hamilton are almost showcasing themselves right now before Alex Bregman comes back. Who will be the move?
0-1. Pitch is a strike. It's a very interesting thing because on the one hand, you could make the case you'd like Marcelo to play every day, get down into the minor leagues and see more action. But I'm not that convinced that seeing left-handers in AAA really helps you at this level.
Right. It's more just getting every day at bats. Right. And you'd love him to stay here because you love his defense. You love him to play. But
0-2. Hamilton fouls it off.
You're going to have to commit because it's probably going to be a platoon between him and Romy because Romy has earned the right to play and a lot.
He has. But I don't think Bregman's going to play every day at third. And so you could get him some games there too.
That's true. Bregman could DH.
0-2. A run in. It's 2-0 Red Sox. 2 on, 2 out. Pitch is a foul. Back to the screen. He tried to rip that one. I'll tell you, even in 0-2 counts, these Red Sox hitters are taking very comfortable swings.
Well, there's a reason he has a 6.5 ERA. He throws a big ball, and these guys are seeing it well. And he's mostly a 2-pitch guy.
0-2 the pitch. In the dirt. smothered there by Nola. That's the 110th pitch of the game. Brought to you by 110 Grill. Gluten-free dining done right. Carlos Narvaez has scored both of the Red Sox runs tonight. 1-2 to Hamilton. The pitch is a good check swing and another curveball in the dirt. 2-2. You're so good at this, Will. Don't you think he got fastballs early. He's taken 2 breaking balls. Can't he sit heater again?
I think so. I mean, that's 2 breakers down in the dirt. Not even close. I would think he goes to that fastball because he does get some life on it. He does throw it up to 97.
Hamilton can handle velocity. 2-2. Massa at second, Meyer at first, and now Senzatela steps off. 2-2 to Hamilton. Pitch is high in the air into left field, carrying pretty well, but it'll hold up right in front of the dirt track. And Hamilton is gone. So are the Sox in the 4th. They get a run, and after 4, they lead 2-0 on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
I'm Emma Greed, and I'm the host of the Aspire podcast, a show where I talk to the world's most brilliant minds about building the life of your dreams. Listen to and follow Aspire with Emma Greed, an Odyssey podcast, available now wherever you get your podcasts.
Your burger is served, and this is our finest Pepsi Zero Sugar. Its sweet profile perfectly balances the savory notes of your burger.
That is one perfect combination. Burgers deserve Pepsi.
A scorcher of a day is the perfect time to throw on your helmet or boots, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and tune in for some high-stakes soccer. Because raising your heart rate and your elevation deserves the elevated deliciousness of bold refreshment.
Give me a mountain with lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the dew.
Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop to opt out. Consult a doctor prior to use.
You look great. What have you been doing? I found Zelthy. If you qualify, their providers can prescribe the same active ingredients in Ozempic and other expensive GLP-1s for 80 to 90% less without insurance. All of mine shipped right to your door.
Get started with Zelthy today for just $39. Call pound 250 and say keyword CARE. That's CARE to pound 250.
You know they call these the dog days of summer. Well, I'm Rob Bradford of Baseballs and Boring, and if you're a baseball fan, there's nothing boring about the summer. Not with the home run derby, not with the All-Star game, where the biggest stars shine the brightest, reminding us all why we love this game. But that's just the appetizer, because right after, the second half of the season kicks into high gear, the pennant races heat up, rivalries intensify, and the unexpected becomes the norm. Don't miss a single moment of the excitement. Listen to Baseballs and Boring and the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
You're listening to live play-by-play action of the Boston Red Sox on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
2-0 Red Sox lead as we go to the top of the 5th inning. Brenton Doyle leads it off against Giolito. In the Herb Chambers batting order, he fouls it off on the first base side, the first pitch. Herb Chambers, BMW of Boston, Sudbury, and Medford. All eyes on Alex Bregman. He's going to come back any day now. He's not talking to fans behind the first base dugout. I love the shot they just had of him. He was shoulder to shoulder with Pete Fatsey. The 0-1 is a little bit high. And they were having a conversation. Pete was done with it. He was ready to move on, but Bregman was not. Hey, get back here. There's
so
never
locked.
after him.
He's so locked in.
1-1. Pitch. Swing and a miss at a changeup. Lou told me that after his previous quad injury, he was curious as to what it looked like when he came back. Was he a slow starter? So Lou went digging in between his clamming expeditions down in Marshfield, and apparently he hit .410 for like a month when he came back. The 1-2 swing and a miss, fastball top of the zone, and there's one away.
So I just want to say, this Red Sox pitching staff, realizing who they're playing right now, has done such a good job of just filling up the strike zone and saying, you know what, we're going to let bad players get themselves out.
Well, and it's something you asked for a long time, more fastballs. One down, here is Arcia. He takes a fastball for strike one.
Well, that has to be the reason they're doing it, because we talked about it,
yeah.
you know?
Yep.
we mean so much to them.
2-0 Red Sox in the fifth. Pitch. Swing and a miss. Fourth inning was brought to you by Cars for Kids, the easiest way to get rid of your old car. Donate today, and your car can be picked up tomorrow.
Yeah, bounce something right here to Arcia. He just chased 2 fastballs above the zone. He will flail at something off the plate down after those last 2.
Giolito into the wind, he throws, and he was able to lay off. That was just an easy enough take into the left-handed batter's box. It's 1-2.
Yeah, not close enough to get him to swing. Go right back to it. Fastball up again.
1-2. Is a pop-up toward you. It will not make our booth, but it'll get into the seats. To that point about more fastballs, I mean, Andrew Bailey has long said, it's not that I don't want fastballs, I just want good heaters. And, you know, he felt like with both Bayo and Giolito, they needed to refine some things before leaning on them. I think the sort of old school counter would be the only way to figure it out is to throw it.
Yeah.
1-2. Pitch is strike 3 called. Fastball on the inside corner. Fastball, what do you know? And they're 2 down.
I mean, that is just a paint job. Down and in. I mean, maybe a seam of it caught the strike zone. But that's the beauty of the four-seamer from Giolito. Four-seamers up are great, but when they're down, hitters think it's going to be dipping below the zone, and it almost flattens out and stays right at the knees.
Lucas has been among the league leaders in his last 5 starts. In fact, about the best as he fires 96 at the bottom of the zone. Strike one. League leaders brought to you by Drains by James, Eastern Mass's leader in residential and commercial drain cleaning and pipe lining. At Drains by James, they give a poop about your pipes. The 0-1. Foul on the third base side. He has just filled the zone just as Bayo did last night. Amazing.
You know what I just realized, and it made me really sad, Willie?
What's that?
You guys get to do catch-up after this, and I have to go do the postgame show.
Oh, man.
So I miss it. So I will insert my vote.
We'll just do a quick recording between innings. You can pick before the game ends. 0-2. Pitch. Way up and in. It actually wasn't that close to him, but I can understand Fernandez being a little spooked. And it's 1-2.
Fernandez, he kind of dives at the plate, too, so made it look worse than it was.
You're pulling triple duty.
Triple duty today.
Pre-game, radio game, and post-game on TV. The 1-2. Breaking ball in the dirt, curve way in front of the plate. And it's 2-2.
We also had a batting practice show today on the Monster, because it's Monster Week. A little bit of that.
More than a little. 2-2. Giolito throws. And a swing and a grounder foul. First base side. Apparently Schlittler, the Northeastern guy.
Whew, I flinched when you said it, I'm not going to lie.
Then great. Joe Castig just texted, said he's got an easy 100.
What?
He struck out 6 through 4 2/3.
Easy Hundy.
2-2. Inside. 95-mile-an-hour fastball, and it's 3-2.
Yeah, you don't pull for the Yankees much, but you love when they beat up on Seattle.
Yeah, that's a win-win, no matter what.
Yeah. True.
2 down, bases empty. Top 5, Sox by 2. Payoff pitch. Swing and a foul. He barely got a piece of a good changeup.
How the heck did he touch that? I mean, that was a parachute ball from Giolito. His changeup can be so good when he's established that fastball.
And don't you think now he's sort of slowed the bat down? Maybe heater right here. 3-2. He winds, he throws, and a swing and a high fly into deep right field. Wilyer back onto the run, onto the track. Wilyer is there to make the play. Right in front of the Red Sox bullpen and the Granite City sign. What range from Wilyer.
That's why there's gold on the back of that glove.
No doubt about that. What outfield play tonight from the Sox. 2-0 halfway home at Fenway on the Shaws and Star Market. WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
I'm Emma Greed, and I've spent the last 20 years building, running, and investing in some incredible businesses. The more success I've had, the more people started coming to me with questions. How do you start a business? How do you raise money? How do I bounce back from failure? On my new podcast, Aspire with Emma Greed, I'll be answering these questions and more through weekly conversations with the smartest minds out there. Listen to and follow Aspire with Emma Greed, an Odyssey podcast, available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
Your burger is served, and this is our finest Pepsi Zero Sugar. Its sweet profile perfectly balances the savory notes of your burger.
That is one perfect combination. Burgers deserve Pepsi.
A scorcher of a day is the perfect time to throw on your helmet or boots, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and tune in for some high-stakes soccer. Because raising your heart rate and your elevation deserves the elevated deliciousness of bold refreshment.
Give me a mountain with lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the dew.
You know they call these the dog days of summer. Well, I'm Rob Bradford of Baseball Isn't Boring, and if you're a baseball fan, there's nothing boring about the summer. Not with the home run derby, not with the All-Star game, where the biggest stars shine the brightest, reminding us all why we love this game. But that's just the appetizer, because right after, the second half of the season kicks into high gear, the pennant races heat up, rivalries intensify, and the unexpected becomes the norm. Don't miss a single moment of the excitement. Listen to Baseball Isn't Boring in the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Art, Fitzy, and Johnson.
Weekdays 2 to 6.
Now back to the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Jarren Duran to lead it off in the bottom of the fifth. The pitch is a strike on the outside corner. This has been about the time lately where the Red Sox, seeing a pitcher for the third time, have absolutely gone crazy at the plate. The 0-1 to JD is a swing and a miss. He sort of pulled off that one for the first time in a while. 95 in on the hands. And it's 0-2.
Well, when you hit one 454 the day before, what was it, 457?
Yeah.
Something like it was far.
Sell out a little bit.
You try to do it again the next day. Let me go if I can go a little further.
His mullet's got extra long curls tonight. The 0-2 is a little bit outside.
It's the humidity.
Standing straight up and down in that left-handed batter's box, 1-2. Here's the pitch, and it is foul on the third base side. Everybody in this game is a momentum player, but I think it particularly applies to him. I mean, Story is definitely in that category, but when Duran feels it, gosh, he goes off. 1-2, the pitch is swung on a miss. That's a high fastball. He chased that one up above the zone. He's smiling, going back to the dugout, a little upset with himself, and there's one away.
Senzatela still has good velocity, right? He just lacks command, so even with velocity, he throws it over the plate, it's going to get hit. But at times tonight, the fastball's actually been decent.
Here now, Roman Anthony. Hit by a pitch and lined out sharply to right his last time. Here, takes a slider for ball one. Fittingly, with Roman up there, the code word of the game is rookie. Enter your code word in the member portal today to claim your points. 1-0, the pitch. Swinging a line drive into left field. That's a base hit. He is ridiculous. And he's aboard with one away.
Well, you think about the last two at-bats, right? He got a pitch on the inner half. His last at-bat, he smoked it to right. That time, fastball elevated, kind of middle, but kind of changed his approach and just shoots it to left. But even that, it's still jumping off of his baseball bat.
And here's Trevor's story. You know, Sean Casey had a long bit on the MLB Network today about Roman, and he said something that I thought really rung true about what exactly makes Roman so special and what has him ticketed for stardom. The pitch to Trevor is a high fastball, and that is young players oftentimes cannot take pitches that start as strikes and end up as balls.
Correct.
And Roman is exceptional at that.
Because he can slow the game down. He sees the game slower than most young players.
1-0 to Trevor, and he takes a ball. Fastball outside, 2-0.
By the way, Sean Casey, how about him playing Savannah Bananas not long ago and blowing out his hamstring off the bone, walked off the field and celebrated with his teammates, and then immediately had surgery to reattach his hamstring.
He's got some apparati on right now, the 2-0. Trevor fouls it just underneath us. And it is 2-1. I mean, it almost looks I mean, it's a waistband that goes all the way around and then down his leg and then almost up his upper back, too.
It's not good. I mean, you
It's
rip your
something
hamstring off the bone. No.
Comes out of Pulp Fiction. 2-1 to Trevor Story. 2-0 Red Sox. Roman at first. The pitch is a swing and a miss. He couldn't hold up there in a fastball. And it is 2-2. Sox on EEI, brought to you by your New England Ford dealers in the Ford Summer Sales Event. Hurry and get great deals now, including F-Series, official truck of the Red Sox. I've seen some of those F-Series that are electric trucks.
They actually look pretty cool.
They do.
The lights on the front.
I'm in.
I'm actually about to get a Ford truck. I'm on it right now.
I love it. All that TV money. 2-2 to Trevor. The pitch is a liner foul on the first base side.
You're not always wrong, but when you are, you're big wrong. Oh.
Of course you are. Texarkana, got to get me a truck.
That's right, brother.
2-2 to Trevor Story. I would look really weird in a truck. The pitch is popped up on the left side of the infield. Coming on is McMahon in foul ground about 20 feet down the line. Right above the chalk, he makes the play. And they're 2 down.
I always hope when you, as the home team, hit the pop-up this time, right as the sun's setting and going down, it kind of disappears up once it gets above the lights, but McMahon was all over that one.
Is there any way to counter the twilight sky?
Nope, absolutely not.
You just hope. Here's Willier. 1 on, 2 out. Pitch. Abreu takes the ball outside.
Williers hit 2 balls hard. He had that double play in the first, but that was smoked. 104 off the bat, and then hard hit ball to center in his last with a fly out.
Yeah, this is going to be loud right here. Double-barreled action in the Rocky bullpen. Bullpen report brought to you by Interlock Metal Roofing. 1-0 outside. 2-0. If I've said it once, I've said it 800 times. In this situation, you never know what the result will be. Willier Abreu is about to give his A-plus swing. 2-0. Anthony at first. The pitch is a breaking ball and called a strike. That's awful. That is awful from Lance Barrett.
That's 10 inches outside. That's not even close. And it's a breaking ball, so it never was a strike.
Willier, it's a good take. I mean, he was looking fastball. 2-1. See if he goes back there. The pitch is outside. It was a fastball. And now it's 3-1.
It's a better pitch than the pitch before. It was called for a strike.
I love that, though, about Abreu, because he's done some of that since coming off the injured list, where it's not just pure swing mode. He wants his pitch in his spot.
Yeah, and they're trying to stay all away from him so far. Every pitch this at bat has been off the plate away.
3-1. They throw to first. Anthony just has to sort of fall over back to the bag. "17 homers and 50 driven in for Abreu." I mean, as we approach the All-Star break, those are remarkable numbers. 3-1. The pitch is swung on and driven deep to right center field. It is back and it is gone into the Red Sox bullpen. Willier does get his A swing off. It's a 2-run bomb, and it's 4-0 Red Sox.
Was the Black Eyed Peas said, you got a feeling?
I mean,
you sure
come on.
did. I mean, you have been nailing it here lately, calling homers. You thought it was going to be 2-0. Had a bad strike called on him, gets the 3-1, and then obliterates this ball into one of the deepest parts of Fenway Park.
18 homers for Willier. What's so great about that hitter is that the reason I said that is he so often does that when he looks comfortable. Here is Narvaez. He drives one high in the air into right field. Yanquiel Fernandez coming on into that twilight sky. He looks up and he makes the play. The inning is over. Willie does it again. 2-run shot. 4-0 Red Sox after 5 on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
You know how you always want to know about everyone else's money? On the podcast What We Spend, guests will, for 1 week, tell us everything they spend their money on.
My son slammed $6 worth of blueberries in 5 minutes.
And everything that makes them feel.
I want to own a house. I want to have a child. But this morning, I really wanted a coffee.
Because at the end of the day, money is always about more than your balance. Listen to and follow What We Spend, an Odyssey original podcast. Available now wherever you get your podcasts.
You know they call these the dog days of summer. Well, I'm Rob Bradford of Baseball Isn't Boring. And if you're a baseball fan, there's nothing boring about the summer. Not with the home run derby, not with the All-Star game, where the biggest stars shine the brightest, reminding us all why we love this game. But that's just the appetizer, because right after, the second half of the season kicks into high gear, the pennant races heat up, rivalries intensify, and the unexpected becomes the norm. Don't miss a single moment of the excitement. Listen to Baseball Isn't Boring in the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
A scorcher of a day is the perfect time to throw on your helmet or boots, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and tune in for some high-stakes soccer. Because raising your heart rate and your elevation deserves the elevated deliciousness of bold refreshment.
Give me a mountain with lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the dew.
Your burger is served, and this is our finest Pepsi Zero Sugar. Its sweet profile perfectly balances the savory notes of your burger.
That is one perfect combination. Burgers deserve Pepsi.
More Boston sports opinion, more often. Just download the Odyssey app now.
Had one with Willier, and he paid it off. 4-0. We go to the 6th.
I was convinced Joe just didn't listen to us, but good to know.
The problem is he does, and it often really, really annoys him. 4-0 Sox. What a special season Abreu is having. Into the top of the 6th. Giolito's only allowed 3 hits and a strike on the outside corner. 0-1. He had another great night. The Red Sox 4 runs and 8 hits in 5 innings. The pitch is outside a slider, and it's 1-1.
Doing it a little differently in this one, not getting, stringing together multiple hits, manufacturing runs. It's been home runs in this one that have been driving in the runs outside of a Yoshida.
Different dudes every night, too.
Love it.
1-1. Pitch is a little bit high with the fastball, and it's 2-1.
They're just, on most nights, there's no bottom to the lineup. Because most nights you have Cedar Rafaela in the 9-hole.
Think about it. He's not in there, and they're still raking. Nor is Ref Snyder. The 2-1 is a chopper toward third. Marcelo plays a really tricky hop to his left. He gloves and throws high, but Romy gloves and steps on the bag for out number 1. I say tricky because it took that low bounce off the collar.
Yeah. They did a good job of staying down. A lot of times third basemen see that awkward hop and try to clear their hips to clear space, and they end up clanking off their glove because it's awkward, but he's so smooth, soft hands over there.
Every play at every position he makes look easy. Senzatela's night is done. The Rockies bullpen continues to go. Here's Austin Nole, takes a ball outside. Copyrighted broadcast presented by authority of the Red Sox may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. Accounts and descriptions may not be disseminated without the express written consent of EEI and the Red Sox. 1-0. Swing and a miss. Great change, and it's 1-1.
The right-on-right changeup is always tough for right-handed batters. Lefties are used to seeing it. Righties, not as much.
Sitko sign is on. The 1-1. Popped up. Straight back. A little bit to our right. Fastball, and it's 1-2. Yankees tacked on 2 more runs on the day they DFA'd DJ LeMahieu. How about the Milwaukee Brewers? They swept the LA Dodgers, who've lost 6 in a row. 1-2, just low. Lucas thought he had him there. How about the pitching for the Brewers? They may not have enough offense yet, but think about Peralta, Mizorowski, Woodruff. Awesome.
Yeah, getting Woodruff back is huge.
2-2. To the backstop. Giolito upset with himself there on that changeup. They did it in extra innings today, did Milwaukee. Bryce Harper homered and hit 3 doubles. Phillies destroyed the Giants. Fan base that is in love with me right now. 3-2, Giolito. Looking over his big black glove. Into the wind he throws. And a little looper in a shallow center field. Duran ambles in. He's there to make the shoulder high grab. And they're 2 down. Subaru of New England scoreboard. Make it a Subaru summer with symmetrical all-wheel drive. Get your authorized retailer at Subaru of NewEngland.com. Cleveland walked off they won in extras with a grand slam last night in Houston. Today, 2-0 leading the Astros halfway through the second. Here's the pitch. Strike. I think teams like the Guardians and the Twins are very interesting as we approach the break in the trade deadline, because both those teams have pieces that a lot of teams would want.
Totally.
0-1. Pitch. Swing and a miss. Oof. Great changeup.
Yeah, the Twins, especially with Joe Ryan and a guy like Griffin Jacks, the back end of that bullpen.
I mean, everybody focuses on Yohan Duran. I would be so eager to get somebody like Jacks in the fold. He is awesome. 0-2. Pitch. Driven foul down the left field line. Sort of a hanging change, and Freeman in front of it for strike 2.
I hope that was a chair that went off of, because that shot out of the stands, out of the bleachers.
Well, the way the fans are looking, I'm not sure that it was. Everybody's okay. I think, did it hit her on the face?
There's no way that hit her square in the face.
Yes, it did. Here's the 0-2, and a swing and a little cue shot down the first base line foul. Maybe it caught something else first. It's rolling back toward the field of play, but it stays foul. And it's 0-2. She had a cold drink of some sort, the woman who got pegged by that thing. She's putting it up on her cheek with a big smile on her face.
I mean, that thing ricocheted 20 yards off of her face, if that was what happened.
Hopefully it hit somebody's shoulder or something and then her. Who knows?
I don't know, because that would have been like a right hook from Tyson.
Ooh. 0-2. 4-0 Red Sox in the top of the 6th. Here's the pitch. In the dirt, he badly bounced a curve. He's now thrown 87 pitches. He's smiling on the mound. I don't think he did that in MLB The Show last night.
He didn't have his best command tonight. I mean, he's obviously throwing the ball well. Just 3 hits. But there's been a lot of off speed that he's bounced way in front of the plate.
Sweat running down that Pokemon tattoo on his left forearm as he fires a changeup that's fouled back to the screen.
What Pokemon is it? Pikachu?
I don't think it is.
Charizard? That's all I know. That's all I got.
Seriously. Squirtle?
Is that really one?
I've never been into Pokemon, but my oldest boy for like 10 minutes was. Here's the 1-2. Pitch is a comebacker. Giolito gloves, drops, picks up with a bare hand, throws to first, not in time. Freeman runs so well. And they will not look. It's a base hit with 2 down.
Yeah, so many times pitchers are not aware of where their infielders are playing, and David Hamilton up the middle probably makes this play pretty easily for the out. You know, those are ball hit right at you. Of course, your instinct is just to reach up and try to catch it and make the play yourself, but so often it goes off a glove and ricochets and then turns into an infield hit.
I guess the one that he has is called Cubone, C-U-B-O-N-E. He's got a tattoo of it.
Gotta find the story behind that one.
He loves to do the whole, whatever it's called, Pokemon Go, where you go around with your phone out and try to hunt for these things.
Gotta catch them all. Sure.
1 on, 2 out. 4-0. Sox lead. Here is the right-handed hitting Jordan Beck, a strike on the inside corner, 0-1.
You lost me at Squirtle. Like, what's its superpower?
It's a blue turtle, okay? I've already said Schlittler. Here's the 0-1, and it is swung on and missed at a fastball, and it's 0-2.
This is getting clipped, and I'm definitely going to see this on Twitter later.
You are, yep.
Oh, I apologize for how I am.
I'll tell you what its characteristics are. 0-2. 4-0 Sox. The pitch is swung on and missed. A foul ball caught by Narvaez, and the inning is over. Giolito,
probably for the best, this inning ended right there.
Gets through it just like that. We go to the bottom of the sixth. 4-0 Red Sox on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
You know how you always want to know about everyone else's money? On the podcast What We Spend, guests will, for 1 week, tell us everything they spend their money on.
My son slammed $6 worth of blueberries in 5 minutes.
And everything that makes them feel.
I want to own a house. I want to have a child. But this morning, I really wanted a coffee.
Because at the end of the day, money is always about more than your balance. Listen to and follow What We Spend, an Odyssey original podcast. Available now wherever you get your podcasts.
Your burger is served, and this is our finest Pepsi Zero Sugar. Its sweet profile perfectly balances the savory notes of your burger.
That is one perfect combination. Burgers deserve Pepsi.
You know they call these the dog days of summer. Well, I'm Rob Bradford of Baseball Isn't Boring, and if you're a baseball fan, there's nothing boring about the summer. Not with the home run derby, not with the All-Star game, where the biggest stars shine the brightest, reminding us all why we love this game. But that's just the appetizer, because right after, the second half of the season kicks into high gear, the pennant races heat up, rivalries intensify, and the unexpected becomes the norm. Don't miss a single moment of the excitement. Listen to Baseball Isn't Boring and the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
A summer evening is the ideal time to throw on your helmet or boots, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and tune in for some high-stakes soccer. Because raising your heart rate and your elevation deserves the elevated deliciousness of bold refreshment.
Give me a mountain with lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the dew.
The Christian Arcan Show, weekday afternoons starting at 6. Now back to the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Lucas Giolito is done, and that was a long and really kind of emotional embrace from Alex Cora as he came back into the dugout. And you could tell that Alex was so appreciative of the work that he's put in as Massa digs in. Pitch to him is a curveball outside. Missed outside, 1-0. This is the left-hander Rollison. That's a 2 for 2.
Well, it was a heck of a way for Giolito to
end his first half. The 1-0 is a chopper to second, throw to first in time, and there's one down. I mean, think about how he started, Will.
Right.
And what he's been the last 6 starts.
I mean, you're starting to think like, okay, they're going to have to Phantom IL him to figure this out. And he figured it out, obviously, with the mechanical change that he did with the arm angle and the body tilt, which we already got into. And he's been looking like one of the best pitchers in baseball over the last month plus.
I think Alex Cora has such an appreciation seeing it every day for the work that these guys put in.
So true.
Here's Romy Gonzalez. Takes high. And I also think it's one of his great strengths as a manager. He was never a great player, and he'd be the first to tell you that. I mean, he had a long career.
He sticks with guys.
He does.
He lets them figure it out.
1-0 is high with a fastball, but he also knows this is not an easy game. And he is, again, so appreciative when these guys put the time in and battle through difficulty. 2-0.
You know what is an easy game? Romy facing lefties.
No kidding. Fastball. He chased one there up and in, and it's 2-1.
I'd be hacking too if I were him. The way he's seeing the ball.
He's got now the best batting average and slug against lefties in the sport. 2-1. Pitch. Romy takes a ball. Fastball down and in. And it's 3-1.
Can you imagine being a lefty in the bullpen? You're like, who do I got coming up? They're like, well, Romy's in there. Sorry.
Aaron Judge.
Go get him.
3-1 to Romy is ball 4. Good take on a fastball. So he's aboard with one down. That'll bring up Marcelo. And in this spot with a 4-run lead, with Wilson and Alcala warming in the bullpen, they will let Meyer hit, which they should.
Well, he hasn't played a lot with all the lefties, and he's got to play.
One on, one out. Here's Meyer, who's singled and grounded out. He chops a soft one to first, and it is a fair ball. It's handled there by Tolia. Steps on the bag. Myers gone for out number 2. Romy up to second.
I always hate when I know it's the home plate umpire's call when it's in front of the bag.
Yep.
But when it gets closer like that, as a hitter and then base runner, you don't know if it's fair or foul because you can't see the umpire behind you. That one I thought was really close to being foul.
There's been a little more of that lately from our rollovers on the right side. Here's Hamilton. He swings and misses at a slider. It's 0-1. Very interesting decisions coming for the Red Sox soon. And this is cool. Giolito just went and sat and watched the iPad for a while. Now he's going back to ask Andrew Bailey about certain pitches in certain spots. I mean, those two have done so much together. The 0-1 is a little bit outside. And for as beleaguered as Andrew Bailey was a month ago, the work that he's done with Bayo and Giolito and really the whole staff has been super impressive.
So true. And, you know, we were all over them when things weren't going right, but they have put the work in.
1-1. Strike on the outside corner. Well, that is something Andrew will always do. I mean, I've never... All these guys, I don't think people have an appreciation for what coaches put into this thing. They, more than anybody, need the All-Star break. It is like an 8 a.m. to 11 p.m. job.
Non-stop.
1-2. Pitch is outside. I mean, Andrew, every single time we're on the road, you see him in the hotel lobby on the laptop, drinking coffee, Zooming with pitching coordinators and minor league coaches and game planning non-stop. And that's a cool moment for Giolito and Bailey right there. 2-2. Runner at second with 2 down. The pitch to Hamilton is ripped into right field. That's down for a base hit. Romy will score easily. The throw comes home anyway. Foot first slide. RBI hit for Hamilton. And it's 5-0 Red Sox.
You love that. Look, Hammy hasn't been getting a lot of playing time, and it's so hard to step in and have timing at the plate and feel good. Well, here he comes against a left-handed pitcher, left on left, which has not been his friend this season up until this point. Got a good pitch to hit there, smoked it to right for the RBI.
And the constant communication continues as Andrew Bailey, as that hit landed in the outfield, went behind Alex Cora and said something. I believe he might have said, we're going to get Wilson down and Murphy up with a 5-run lead. Here now, Jaron Duran. David Hamilton guessed wrong. He went back to the first base bag as a pitch to Duran misses outside for ball 1. It's another party at Fenway. 5-0, 9 hits. Throw to first, the snap pick off, and David back by a hair. I mean, early in the game against Senzatela, they could have had 3-4 runs. Loud contact.
Right at guys.
They'll take 5, though. Looking for more. The 1-0 to Duran. Here's a little chopper. Back to the mound. Rollison gloves, hesitates, throws to first in time, and Jaron is gone to end the inning. However, a walk, a ground out, and a hit from Hamilton puts the Red Sox further ahead. It is 5-0 after 6 at Fenway on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
A summer evening is the ideal time to throw on your helmet or boots, grab an ice-cold Mountain Dew with a refreshing citrus kick, and tune in for some high-stakes soccer. Because raising your heart rate and your elevation deserves the elevated deliciousness of bold refreshment.
Give me a mountain with lots to do. Give me a river, give me a dew. Give me something simple and true. Give me the sunshine, give me a dew.
Do the dew.
I'm Natalie Morales of 48 Hours. So much of our reporting focuses on the stories of victims who didn't survive. But what about those who lived to tell?
I survived a violent home invasion. There's no earthly reason why I'm alive.
From 48 Hours, this is It Could Have Been Me.
It makes you grateful for everything you have, you know.
You can follow and listen to It Could Have Been Me on Tuesdays in the 48 Hours podcast feed on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
You know they call these the dog days of summer. Well, I'm Rob Bradford of Baseball Isn't Boring. And if you're a baseball fan, there's nothing boring about the summer. Not with the home run derby, not with the All-Star game, where the biggest stars shine the brightest, reminding us all why we love this game. But that's just the appetizer, because right after, the second half of the season kicks into high gear, the pennant races heat up, rivalries intensify, and the unexpected becomes the norm. Don't miss a single moment of the excitement. Listen to Baseball Isn't Boring in the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
You're listening to the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Night is done for Giolito. Jorge Alcala is on for the Red Sox. They lead 5-0, closing in on a sweep and a 6th straight win. And by the way, it would be 8 of 9. Could have swept the Cincinnati Reds to make it 3 in a row, but that's in the rearview mirror. The Red Sox rolling right along. They want Alcala to get them through this 7th. How about Lucas Giolito? His last 6 starts now. 38 2/3 innings, 3 earned runs.
Decent.
When you cough, you're supposed to push the button to red.
Yeah, I did. I think I'm colorblind. I'm like developing colorblindness in my old age.
Here's Ryan McMahon. Pops the first pitch up on the left side of the infield. Story will take charge. Just out onto the grass, he reaches up to make the play.
The Sox just need one more hit to get to 10. That will be 7 consecutive games of at least 10 hits.
The Red Sox think they might have found something with this guy. Alcala pitched a scoreless 9th inning Monday. Part of a recent trend for them, velocity in the pen. Think about the arms they've brought in Hicks and Alcala. Pitch is a strike. This is from Red Sox PR, J.P. Nolan. Awesome note on Carlos Narvaez. 26 extra base hits before the All-Star break, the 0-1. Strike on the outside corner. That is the second most by a Red Sox rookie catcher before the break, and the only guy ahead of him, Carlton Fisk, who, by the way, in 1972 had 40.
40? I'm a man. I'm 40.
40 before the break? 0-2. Pitch. Swing and a miss. Curveball. And they're 2 away.
That's the pitch for Alcala. Obviously, his fastball can get up to 100, but when that curveball is landing like that, I mean, it's such late movement at 86 miles an hour, straight into the ground. He's going to get a lot of swing and miss.
Here's the pitch to Doyle. It's fouled off on the first base side.
You're still looking at Pokemon over there?
No, I think that might be a little off. It was from the Elias Sports Bureau. But in that Rookie of the Year campaign, Pudge 1972, at least according to Baseball Reference, had 28 doubles. Maybe we're talking RBIs. Who knows? 1 ball, 1 strike. 2 down, top 7. Extra base hits. That's what it is. Doubles, triples, and homers. Here's a ground ball on the third base side. Alcala gloves and throws to first. Inning over. You can't read colors, and I can't read, period. Quick one for Alcala. It's the stretch at Fenway. Red Sox 5, Rockies nothing. In the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
You know how you always want to know about everyone else's money? On the podcast What We Spend, guests will, for 1 week, tell us everything they spend their money on.
My son slammed $6 worth of blueberries in 5 minutes.
And everything that makes them feel.
I want to own a house. I want to have a child. But this morning, I really wanted a coffee.
Because at the end of the day, money is always about more than your balance. Listen to and follow What We Spend, an Odyssey original podcast. Available now wherever you get your podcasts.
Your burger is served, and this is our finest Pepsi Zero Sugar. Its sweet profile perfectly balances the savory notes of your burger.
That is one perfect combination. Burgers deserve Pepsi.
Are you living with dry AMD? If so, you could be on the road to geographic atrophy, or GA, a condition that leads to retinal cell death and permanent vision loss. But with Izervay, you can
slow it down and get it going going slower.
Izervay slows GA progression by targeting a key source of retinal cell death, which may help preserve your vision longer. Izervay, or Avastin Capted Pagel, is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com. Paid for by Astellas Pharma.
For the Rockies as we go to the bottom of the 7th inning. Roman Anthony is going to lead it off against the bullpen arm Kinley. Tyler Kinley. He's got a 6.64 ERA. Anthony, Story, and Willier in the Herb Chambers batting order, brought to you by Herb Chambers Jaguar, Boston, and Sudbury. As Roman takes a curveball in the dirt and away from him, 1-0. .96 mile-an-hour fastball, and it's 1-1. Roman on base 2 more times. I mean, the average is up to 258. The on base is spectacular. And again, what he's done for now 12 days is been remarkable. 1-1 is a strike on the outside corner, 1-2.
He's only been able to buy a beer legally for, what, 2 months?
And I'm sure that was the first he ever had.
Definitely.
You know, the truth about him is his head's so squarely on his shoulders, he probably played it right down the line. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. And it's low and in. Great take on a slider. I was asking him right when he got here, after about 10 days. You know, he lives with Marcelo. And I asked him, can you guys go anywhere in Boston without getting bothered? He said, absolutely not. It's the world we live in now.
The beauty of it.
2-2. Pitch to Roman is driven into left field, and this thing is going to be caught on the run. But even the outs are loud. That was a nice running grab out there by Beck. He's so special. 1 away.
I mean, I just find myself in awe watching him swing a bat. Right? Look, he's 21 years old. He's at the pinnacle of the sport, and he is just spraying missiles all over the place.
Well, and that right there is such a microcosm of what the mayor Sean Casey was talking about. He took a close slider
that was a
for
good
a
pitch
ball
too,
and then ripped one.
That was a fastball up and away.
Here's Trevor Story, who takes a fastball in the inside corner, 0-1. 5-0 Red Sox in the bottom of the 7th. Stay tuned after the game for the Nissan postgame show. You deserve a car that thrills you. Nissan has got an exciting full line. Put goosebumps on your goosebumps. 0-1. Pitch is fouled on the first base side. I would imagine Trevor would like to join the action here. We're 0 for 3. After being in such a groove. Isaiah Campbell is warming in the Red Sox bullpen.
I'm curious to see what the ball looks like coming out of his hand. It's been a while since we've seen that.
The results were not great at AAA.
No, they weren't.
Story steps out, calls time behind 0-2. Here's the pitch, and it is a breaking ball in the dirt, and it's 1-2. I mean, so now Roman has roughly a 985 OPS in his last 12 games. I mean, this is what we heard about him over and over again. The hard hit rate, the discipline at the plate, off the charts. And he's brought it here. The 1-2 to Trevor. Swinging a foul on the third base side. 7th inning, sponsored by Jeffrey Glassman Injury Lawyers, Boston's go-to injury attorney for over 30 years. Hurt in a car or work accident, you got to get Glassman, all 7s. After 6-1. 1-2. Pitch is ripped down the left field line. That's extra bases for Trevor. He rips a slider into the corner, takes the turn at first, and he cruises into second base. Well, he's had a big series against his former team. You know, these games mean just a little bit extra to him. Where he became an all-star, he burst onto the scene. And he cashes that one in, and here once again is Abreu.
Yeah, good at bat by Trevor right there. Fouled off a couple tough sliders to get him another one in the zone right there. Even that one, he's out front, but just buggy whipped it down the line.
Well, Willier has had some multi-homer games this season.
They'd like to come in bunches, don't they?
Trevor at second with one down. Abreu stands in. Here's the pitch, and it is a ball, a slider a little bit high. 1-0. Kinley is ready. The pitch to Abreu. He is swung on a chopped foul. Another violent swing from him there. Willier, of course, in the opener in Texas, blasted 2 homers. Single-handedly won them that game. And then against the Rangers here on May the 7th, 2 more homers. 1-1. Pitch. Ooh, big swing and a miss at a breaking ball. Good one there. And it is ball and 2 strikes. 2 homers against the Reds here on June the 30th. 18 overall. He'll take time, step out of the box. In some ways, the Red Sox are looking like the best present and future outfield in all of baseball. 1-2. Here's the pitch. Outside. I mean, there are some right now that maybe have a little more pedigree, tenure, but with what Rafaela looks like, what Abreu's swinging it like, and now the arrival of Roman Anthony. Man.
Future's bright, isn't it?
2-2. Pitch is a great take on a breaking ball. Good stop there by the catcher. Story has to hold at second, and it's 3-2.
Yeah, good adjustment by Abreu. That's the one he chased earlier in this at bat. He's able to lay off on that one.
Cedon is smiling and having a cookie in the Red Sox dugout right now. Why not?
A cookie?
It's one of those like waffle wafers.
Waffle, yeah. They're like protein. Protein and energy, which exactly what, you know, a 24-year-old needs at 9 p.m. I'm sure he has zero energy.
3-2 to Willier. Here's the pitch, and it is swung on and missed. Big slider. And he apologizes to the catcher, Nola, because he got him on the follow-through. So he's gone, and they're 2 down.
Yeah, another at bat. Heavy dose of sliders down and in, and Willier made the adjustment the pitch before that and just sold out to fastball, it seemed, on that 2-strike pitch.
Results of our poll from the New England Chevy dealers question of the day. Cedon, a winner by 7 percentage points over the man at second. Trevor Story. Here is Carlos Narvaez, who got the party started with a homer in the second. Cedon's Story. Romy gets 9%. Roman gets 8.
I mean, between him and Story, I don't think you could have been wrong.
No. 1-0. Pitch is a strike. Bent him away there with a slider. And it's 1-1. Yeah. What an incredible first half Carlos has had.
Offensively, defensively, he doesn't feel like a rookie either, which is great considering he's behind the plate and managing a lot of these games for these pitching staff.
1-1. Here's a high pop-up. Shallow right center field. Doyle and Fernandez come together, and the center fielder Doyle is there to make the play. Inning over. We're through 7 at Fenway. 5-0. Red Sox lead. They got 10 hits again on the Shaws and Star Market. WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
You want to grow your business. I mean, who doesn't? Constant Contact's marketing platform makes marketing way easier and way more effective, even if you know nothing about marketing. You can easily create email, text, social, events, and digital campaigns in just a few clicks. It's why over 500,000 business owners trust Constant Contact for their digital marketing needs. Constant Contact, helping the small stand tall. Get 25% off all plans for the first 3 months when you go to ConstantContact.com and use code LISTEN25 at checkout. ConstantContact.com with code LISTEN25.
Sometimes historic events suck. But what shouldn't suck is learning about history. I do that through storytelling. History That Doesn't Suck is a chart-topping history podcast created by me, Professor Greg Jackson. Listen to History That Doesn't Suck on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Your burger is served. And this is our finest Pepsi Zero Sugar. Its sweet profile perfectly balances the savory notes of your burger.
That is one perfect combination. Burgers deserve Pepsi.
Most people would rather attend a corporate team building workshop than search for auto and home insurance.
Go team, feel that synergy.
That's why the Zebra searches for you, comparing over 100 insurance companies to find savings no one else can. Compare today at thezebra.com.
Who's ready for the trust fall?
You know they call these the dog days of summer. Well, I'm Rob Bradford of Baseball Isn't Boring. And if you're a baseball fan, there's nothing boring about the summer. Not with the home run derby, not with the All-Star game, where the biggest stars shine the brightest, reminding us all why we love this game. But that's just the appetizer, because right after, the second half of the season kicks into high gear, the pennant races heat up, rivalries intensify, and the unexpected becomes the norm. Don't miss a single moment of the excitement. Listen to Baseball Isn't Boring and the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
You're listening to the Sox on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Now, back to the play-by-play action.
Well, Isaiah Campbell returns to the major leagues. Here with the Red Sox ahead 5-0 in the top of the 8th inning, closing in on a 3-game sweep. Campbell came over from the Brewers to the Sox. One-time second-round pick of the Seattle Mariners. First appearance of this season for the Sox as Orlando Arcia takes a strike. Slider on the outside corner. It's 0-1. Last year, Will, he made 8 appearances with a 16.2 ERA. It was really breaking stuff that got hammered. The 0-1 is swung on miss. Good sweeper there, and it's 0-2.
Yeah, heavy slider and sweeper usage. Uses both shapes. The slider being more of a downer. The sweeper is the one, obviously, the name tells you, it's going sweeping across the plate.
Arcia steps out. Again, stay tuned after the game for the Nissan postgame show. You deserve a car that thrills you. Nissan's got an exciting full line. Goosebumps on your goosebumps. Here's a pitch that misses outside. It's 1 ball and 2 strikes. We're back to goosebumps. I think the Red Sox will be somewhat aggressive with the bullpen here. I mean, they'd love Campbell to get them through this thing, but only a 5-run lead. The 1-2 is a chopper toward third high. Marcelo has it in fair ground, wide of the bag. A 2-hopping throw is picked out by Romy. Very nicely done. And there's 1 down. We take 10 seconds for station ID on the Shaws and Star Market. WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
From the WEEI studios, 93.7 WEEI FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Will Fleming, Will Middlebrooks. Fenway Park as Yanquiel Fernandez takes a slider that is just a little outside. Some of our fans have taken, as I'm a little choked up thinking about it, to calling us Will Squared.
I like that.
1-0. Little looper toward the left side of the infield and into the outfield on a bounce. Another slider. Not hit hard, but through. And it's a 1-out hit here in the 8th inning. You want to give all the relievers as much of a break as you can going into the All-Star break, but for now, most importantly, going into the 4-game series with Tampa.
Yeah, which is the big one, right? You want to keep this momentum going, get as many wins as possible when you're hot, ride this wave. You almost don't want the break to come.
Hitters definitely do not. Kyle Farmer is in there. He tries to check his swing, and they say he does. That was borderline, I thought.
His body turned. I think you did leave the bat back, but the full body turn made it look worse.
Spoken like a true hitter. 5-0 Red Sox in the 8th. Pitch. High drive into deep left field. This thing is cranked back. Anthony looks up, and it is gone. Another slider crushed off of Isaiah Campbell, and it's 5-2. I mean, not to be too harsh, but I've almost never in my life seen a guy in as short a stint give up as many homers on spin as this guy, and that will get the Red Sox bullpen going and should. Wow. I mean, at the moment with what's going on with Slayton and Weissert and everybody else, you understand the need to get a guy who's on the roster up here, but that's not close. So, a 3-run lead now. Here's Austin Nola, who swings and fouls a slider off for strike one.
So often with this slider, it backs up arm side. That one just spun and stayed middle in. Kyle Farmer just didn't miss it.
This guy who had 3 home runs coming in. 0-1. Campbell throws. And a little looper into shallow right field. Long run in for Willier, and on the run, he will get there to make the play. Great range and great night for him. So now 2 down. If you can just stem the tide here, no huge deal. Though I do think you watch these guys as Andrew Bailey comes to the mound. This is purely to buy time for the bullpen. I mean, the Rockies will not pinch hit with Freeman. They know the book on this guy. He just wants to be sure that the guys throwing in the pen have a little extra time if they need him.
Yeah, and you're likely going to see Jordan Hicks in the 9th, I'm assuming. You're not going to go to Araldis at this point, I don't think. Jordan Hicks is down there warming it up along with Justin Wilson, the lefty.
It's interesting. The only reason I would totally agree with you is that right now there's no towel routine going for Chapman. As a light rain begins at Fenway.
Don't do it.
This thing's gotten a little squirrely on the scoreboard, but 2 down in the 8th. Here now is Freeman, their hottest hitter. Rain falling at Fenway, 2 down, 2 in for the Rockies. The pitch is a ground ball to short. That should end the inning. It does. Story gloves, throws to first in time. And the inning is over. Well, a hiccup, but Campbell survives. To the bottom of the 8th we go. 5-2 Red Sox. Yoshida, Romy, and Meyer after this on the Shaws and Star Market. WEEI Red Sox.
Going on vacation? We're here for it. With kids who turn a backseat into a courtroom drama over whose tablet is louder, whose charger is faster, and why watching the same cartoon for the 100th time is a human right? Yep, we totally have vehicles to handle that. Because whether it's a road trip or a business trip, where your flight's delayed, your phone's at 2%, and your dinner, whatever's open, yeah, here for that too. Enterprise, we're here for it.
The South Coast Health Heart and Vascular Program is nationally recognized year after year for providing world-class care. Our heart and vascular team goes above and beyond to deliver the best clinical care and most compassionate service. You receive the time, attention, and communication you need to feel most comfortable, because at South Coast Health, you are what matters most. We are South Coast Health Heart and Vascular. Visit southcoast.org/heart to learn more.
You know how you always want to know about everyone else's money? Well, then listen to What We Spend, available now on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Your burger is served, and this is our finest Pepsi Zero Sugar. Its sweet profile perfectly balances the savory notes of your burger.
That is one perfect combination. Burgers deserve Pepsi.
You know they call these the dog days of summer. Well, I'm Rob Bradford of Baseball Isn't Boring. And if you're a baseball fan, there's nothing boring about the summer. Not with the home run derby, not with the All-Star game, where the biggest stars shine the brightest, reminding us all why we love this game. But that's just the appetizer, because right after, the second half of the season kicks into high gear, the pennant races heat up, rivalries intensify, and the unexpected becomes the norm. Don't miss a single moment of the excitement. Listen to Baseball Isn't Boring and the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Ask your smart speaker to play 93.7 WEEI. Now back to Red Sox baseball on WEEI.
Well, tonight, That is as true as ever, as the Red Sox are now 3 outs away from a 3-game sweep and a 6th straight win, but it's only a 3-run lead. Light rain falling as Massa digs in, and he takes a strike on the outside corner. 2 for 3 tonight is Yoshida. Seth Halverson, right-handers up, and they will get Chapman up in the bullpen.
All right.
0-1. Pitch way outside. Clearly not the plan until the Rockies scored 2 runs, so you wonder how that will impact Chapman's preparation. He so often is up for a while, walking around, ripping that towel around. You'd like, in a lot of ways, I think, for this to be a long bottom of the 8th inning.
Yeah, well, he's been around for a while.
He has. 1-1 to Massa is a little bit low and outside. A fastball, 2-1.
Yeah, and how many? 16 seasons? I'm assuming he has done this a few times where it didn't go perfectly.
Had to get hot in a hurry. 2-1. Here's the pitch, and it is outside. You know, in a perfect world, you'd get 4 up here and bring Hicks in for the 9th. Although, you know, some teams and some pitching coaches say, once I get my closer hot, let's just bring him into the game. 3-1 to Massa. Pitch is a ground ball foul outside of first. Jose David Flores opens up, lets it go right through the wickets, and it's 3-2. 5 runs, 10 hits, no errors for the Red Sox. 2-6-1 for the Rockies. The updated box score brought to you by the Mass State Lottery. 3-2. The pitch is a high drive down the right field line, hooking toward the pole. It is fair and over the short wall. It's an automatic double for Yoshida. Pitter patter into the second base bag, and he's got his 3rd hit of the night.
I love it. The guy just rakes, and he runs like a Lego. I love it.
You know, it's so funny. This has been a really happy team lately. But this guy, Yoshida, tickles them more than just about anybody else. Yeah. They are just belly laughing as he gets into second base. And he just threw the bat at that thing.
I mean, he was beaten. He just about hit that out of here down that right field line.
Here now, Romy. The pitch is swung on and missed, a slider. That double means $50 to the American Diabetes Association, brought to you in part by the Mass Health Connector. If you need health insurance, go to mahealthconnector.org and find the right plan for you and your family. 0-1 to Romy. Pitch is a beauty. Strike, 99 miles an hour. And it's 0-2.
So they're expecting these showers to stick around the rest of this. The grounds crew came out and actually put Diamond Dry all over the infield to help soak it up.
Sort of that kitty litter-like substance. 0-2 to Romy. Pitch is a chopper foul. The great thing about Gonzalez, as hot as he's been, as much as he can pull the ball for power, in this spot, he knows 3-run game. I do believe he's thinking inside out to get the runner over.
You could tell by that swing. Unfortunately, it was a fastball that ran in on his hands, but he was trying to shoot it to the right side.
0-2 pitch is bloop foul again. I mean, that's that keep the hands in approach into the 3rd level. I mean, it's raining harder now, but this is not the kind of rain that makes you think the game would need to be stopped for now anyway. Chapman continues to throw. Another 0-2 is swung on and driven high into left field. This thing is back at the wall. It is gone. Romy does it again.
No way.
So much for going the other way. He launches another homer. Romy, my homie. It is 7-2 Red Sox.
Yeah, move him over. How about bring him home? I'll come home too. Meet you in the dugout with a Wally head. Moonball that just kept carrying through the raindrops. Leaves this park by about 5 feet. Romy, stay hot.
I'm telling you, I think that'll get Chapman to sit down. I think somebody like Hicks may begin to throw here for the Red Sox. We will wait and see. Here's Marcelo Meyer. The pitch is swung on and missed. A big fastball. And it is 0-1.
Yeah, that homer might have made it rain even more. I think he had some hang time on it. Hanging breaking ball. Smell ya.
It is a Fenway special for sure. 0-1. Pitch is a liner into left field. That's going to get down for a hit. Marcelo is aboard. The hits keep coming for the Red Sox. That is number 13 as they continue to roll. Incredible.
Oh, no. Romy's homer. Fan had it in his glove. Clanked out of his glove. Rolled over the monster back into play.
Oh, no.
Oh, that's almost makes for a better story.
I mean, that's why, like, literally into the gap in the wall. Now, you bring the glove, you get the front row seat in the monster. That's the dream come true. You got to make that play. Especially the night after a guy makes a bare hand grab on a missile from Story.
And by the way, earlier today, you're like, oh, you know, he hits the 450-foot homer. You know, that'll make up for he hits a scraper out of here. Well, there's your scraper. Fenway special.
Oh, man, we just watched the replay, and he almost looked like he was willing to go over the wall to get that thing.
The best part was watching his mouth because he goes, yes, no.
And nobody's throwing right now for the Red Sox in their bullpen. Maybe because Chapman wants to stay out of the rain. And that guy is getting 8 million texts right now in the first row of the monster seats. 7-2. Here's David Hamilton. He takes fastball way outside for ball one. I don't know if it's his wife to his right, his best buddy to his left, but they are giving it to him in that first row. 7-2 Red Sox. 1-0. Here's the pitch. Hamilton takes a ball. And a base hit back in the 6th. Steady rain falling at Fenway. Marcelo takes his lead at first, 2-0. Pitch, way outside. It is absolutely absurd what Romy Gonzalez has done for the last month.
Well, guess what? That's against the righty. Guess what? He's not just a lefty specialist. Maybe he's just a good hitter.
3-0. You think Hamilton is going to take here. The pitch is taken for a strike. On the outside corner. Good one, and it's 3-1. Feels like the rain is a little harder now. So now you play that game of, all right, 5-run lead. Maybe get this thing to the top of the 9th. 3-1 to Hamilton. The pitch is a strike. That was a splitter at the bottom of the zone, and it's 3-2. But that is not on the mind of David Hamilton or Jarren Duran or Roman Anthony. I mean, this offense is rolling. They want to hit while they can. 3-2 is looped down the left field line, but foul. Toward the ball attendant. Makes a nice play, flips to a fan, and we'll do it again, 3-2.
They might be leaving Campbell in this game.
It's totally possible. See if he can get you 3 outs before a few more runs score. 3-2. Marcelo dancing around at first. The pitch is a ball. That's a great plate appearance. Splitter that missed. So now 2 on, nobody out for Jarren Duran. Jarren's had another big night. Doubled and walked. Made the huge relay throw to Trevor Story, then to Narvaez to gun down the run at the plate. Rockies have bullpen activity going. Yeah, that's not what we want with the rain falling. Here's Duran, who takes pitch outside a fastball, and it's 1-0. Two on, none out. The pitch to Duran is a drive deep to right field. It is back. It is gone. Another massive homer for Jarren Duran, and it is 10-2 Red Sox.
Unbelievable. 10 runs again. Homer after homer after homer. It's been the approach change, right? Line drives, hard hit, contact first. These guys are strong. They can hit, and the homers are starting to just pile on. That's 4 tonight.
And I get it a day late, but we'll take Mr. Brightside. In the bottom of the 8th inning, let it rip, Doug Lane. 10-2, the Red Sox rolling at Fenway Park on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI, Red Sox Radio Network.
During this call to the bullpen, you could sign up for Ford Pass. It's the app that puts your Ford ownership experience right in the palm of your hand. With the Ford Pass app, you can access complimentary remote features like start-stop, lock-unlock, schedule a start, locate your vehicle, or get your vehicle's status on the Ford Pass app when your vehicle is equipped with Ford Pass Connect. Get started by downloading the Ford Pass app on the App Store or Google Play.
Having health insurance is a must-have, and the Massachusetts Health Connector has a power-packed lineup in Connector-Care plans that delivers. At the top of the order, lower premiums make bumpy costs affordable. The middle of the lineup is packed with low copays and no deductibles, so you can save money on everything. From an urgent ER trip to managing chronic disease like diabetes and hypertension through no-cost prescriptions. Round out the order access to Connector-Care plans now at mahealthconnector.org, and you have a winning team with you and the Massachusetts Health Connector.
Attention, please. Now pitching for the Rockies, number 44, Jimmy Herget. I mean, the party continues at Fenway Park for these Red Sox. Last 11 games, they've scored 96 runs.
Good Lord.
And it's so impossible with Duran smiling and talking to Alex Bregman in the dugout to identify one person who's been most responsible for this thing. They're all doing it.
I mean, you look at the lineup. All right, Duran, yep, he's been back. He's raking. Roman Anthony, he's hot as a firecracker. Trevor Story's been good for 5 weeks. Abreu rakes. Narvaez rakes. Like, this is starting to pile up.
Here now, Roman Anthony. The pitch to him misses outside. For all the talk swirling around Duran, it's hard not to think about how much, if he were not here, you'd miss him. I mean, he can be such an igniter. 1-0 to Roman. The pitch is a strike. Ooh. Curveball bottom of the zone.
That was 113 off his bat.
How far did that one go?
It was a line drive, so not as far. 417.
417, oh,
but still 113 off the bat. That was a screamer.
So his last 2 home runs have gone 871 feet. As Roman, why not? Another hit on the right side. He's a complete animal, and he's aboard now for the 3rd time. And the Red Sox now with 15 hits as Anthony's at first for Trevor Story.
And Masataka Yoshida joins the party with 3 hits today. By the way, we said that. Watch, he'll get 3 hits today because that's what he does.
I'm really thinking about how in the world to identify one person or thing for these 3 wins. It's almost impossible. Here's Trevor's Story. Pitch to him is a fastball up and in for ball 1. That, by the way, this pitching change and slow down in the action to Jimmy Herget was brought to you by Iservay. Fans don't care about the rain when they're 10 runs up. Pitch, swing and a miss. He's trying to join the party is Trevor. He tonight is doubled. He's 1 for 4. I mean, it's just incredible what this offense has done. 96 runs over 11 games. And they got the best batting average, slugging percentage in the whole sport over that time, the 1-1. Down to Story. And, well, they now have the 2nd most runs scored in the American League. Giolito follows Bayo with a great start.
The thing, too, is almost every game there's one inning they just have an explosion.
It's so true. The 2-1 pitch. Trevor chops it foul outside of 3rd.
You know, at least 4 runs we've seen in one inning almost every game. 5 here so far in the 8th and no outs.
Man, it's a pretty good inning when you get a 2-run homer and a 3-run shot. And now it's Marcelo, Duran, Toro, Romy in the dugout. Winning is fun. 2-2.
I mean, that is a hell of a mullet, man. He's got perfect hair. It's like
2-2.
It is typical business in the front, party central in the back.
Curly party in the back. The 2-2 to Trevor is swung on and missed. And he also, Jaron, the people at home can't see it, but he shaves it like 3 inches above his
he
ear.
fades it in, and it's just a perfect Mississippi mud flap right there.
Now Wilyer Abreu, who hit one of the real important homers of this game. That time it was just a 2-0 game, and he launched in the 5th. Imagine being a Colorado Rocky player or fan. The pitch to Wilyer is swung on and missed. I mean, he could have hurt himself on that swing. That's how violent that was on a swing and miss, and it's 0-1. I really kind of hope he's okay there. You tell me. I've heard from so many hitters, you can hurt yourself more on the misses than any other.
It makes no sense. You can swing so hard, make contact at the exact same swing and miss, and you feel like your back comes apart.
0-1 is a strike. You know a thing or two about that. It's a changeup, and it's 0-2 to Abreu. It must be that the body, can pause for a second when you make contact.
Like a little bit of the force maybe combats it. I don't know. I'm not a
physics
scientist
guy either. 10-2 Red Sox.
I did go to Stanford.
Paid my way in. The 0-2 is a ground ball up the middle that could be 2. Flip to second for 1. Relay to first is in time. Inning over. Campbell will continue. It is 10-2. Top 9 coming up next on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
History That Doesn't Suck is a legit, seriously researched, hard-hitting history podcast told through entertaining stories. Listen to History That Doesn't Suck on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
You know they call these the dog days of summer. Well, I'm Rob Bradford of Baseball Isn't Boring. And if you're a baseball fan, there's nothing boring about the summer. Not with the home run derby, not with the All-Star game, where the biggest stars shine the brightest, reminding us all why we love this game. But that's just the appetizer, because right after, the second half of the season kicks into high gear, the pennant races heat up, rivalries intensify, and the unexpected becomes the norm. Don't miss a single moment of the excitement. Listen to Baseball Isn't Boring in the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Your burger is served, and this is our finest Pepsi Zero Sugar. Its sweet profile perfectly balances the savory notes of your burger.
That is one perfect combination. Burgers deserve Pepsi.
When you're looking for a different way to get away, Foxwoods is like no other. Experience an endless entertainment mix, unparalleled dining, including Gordon Ramsay Hell's Kitchen, and tap into a unique energy of excitement and possibility. Book early to save more.
This is how we resort.
Foxwoods.
Jones and Keith.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
Now back to the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
Campbell stays in the game as we go to the top of the 9th. After this game is over, stay tuned for the Nissan postgame show. You deserve a car that thrills you. Nissan, they got an exciting full line. Put goosebumps on your goosebumps. Experience the thrill for yourself. Shop your local Nissan store and nissanusa.com today. Jordan Beck, right-handed hitter, to lead it off against Campbell, and he takes a fastball inside for ball one. It's great to stay away from Chapman with the Tampa Bay Rays around the corner for 4 games. They beat the Tigers tonight 7-3. Pitch. Here's a ground ball up the middle through into center field. That's a base hit. He will have a long, long leash, Campbell will, in this inning.
I would think so.
We've been in these spots enough to know that with people like Kyle Harrison coming back, with Slayton, with others looming in the wings, with Houck rehabbing, Campbell's got to be feeling it right now on the mound.
Yeah, you know, Houck made a start. He had a tough first inning. Got through it with 26 pitches, I think.
Pitch to Ryan McMahon is a strike on the inside corner.
But ended up bouncing back, going 4 1/3, I believe. Looked better, just 3 hits. But I'm still convinced he's going to go in the bullpen.
I am too. 0-1. Pitch, not close. Missed outside. I really believe that the Red Sox top priority at the deadline will be to add a starting pitcher.
Yep, me too.
And if that comes to fruition, it makes all the sense in the world to put Houck in the bullpen. Less pressure. He's been awesome there in his career. The 1-1 fouled off a fastball, and it's 1-2.
And you just start weighing the options, right? You start looking at that end of the rotation. Dobbins, Fitz. You feel like those guys just are better right now.
Alex made a good point, Cora did, before the game, that it's really important to see how Tanner bounces back, that he's not really recovered that well after these rehab outings. Ground ball to first. Romy Glove spins to second for one. Story's relay in time. Nicely done. The old 3-6-1 double play. Good job by Campbell to cover, and the Red Sox are an out away.
Yeah, great start on the double play by Romy. Nice feed to Trevor Story. Gave him plenty of time and a nice throwing lane because of the good feed by Romy to make throw a strike to Campbell covering first base. Good all around.
Michael Tolia stands in with 2 down and a fastball in there for strike 1. Another fun night at the yard. 10 runs and 15 hits for the Red Sox. About to win their 6th straight game. 0-1, Campbell throws, and a liner foul. Third base side, Red Sox are a strike away.
Gotta walk through the rain, go do post-game show. What are we doing?
Doug has an umbrella for you.
I don't need it.
0-2. Here's the pitch, and it's in the dirt. Curveball.
Well, I know it's been bad teams, but boy, it's been fun to watch. And boy, did we need it.
9-2 over their last 11, a 6-game winning streak. And if it holds in the Bronx, tied for the last wild card. 1-2. Campbell throws, and a fastball just outside. And it's 2-2.
I'll tell you what, the fans that are left here, still a good amount here in the rain.
Into it. 2-2. Swinging a liner into left field, base hit past Marcelo, picked up on 2 hops by Anthony. And the game continues. I mean, you think about this thing. Just look around the diamond, right? I mean, Romy Gonzalez, a 2-run homer. At second base, David Hamilton had a knock, drove in a run, walked one time. Roman Anthony, 2 hits, hit by a pitch in left field. Trevor Story has a double. Willier, a big 2-run homer. Carlos Narvaez got the scoring started.
Everyone.
Meyer, a couple of hits. It's just been amazing. Here's the pitch to the right-handed hitting Brenton Doyle in there for a strike. Attendance report brought to you by Crispy Crunchy Chicken. If you're craving crunch, get it right here in the ballpark. 0-1 pitch. Breaking ball popped up into shallow right field. On the run, Abreu. He is there to make the play. Game over. Sweep over. The Red Sox have won 6 in a row and 9 of 11. It was a huge party at Fenway tonight. Giolito, awesome again. Homers from Narvaez, Abreu, Gonzalez, and Duran. Yoshida returns and gets 3 hits, and the Sox score 10 runs again. They are rolling, are the Sox. Nissan postgame show is next on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
College football summer is no time to slouch because we are taking you to school on the Cover 3 podcast, part of the CBS Sports Podcast Network. It's time for our annual summer school series as we take time to break down some of your favorite teams with experts and insiders who know these depth charts from top to bottom. But summer school is just extra credit as we go through positional drafts, player rankings, and more. Follow and listen to the Cover 3 podcast on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
You know they call these the dog days of summer. Well, I'm Rob Bradford of Baseballs and Boring, and if you're a baseball fan, there's nothing boring about the summer. Not with the home run derby, not with the All-Star game, where the biggest stars shine the brightest, reminding us all why we love this game. But that's just the appetizer, because right after, the second half of the season kicks into high gear, the pennant races heat up, rivalries intensify, and the unexpected becomes the norm. Don't miss a single moment of the excitement. Listen to Baseballs and Boring and the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Your burger is served, and this is our finest Pepsi Zero Sugar. Its sweet profile perfectly balances the savory notes of your burger.
That is one perfect combination. Burgers deserve Pepsi.
Town Fair Tire has the area's largest selection of Toyo tires. Sells them all at the guaranteed lowest price, offers more free services for life than anywhere else, and Town Fair has well over 100 locations throughout New England and New York. The area's largest inventory of Toyo tires at the guaranteed lowest price, more locations, and the most free services for life. So for your next set of Toyo tires, remember, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
We're right back to the Sox on the Shaws and Star Market WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. You have been listening to the Nissan Postgame Show. At Nissan, we make cars that thrill. Experience the thrill for yourself today. Shop NissanUSA.com.
Red Sox crush again, 10-2. They beat the Rockies. They do what they had to do. They sweep the worst team in baseball. They've won 6 in a row and 9 of 11. And man alive, the Red Sox back 4 games above 500, a season high, and they're going to be tied for the third wild card when this night begins, unless the Mariners stage a big-time comeback in their game in New York. Will Fleming and Christian Arcand with you for the Nissan postgame show. Giolito, the winner. His last 6 starts have been remarkable. The Red Sox mauled Senzatela, who falls to 3-13. It took 2 hours and 27 minutes to play it in front of 31,691. 10 runs, 15 hits, no errors, and 6 left for the Sox. 2-8-1 and 3 for the Rockies. And Christian, this is the best kind of broken record every single night. Heroes up and down. They've just been incredible, these Red Sox have, and what a role this is.
Yeah, it certainly is. There's a saying in basketball, Will, that sometimes you just need to see the ball go through the basket, you know, and that's something that this team hasn't really seen a lot of this year. This is how they were built. This is what they were built to do. This pitching staff, this offense, all of it. You know, we've been waiting all season for it to click. And yeah, it's the Rockies, it's the Nationals, but you know, seeing that ball go through the basket, I think, is making a big difference. You can tell. And what a party this has been.
Yeah, it has. And you know, what's fun about it is that there's not one guy on any given night that is the key to everything. Sure, Story and Rafaela have been great, and Romy Gonzalez continues to get big hits, and Duran 2 nights in a row gets huge home runs. Bayo last night, Giolito tonight, Narvaez gets the scoring started, Abreu a 2-run homer. I've named everybody on the roster, and I've not even yet mentioned the kid that might in the long run be their best player and one of their greats that they've had in a long time, and that's Roman Anthony, who continues to just do ridiculous things at the plate. So I know what people are saying. It's the Nationals and the Rockies, but guess what? This goes back to the series with the Cincinnati Reds. It goes back even in glimpses in Seattle on the West Coast. They've played really good baseball in stretches here, and this is a long run that they're on, and it is coming from every spot in the lineup.
Certainly is, and they are doing it with the long ball. For every 4-bagger the Red Sox hit this season, Red Sox Radio Network donates $40 to Cars for Kids. We're making our donation, and you should too. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go to carsforkids.com to donate your car today. That's Cars with a K. You said it, Will. A broken record. Jaron Duran, another one. Romy, another one. Wilyer Abreu, team leading 18th. And Carlos Narvaez, number 8. That's another $160. You would think they were playing in Denver with all these home runs, wouldn't you?
Yeah, and they've been so impressive, and they're so deep. I mean, Romy hits one 454, and then Duran 456, and he hits another tonight 419. They're just trying to one-up themselves, and I can't get over the shots in the dugout where it is just a laugh fest. And it's all of them together having the time of their lives. They have launched, and it has just been spectacular to watch.
Yes, it certainly has, and it was also real nice to see Masataka Yoshida making his debut. He had a double in this game, and for every double the Red Sox hit, we donate $50 to the American Diabetes Association, brought to you in part by the Mass Health Connector. If you need health insurance, go to mahealthconnector.org. Find the right plan for you and your family. Our tally now with 4 doubles on the night, Trevor Story, Jaron Duran, Carlos Narvaez with the other 3, is now up to $6,900 on the season. Masataka Yoshida, we were wondering what he was going to look like. Didn't seem like he missed a beat.
Crazy, isn't it? And we all said this coming out of spring training. The roster crunch, they had all this stuff going on. How are you going to use him? The bat is what matters for him. And he's always hit at this level. When he's healthy, which he is, he's going to produce. The other part of this thing, Christian, is, you're going to get Bregman, I think, probably Friday back into this roster. It's hard to overstate how these players on this team feel about Masa. I mean, he's just beloved in there because he's always smiling. He's funny. He does things in a totally different way. They were thrilled to have him back, and when he delivered, it was so fun.
You mentioned the roster crunch, Will. I know it's a real thing. I'm not going to pretend and be naive and act like they're going to be able to figure out how to get everyone at bats. But, boy, I'd really love to see him just keep this team together. Right? I don't want him to trade anybody. I want everyone to stay right where they are and keep doing what they're doing.
I'll tell you what, there's an argument to be made for exactly that. I mean, really, because right now you're seeing the fruits of having a deep roster where it doesn't matter if every single outfielder plays every single day. They can all handle it and play matchups and move people around. There's just the reality of all of this is that you can never have too many good players. That's a silly thing to say. And what have we been talking about with the LA Dodgers the last 4 or 5 years? They've got depth everywhere, and injuries are going to happen. When they do, wouldn't it be nice to have more depth behind them? So I'm with you. I think that it's a fluid situation about what they think they might have to do.
And some of it's also, Will, the sticker shock from the Devers trade. They were playing very well at that point. Devers gets traded, and they go into a funk for a couple of days. You'd hate to see them pick it back up, make some big trade, and then go into, you know what I mean? Like, it's a PTSD of sorts after a big trade happens like that. I don't know. I mean, I'm really enjoying this.
I guess that's totally possible. You don't want to break up the wave they're riding. That's true. But I would say this. They're not going to just sell. So it'd be a little different. I mean, it might be a player that's beloved or whatever. But if they make moves that send players out of here, it's going to be for huge people that can really help coming back. So I'm not as concerned about that. Why don't we, Christian, take a quick break and see if we can get going in the Red Sox clubhouse before we keep going. And actually, we're here. So Willie Abreu is joining us down in the Red Sox clubhouse. Willie, you did it again. Big fly into right field. It's so fun to look down into your dugout. It is as fun a team as I've watched. Everybody's smiling and laughing, talking, sharing information. What's it like to be a part of this team right now?
It's amazing. We're enjoying the game, so we're having a good time, around everybody, so we're having a good time, and hopefully we keep going.
You made me look pretty good because your swing looked so balanced in the first 2 at-bats. I said when he came up, you were looking to launch one, and sure enough, you got your ace swing off. You took breaking stuff, and you found one to really hammer. How comfortable do you feel at the plate?
No, I feel really, really good. So I'm just trying to get my pitch, the pitch that I can do damage. So I was just waiting for it.
It's amazing how many guys contribute to this thing right now, Willier. I'm going to talk about a countryman of yours, Carlos Narvaez, because he came out of camp being the backup catcher, and he just took the job by the reins. He's been absolutely spectacular. Hits a big home run. He's managing the pitching staff. What can you say about Carlos?
No, he's a great guy, very smart guy. I know why he's been too successful, because he's a really smart guy. He knows how to handle the game, how to pitch to everybody. So I think he's been huge this year, and hopefully he stay healthy and he contribute to the team.
Will, since you come back from the injury, you have joined the rest of your team in finding the right pitch to hit. Cedon has done that. Certainly Trevor Story has done that. Romy and everybody is just finding strikes to hit. What triggered that? How did you find a way to find your pitch to hit?
I mean, just stay calm. Don't try to rush or try to swim before the pitchers throw the ball. So I think we did a lot that before. So now we're more like just waiting, be patient, and just try to get one good swing.
I love it. We love watching this team, and it was so fun to see you lift off again, Willier. Thanks so much for the time.
Thank you.
All right, that's Willier Abreu, one of a cavalcade of heroes offensively for the Red Sox. It is just an incredible run that they're on, and you just don't want to get off the magic carpet while you're on it. And they got the Tampa Bay Rays coming in for a 4-game series beginning tomorrow night, and it should be a lot of fun. It was fun to check in again with Christian Arcand. He'll take you the rest of the way on the Nissan postgame show. Doug Lane here at Fenway. Joe Braverman, great as always, back at the flagship WEEI. 10-2 is a score the Red Sox have grown very familiar with, and they are rolling once again here at Fenway Park. For Will Middlebrooks, Will Fleming saying so long from Fenway. Sox have won 6 in a row. Keep the party going tomorrow night right here on the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
I'm Emma Greed, and I've spent the last 20 years building, running, and investing in some incredible businesses. The more success I've had, the more people started coming to me with questions. How do you start a business? How do you raise money? How do I bounce back from failure? On my new podcast, Aspire with Emma Greed, I'll be answering these questions and more through weekly conversations with the smartest minds out there. Listen to and follow Aspire with Emma Greed, an Odyssey podcast available now, wherever you get your podcasts.
You know they call these the dog days of summer. Well, I'm Rob Bradford of Baseball Isn't Boring. And if you're a baseball fan, there's nothing boring about the summer. Not with the home run derby, not with the All-Star game, where the biggest stars shine the brightest, reminding us all why we love this game. But that's just the appetizer, because right after the second half of the season kicks into high gear, the pennant races heat up, rivalries intensify, and the unexpected becomes the norm. Don't miss a single moment of the excitement. Listen to Baseball Isn't Boring and the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Or any kind of real estate. Your burger is served. And this is our finest Pepsi Zero Sugar. Its sweet profile perfectly balances the savory notes of your burger.
That is one perfect combination. Burgers deserve Pepsi.
We could tell you what it's like to drive the Nissan Rogue and tell you all about its performance capabilities, like its VC turbo engine. It's I can go virtually anywhere type of freedom. Nice. But you don't have to take our word for it. Go drive it for yourself. You're up. Experience the power of the Nissan Rogue.
Drive the Nissan Rogue. Now get 0% APR financing for 60 months on the 2025 Nissan Rogue. Visit your local Nissan store and nissanusa.com today. For well-qualified buyers, example 0 down payment, 60 months financing at $1,667 per month per thousand financed. Actual down payment may vary. Subject to Nissan Motor Acceptance Company credit approval. Not all buyers qualify. Dealer contribution may affect actual price set by dealer. Contact dealer for details. Ends 8/4/25.
Arbella Insurance has been doing business in the New England community for over 35 years. They're your friends, your neighbors, and fellow Boston fans. They do the wave at the ballpark together and get stuck in the same Sturrow Drive traffic. At Arbella, being your neighbor helps them provide you with the coverage you need to drive, live, or run a business in this part of the country we call home. Arbella, here for Boston fans, here for good.
The Christian Arcand Show, weekday afternoons starting at 6. Now back to the Shaws and Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network.
3-1 the pitch is swung on and driven deep to right center field. It is back and it is gone! Into the Red Sox bullpen. Willier does get his A swing off. It's a 2-run bomb, and it's 4-0 Red Sox.
Back to Welcome back to the Nissan postgame show. You deserve a car that thrills you, and Nissan's got an exciting full line that will put goosebumps on your goosebumps. Experience the thrill for yourself. Shop your local Nissan store and nissanusa.com today. What you just heard was Wilyer Abreu's team-leading 18th home run as the Red Sox got a 4-0 lead there in the 5th inning, and that is your McFarland Energy play of the game. Upgrade your air conditioning system before the summer rush at McFarlandEnergy.com. Carlos Narvaez also homered in this one, as did Romy Gonzalez, as did Jarren Duran. Masataka Yoshida with an RBI single, and that accounts for all the scoring for the Red Sox, who won all 3 of these games against the Rockies in very similar fashion, pretty much across the board, just erupting for big innings late in the game. They win 9-3, 10-2, and then again 10-2 here tonight, just dismantling this terrible Rockies team and doing it in impressive fashion, entertaining fashion, that's for sure, as you could hear it there in the Fenway crowd. Those who stayed were really enjoying that one as the Red Sox continue to play well and are now 4 games over 500 at 49-45 on the season. Lucas Giolito picks up the win. He improves to 6-1 on the season. His final line, 6 innings, 4 hits, no runs, 6 strikeouts. And the Arbella Insurance Foundation is dedicated to striking out cancer by supporting the Jimmy Fund. Tonight, Red Sox pitchers had 7 strikeouts. That means another $350 to the Jimmy Fund to help strike out cancer. Arbella, here for the Jimmy Fund, here for good. Giolito, one of the best pitchers in baseball over his last 6 starts, continues to dominate. His ERA drops down to 3.36 on the season. Time now for the Subaru of New England scoreboard. Make this summer a Subaru summer in a brand new Subaru with symmetrical all-wheel drive. Find your authorized Subaru retailer at SubaruofNewEngland.com. The Boston Red Sox right now partial owners of that final wild card spot, and that is the case because the Yankees knocked off the Mariners by a final score of 9-6. That puts the Red Sox and the M's into a tie right now for the last wild card with 4 games left to go before the All-Star break. Some other finals to tell you about, like the Brewers, who needed 10 innings, but they sweep the Dodgers, finishing them off 3-2 your final score. Jackson Chourio with an RBI single in extra innings. A winning streak got snapped. That would be the Toronto Blue Jays, who fell to the White Sox 2-1. Adrian Hauser, the journeyman who got picked up by Chicago in May after being cut by Texas. He was in the minors. He's been amazing for them this year. Picks up the win. He's 5-2 with a 1.56 ERA. The Phillies all over Rafael Devers' Giants. They rout them 13-0 in San Francisco. Home runs from Bryce Harper and Kyle Schwarber. The Rays scored a 7-3 win over the Tigers at Comerica Park. The Marlins fell 7-2 to the Reds in Cincinnati. One game got postponed tonight. That would be the Orioles and the Mets. The makeup date will be tomorrow as they will play a doubleheader. And some games in progress to tell you about as well. Bottom 8 in Minnesota. Twins lead the Cubs by a final of 4-2. Royals and Pirates tied up at 3 in the top of the 8th inning out in Kansas City. It's the bottom of the 8th inning in St. Louis. Nationals all over the Cardinals. 8-2 your score there. Guardians enjoying a 4-0 lead over the Astros in the bottom of the 7th inning in Houston. Top 2 in Anaheim. Rangers lead the Angels